Man, y'all know what it is, man. Look, man, we about to have a powerful show, man. Three the hard way, man. Ngozi, Gullah. Man, we want to talk about Egyptian history through the eyes of anthropology, man. That's what we doing, man. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm sending a link out to the bros, man. And y'all know we about to get it cracking around here, man. I appreciate everybody to come through, man. We just enjoyed the show. Like and subscribe to the show, man. Go up to the Pseudo Killers, man, and make sure you like and subscribe there. That is very, very important, yo. Get that algorithm going, right? So people can actually get into it. Shows we talk about are very, very important, man. It brings us closer to understanding why us as humans do what we do, man. Gets us closer to understanding the history of what we doing. Helps African Americans grab hold of their real authentic history, yo. We clean up the division, man. Y'all know that, man. We clean up the division, man. So I appreciate everybody to come through to the show, man. I see Jody Breeze, of course, Juju Pseudo Killer Official, Smalls, right? Official Pseudo Killer Army, Jody Breeze, Official Pseudo Killer Army. Man, we appreciate everybody here, man. You know, these shows are very, 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 very serious, right? Because we're serious in our approach, yo. We're not going to give you no flim, flam, blim, blam, boom. We're not going to do that. Nope, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play it over here. We're not gonna we're not gonna feed into our biases. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna give you the information that the scientists are working with, the anthropologists are working with. This is the difference in our show. All right, there's a difference there. Okay, all right. A lot of people make up shit, think they came up with their own ideas. We won't be doing none of that, yo. We don't got to do that. All right. We actually don't got to do that. All we have to do is make sure that we're clear in our approach, bringing y'all scientific data, making sure everything is crystal clear, man. That's what we doing on our program, man. And making sure the brothers get the link, man. And you know, we about to get into it, man. You know how we do automatically, man. So Gullah and them got it. All right. Appreciate everybody to come through. Where you at, Gullah? Where you at, Gullah? Gullah, get you. Where you at? All right. All right, man. We'll get this thing cracked for y'all, man. Let's see. You know, when they gonna get this thing cracked? Let's see. 19. Nope, not enough. Not enough people, man. Nope. Yeah, man, I do appreciate everybody to come through, man. Y'all know what it is, man. So we're gonna talk about looking at Egyptian history through the eyes of anthropology, right? And you know what it is, man.
Bonnie Banger from the block, seen it all raw, tough. Streets of Baltimore where survival's always rough. Joined the Marines fighting for a life he could save. But back in the hood, he felt like a runaway slave. Started an army, not of guns but of wisdom. I'm a rock squad, truth the anthem, we ain't just a God killer. Bobby Banger on his path for the truth. Empower the people, give them wisdom as the proof. Black power rising, knowledge shines like a light. He's fighting for the future, ready to ignite. Selling drugs on the corner just to put food on plates, but deep in his heart, he knew he had greater fates. From the traps to the lab, he fights ignorance raw, teaching evolution while shaking up the law. The real black atheist is changing the game, waking up minds, never the same. God killer Bobby Banger on his path for the truth, empower the
Man, we here, man. I don't know what the hell happened to Gullah, man. He done fell off. I don't know, man. Look, man, Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized truth. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. God killing the house. It's to be the hard way, man. And we come to do, we got to do, and we're going to do, we got to do. Standing tall, standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. I'm Uncle the God Killer, man. Man, it's 3 the hard way, man. Waiting on my bros to step on up to the plate, man. Y'all know what it is. Y'all see the title of the show, man. That's it to get the people in the building, man. Appreciate you, Zan. I see you. Nafali, New School of Thought. Shalom. Oh, Nafali in the building. What's going on? I see you, Shorty. Appreciate you. We got Cedric Ortega, Pseudo Killer Official. What it do? What it do? What it do? Juju. Pseudo Killer Official. What it do? What it do? Mr. Metro. What it do? I said it. What's up, guy? Lamar Pope. What's going on with you? Jody Breeze. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's let the crowd come in here a little bit, man. Let's get this thing right, man. All right. So, yeah, we here, man. From then till now, what's going on, man? What it do? Now, we stopped last week's show. We was at the Mesolithic. All right. We walked that way through. We dealt with the Assyrian culture. What else we dealt with? Let's see. I want to say this right. I'm going to put in the thing. The Cubanian industry. All right. I think we probably left off at the Assyrian culture. The Cubanian industry. The Cubanian industry in Egypt began at 42,000 and 32,000 years ago. The Cubanians developed tools not only from stone, but also from animal bones and hammerite. I think we talked about that. So they also developed small arrowheads resembling those of Native Americans. And of course, the pseudo will grab that shit, start acting crazy. Of course, they always do it. All right. And say, but no bows and arrows has been found. It's at the end of the Cubanian industry. That's KHORMUSAN industry. I want y'all to look that up. I'm putting this in chat for y'all. I think this is important. All right. Came around 16,000 BCE. The appearance of the culture in the region, including the Geman. Let me put this in there for y'all. All right. All right. Man, I see you, man. What's going on with you there? Street Sufi. What it do? What it do? What it do, brother? How you doing, man? You know I'm getting our thing together. I got a nice theme song put together for us, man. You know I'm doing it 3 the hard way, bro. What's going on, man?
Oh man, peace and love to the panel. Peace and love. How y'all doing? Bismillah, I meant to say, but peace to y'all. How y'all doing?
You say miss me alive. Boy, you funny as hell, man. What's up with you, man? Gullah.
I'm good.
Gullah, get you, man. 3 the hard way, man. What's good with you, bro?
What's good with it, man?
Well, I'm Raw Squad 5.0, man. You know what it is, man.
Oh yeah, we're finna get it in.
Yeah, get it in, man. Get it in, man. So yeah, we left off at the hold on. Just was reading it, right? The Cubanian industry, and we got to the late Paleolithic, right? All right. And we talked about the late Paleolithic. Late Paleolithic in Egypt started around 30,000. All right. We talk about that?
Correct.
We had some scars on that.
Nazlik Keita.
The Nazlik Keita skeleton. Did we talk about that?
Yeah.
Was found in 1980. We sure did, right?
Yeah, Nazlik Keita is
okay.
Yeah, that's...
And I would like to make a correction from last week's show. So me and Gullah was going back and forth on some things, and it was really complicated. But there were some of the based off the article you sent me. I'm not sure why you sent it, but maybe you sent it to make sure we was all correct. Street Sufi, but based off the Journal of Nature article you sent me on the Arturians, there was some of the population that had some archaic features to it. Am I saying that correct?
Yes, you're saying it correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we both was in the right. We was in the right area. All right. But Gullah just brought a wild ass.
Yeah, the reconstruction. So Ngozi use their source too. The ancestor whisper. They got the reconstruction of the Nazareth on there too. Look pretty interesting.
Not using that source, bro. I like the Journal of Nature. Yo, you showed the picture, but actually, when you couple that with the Journal of Nature, then we can visually see that. I got you. So yeah, it was parts of it. So I'm gonna say this again. Gullah wasn't wrong in what he was saying. I just want to bring a little more clarity to it. some of the skulls had that in the Turian culture. So the Turian culture is basically a tool industry, and some of those skulls did show certain affinities. We kind of read that, like, you know, with kind of archaic humans mixing, man, very complicated, right? Some of them, not all of them, but that's, you know, I just want to say he didn't say nothing wrong. He didn't steer y'all wrong. I just felt like we need to bring more clarity to you. And thanks for that source too, Street Sufi. Appreciate that. And so we end up at the Mesolithic, the Kaffian, and what's that? The Cubanian culture. You want to start right there, Ngozi?
Yeah, the Cubanian culture is related to the Halfling culture that stretches from Sudan and Upper Egypt. So if you ever look at their skulls, the morphology of the Cubanian culture that exists in Upper Egypt is similar to what you found in the Halfling culture. You know, even like when we talk about like Jebel Sahaba, those skulls that was found in the western portion of that portion of Sudan, those people that pushed down those you know, they call them in morphology, they say that the skulls were similar to West Africans. But these are really people that push through the eastern part of the Sahel and they go towards the Nile. It's just like when you go on the other side of Jebel Sahaba and you go on the eastern side of the Nile, you have another population called Jebel Ramallah. Jebel Ramallah, if you look at their morphology, there was more intermediate. But we don't want to, it doesn't matter what their skulls was like. We're just talking about the population groups in these regions. They wasn't homogenous in phenotype. They didn't have a single look. They really didn't. They could have differences and yet still be part of the same whatever that's going on in the area. It's not a consistency when it comes to the morphology of what we see. But the Cambanians that you spoke of, they're related to the Halfling culture that was in Sudan. So the Halflings and them are related. And these people are the people that lived in Egypt and Upper Egypt. This is what you see going on. This is way before we get into Sebilian, the Fayim and the Qadan. This is way before that. Those people exist much earlier. We're talking about from 23,000 to 15,000 years ago when you start looking at them and look at what they look like. I don't know if you have any sources on.
Yeah, I threw it in there.
Yeah, they ancient North African, not like the Nazareth would have been like a Marusian type that mixed with a Tyrian types.
Right. So when we talk about Nazareth Carter, this is the thing about the Tyrians, and me and Gullah was talking about this earlier. The Tyrian culture goes into North Africa as early as 150,000 years ago, and they split from ancestral East Africans. The population in the later Stone Age, that they would have been different than the earlier population that was there. So then we talk about the population in the later Stone Age is a cousin group to what drifted back towards Ethiopia, become the Cormarusians, and the Cormarusian culture, who had those specific type of tools that you find, they go back towards the Nile and they start to disperse in different directions. One group goes north. Later on, you start to find these people when they start to become these pre-motor type people or whatever. The Co-Marusians even exist before the Ibero-Marusians. And when you look at the article from 2018 about the Ibero-Marusians, it talks about a two-way mixture. It says the Eurasian layer was close to Zuzana. But when you separate that Eurasian layer and find out what Zuzana is, Zuzana represents two-way population. Something that's basal Eurasian at 34%, and something that's West Eurasian that's split from early Middle Eastern populations at 26,000 years. When you look at the layer that's sub-Saharan, at base is used as two populations. Something that's Yoruba-like, and when you go past the Yoruba-like signature, you go at base, it becomes something that's close to Mbuti, which falls in line with those early West African hunter-gatherers or Central African hunter-gatherers. And then you have something that's Hadza-like. The Hadza-like signal, which is related to the ancestral East Africans who gave birth to what becomes ancestral North African, you can start to see what's going on. This is the signal that's connected to the Cormarusians. That was the progenitor of the haplogroup Eves dispersing in different directions. So if we go back to the article on sickle cell, and it talked about how sickle cell developed in the wet phase of Sahara, and it dispersed 7,500 years ago, and it's different types of sickle cell. We know different strands, and it talked about the specific group that developed in the wet phase of Sahara that we have, right? But we also have to talk about the portion of the article when it talks about how haplogroup EV38 dispersed from the east to the west of the Sahel 19,000 years ago before sickle cell even formed. So where is it coming from? It's coming from that same population group that's related to the Cormorusians, that was the predecessor or the carriers of E1B1 or EP2. They're split into different directions. This is way before Egypt. And this is when you start to find these Eves going to different directions, lingering around the Nile, going back and forth towards the Nile drainage, back into the Saharan Sahel, even before you have the Ibero-Maurutians. And what's crazy is that some of these people even leak out into the Levant. And this is when you start to find based off, and this is where Nazi Lee comes in at. And I'm not trying to be everywhere. I'm just trying to give people a visualization of the story of the human migration. Nazi Lee comes in when he talks about the ablation or the dental evolution that was going on. The oldest case, according to the source that he used, it was a video. It showed the chart of dental ablation in Morocco. I think it starts at 28,000 years, based off the Ibero-Maurutians, which starts between 30,000, and the Tuffarit skulls that was found in the rabbit cave, 15,000. And then you have Ohelo 2, which is found in the Levant. Theirs start at 19,000. Now you can find a trail. If you follow this and then follow the phylogenetic tree, and we go into genetics, we look at what is the branch of the E that was in the Levant that was distinct from the branch of E that was in the Nile in Africa. They had EM123. EM123 splits from out of EZ830, which comes out of EZ827. So population groups in the Nile goes into the Levant much earlier, even before you have the shape of the Cambrian culture, which is the predecessor root slightly that gave rise to what we call later on down the line in the Tufians, which only starts between 14 to 12,000 years ago. People have been going back, and so whatever was shared in this portion of the Nile was also shared in this portion of the Levant, because they was going backwards and forth seasonally in this portion of Africa, compared to other groups that stayed in isolate pockets and then receive a lot of those later signatures or later integration. This is what we see with the differences in populations that's going on. So when we focus on the Cormorusians starts between 40-something thousand years ago. So now we got a case for the dispersal of E. Then we go into the Haplins, and then we go to those groups that you just spoke of, Brother Ankh, to see the population group. Who are they?
So let's stop for a minute, because I did have some sources to support what you was talking about. And since this show is grounded in science, man, I like to bring up a claim. So Nafali, real quick, has nothing to do with our conversation, but I know we can answer this. She said, allow me to restate that the universe is 6,000 years. We know that's just way out of pocket. Just based off of trees is older than that on Earth.
Correct. Correct. You got rocks that's older. Yeah, you got rocks and trees that's older.
Hell no, yo. Let me stop, yo. Listen, if water is older than Earth, then where did they put it then? See, and she's serious. Hey, Nafali, unscrew your hat a little bit. It's a little bit too tight there. So, hey, listen, I'll bring this up, and I know both of y'all can just kick that shit off the top of y'all head. But I think no matter how many facts we bring to the situation, it's not going to matter, right? And I understand that, but I want the listening audience to know. I'm going to do this website right here. It's called teachingkidsnews.com. Okay? And it says Earth's water older than the Earth itself. Okay? It says, how can the water you get from your tap be older than the Earth? Okay? It say the sun and the solar system. See that? So first you would have to, it say that's not possible, right? That's where Nafali is. She doesn't think it to be. She say, where do they hide it at? Right? It says, and yet that's the theory that some scientists have recently come up with. It say that up to half of our water on Earth is actually older than Earth itself and older than the sun and the solar system. Scientists say about 30 to 50% of the water molecules on Earth are more than 4.6 billion years old. About a million years older than the solar system. They say the scientists of University of Michigan believe that the water molecules came from ice that was formed in space before the solar system was formed.
Exactly. I was just about to say that they teach the kids as an elementary
This is kids
how to
shit.
stop the solids and the gases and the
Yes.
I'm saying the
Mm-hmm.
liquids. They tell you about this. My kids are learning this right now, yo. Like,
Yep. Yep.
Hey, Gullah, my nieces, how old is my nieces now? What they like? 8? They babies, ain't
Oh,
they? They
oh
no,
babies
they
and they
man.
they
learning.
five. They five.
Yeah, they babies. Come on, man. Yeah, like
Yeah,
yeah,
we're gonna
they
put the source in there for y'all. Here you go. This is the hard source. This is the University of Michigan. It say water in your bottle might be older than the sun. So I'm gonna put that in there. And yeah, our kids know this. So Nafali, I hate to tell you, yo, that I know what you think you're trying to do, yo, but the kids are being taught real stuff, yo. You're out of date now. You know, take time. Ron Borkins, good to see you, brother. Appreciate you. But yeah, let's get back to our healthy conversation. We're gonna stay in this mode, right? We just snatched our Hebrew hat off our head real quick. Pseudoscience there, right? So yes, we had several sources there, Ngozi, for you. And we get the sources off of. We always talk about Childs and Windorf. Talk about their work all the time, and I say you got to know these guys, right? All right, Child and Windgrove. They did that study at Anthropology. Like they serious what they do, volume 1 and volume 2. All right, so let me share the screen here. All right, and that's why I let Ngozi rock because I just wanted to show you that everything he said is correct. Right here. All right, Wikipedia. Oh, don't put this in there. Put this into your Three the Hallway folder. All right, throw it up in there, man. Pseudo Killer Family. I mean folder. Three the Hallway folder, man. Because this we giving it straight to y'all. All right. We can bring complicated sources. We can bring easy to read sources, but it's all going to be sourced up. And so the Hoffian and Cubanian is a two closely related industry flourishing along the Upper Nile. Okay. Upper Nile. You know what the Upper Nile is, right? There you go. Y'all see that map. Upper Nile. Okay. Right there. The upper is actually the lower portion because of the orientation. Right. All right. Let's get back to it. Okay. It says for the Hoffman only flourish. It said radiocarbon dates have been produced. Childs and Windorf 2014 discard the earliest and latest, and which is erratic, and concluded that the Hoffman existed 22.5 to 22 point K. Okay. And here's the source for that. Y'all see it. I put it in there. I'm gonna put it in there for y'all. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and they say the Halfling. If you go into the article, the Halfling, they say the Halfling were closely related to Iberian Maroons at that point.
The Aboriginal region.
right. And that's why I talked
Mm-hmm.
about layers because
Mm-hmm.
remember in the Ibero Marusian article, it talked about how they were trying to figure out the Natufian signal that they had. And they said that the predecessor was a pre-Natufian like signal.
Mm-hmm.
What is this pre-Natufian like signal coming from? Because the Ibero Marusians was older than the Tufians. That means that they had a layer that was shared with something that came from the Nile, and it went in two directions. That's what they were trying
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
So this right here is the layer that was shared with Ibero-Mauritians. And when they talk about that Eurasian signature, we have to understand. I'm not saying us, we understand, but the audience. Eurasian population at the earlier time was much more distinct than the later Eurasian populations that we see today. The Eurasians that we see today have a later signature that went through a later drift that primarily, especially in the Middle East, that fits more in line with the Chalcolithic phase of the Middle Eastern time, which is the Copper time, which population groups drifting from later Iran and Armenia. It's totally distinct in the earlier population that would have been in the early Natufian times, and even before them, their early ancestors that diverge from ancestral North Africans in some layers. Matter of fact, the earliest human group, which is us at our phase, that left out of Africa, was the Emirates culture, who derived or drifted from ancestral North Africans. It's just this population went through a bottleneck. A lot of populations was lost, a lot of genetic drift occurred, and one group becomes basal because they split at base and find isolation from populations that stayed north. So we have to understand what's going on. I just wanted to just talk about that. So this thing that's shared with the Ibero Marusians is the shit that's shared with the Haplins and the Cubanians that drifted over there. And this is why they had that paternal marker and that layer that's Hadza like. That's what's going on.
Mm. So I was trying to. Oh, so okay. So bet. So I think so. We got the Hoffman and the Cubanian. Now the Hoffman. Watch the sites. And Ngozi said it. It flourishes in northern Sudan. All right. Northern Sudan would be somewhere around in here. All right. Okay. All right.
It was a refugium probably during that time, according to Keith McDonald. That's where you find a lot of these would have been the Metroids that he mentioned in his
Exactly.
prehistory.
Exactly,
Saying
Gullah. Exactly.
Okay.
The
Now,
Mectoid.
okay, Upper Egypt, right here. I'm doing this on purpose. Upper Egypt is right. Now, what's the title of the article we reading now? Come on. It's the prehistory of Egypt, right? We walking y'all slowly, taking our time, bro. All right, we walking y'all there. So you can't leave out Sudan, right? And you can't leave out Upper Egypt in the prehistory, yo. This is the prehistory. And this is important, right? When we had these conversations, man. On the screen is the source, is one of the sources. All right. Read anything on Charles and Windroth. I'm telling you. Okay. All right. So finish off right here. Where we at? Let me see. All right, we was right here. Hold on. All right, we was in the Mesolithic. All right. No, we weren't at the Mesolithic yet. Where was we at? Hold on. All right. So, okay. Here's another source. Is that the source? All right. The Kufians, the Kumusians is defined as the Middle Paleolithic industry. We talking about tools, while the Hoffman is defined by the Epipaleolithic industry, according to scholars' opinion. The Kumusians and the Hoffians are viewed as separate and distinct cultures. Okay, so now we're seeing there's distinct cultures on the Nile. All right, so when people try to blend that shit all in together, yo, no, they're distinct cultures. These people are developing distinct cultures. All right, we're talking about the culture element now. All right,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Yeah.
so now I think we got a good picture right now. We're gonna move on to the Sebilian culture. All right, uh, Gullah or Street Sufi, y'all want to speak on that
Yeah,
before I
so
No,
show
I
the
would say
source?
I would say we haven't even so far we still talking about ancient North African population. We don't even know what language groups that these people even spoke. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The,
Mm-hmm.
the Afro-Asiatic population haven't even moved into the area yet.
exactly. And this is the key point that's
Mm.
very important.
Mm.
At 20 something thousand years ago, 30 something thousand years ago, they're not speaking Afro-Asiatic. The language phylum possibly didn't even develop yet because there's a possibility that Proto-Afro-Asiatic, Christopher Everett say different times. Sometimes it can say as early as 20,000, sometimes it say proto-developed 16,000. But at this time, they wasn't speaking that yet. They was talking a language. So I think Roger Blinch called it dead North African languages,
No,
extinct
no, he
dead.
called he called it ancient. He called it ancient North African.
Yeah,
You
ancient
know
North
what
African languages. It went extinct. That's the language because they don't know what it was. They was talking, but they don't know what language. It wasn't definitely Afro-Asiatic yet at this time.
I mean?
A
Yeah,
lot of those
but
languages still merged.
yeah, and he said you could probably still find remnants of it. You know what I'm saying, in modern day languages like Egyptian and Berber and stuff like that as a substratum. Within that language.
Correct. So now we getting somewhere. So by the time you get to this civilian thing, the civilian people, and Gullah probably also have information on it. They were dealing with grains here and there, but they kind of went extinct. They kind of disappeared. But we do know that some of the things that they did, you could find it with the Ohelo 2 dude. So again, these people were finding refugium between the Nile and some portions of the Levant for a very long time. That's why it's really hard to separate the early Levant from Greater Africa, especially with those people in this portion of the Nile, because these people was going back and forth seasonally when there were changes. Because it was one phase when the civilian customs that they had kind of disappear and come back. And if you read that source, it talks about them a little bit, and then it goes away, which shows that people
Yeah,
move around.
yeah, because people weren't looking at it like a lot of these people. I don't know how they be viewing it. But some of the audience, they be thinking crazy, thinking people have consciousness or concept of a continent. They ain't had it then. They just know they moving through landmass. And just they moving over here and over there. They ain't like they don't know. They don't know. Okay, we leaving Africa. We going to Asia. They ain't know that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, we're gonna go to Asia.
And then when these geneticists
Suck
talk
the
about,
car.
yeah, absolutely. And then when these geneticists talk about the Levant, you don't know if a lot of these Levant signatures starts right there and goes into different directions because they already had shared
Say,
affinities.
say that again, yo.
So when you hear terms in genetics, when they talk about Levantine or whatever, what people got to understand, we don't know if a lot of these Levantine signatures starts right there. The beginning of the shift starts there. Because according to certain data that's available, the out of Africa population was more closer to non-African populations that start right there in Egypt than populations in the deeper portions of Africa. So whatever they're calling Levantine could have started right there. So it shouldn't be a shocker when you hear Levantine or Eurasian. That shit was shared with these people for a long time, and it also diverged from a specific people at a certain time. If you go further back into genetics, people don't want they don't want to hear that. So that's the
No.
trick.
That's why the work. What's going on, Nazi? Nazi, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Welcome. Through the hallway, bro. How you doing, man?
What's good, bro? I appreciate you inviting me on the panel.
Through the
What's up?
hallway plus one more.
Yeah, what's up, Ngozi? What's up, Gullah?
Oh,
You
What
know,
up, my
I'm
brother?
listening in. Y'all on point on everything y'all saying, man. I think a lot of times when we hear the Southern Saharan or Saharan populations enter into the Nile, people don't really understand where these people are coming from. When you look on the UNESCO website, and I can pull it up on my screen if you need me to, but it describes the Southern Sahara, and the populations that it talks about are Mali, Southern Algeria, Niger, Chad. So we're talking about countries that are in West Africa, regions and populations of people who were in West Africa. So I think a lot of times, I know we're not quite there yet.
Which is probably
When we get to Jebel Ramla, El Barga, populations that contributed to the populations that would eventually become dynastic Egypt, right? This is where a lot of these groups come from. So when we talk about, and Ngozi brought it up earlier about ablation, and we talk about body modification cultures, Labret cultures is what I like to call it. We see them spread from west to east, and Jebel Ramla being one of the highlights of the latter Labret populations, who were, I know we don't like to say this term, sub-Saharan, super-Saharan, okay? So they definitely were one of the main contributors to the Nile Valley, and nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about this group because later on, when the Afro-Asiatics come in, they kind of become predominant in the Nile Valley. But I know we're not quite there yet, but we have to really go in on Jebel Ramla and really deal with that in El Barga. So when we get there, I definitely want to be a part of that conversation.
okay. What was I trying to get? Damn, I'm running off here, running. Shit. Looking at Unc West put up an image of a modern skull. I hear you, shorty. Let me see. Let me get right back. Okay, so all right. It says the Sebilian culture began around 13,000 BCE and vanished around 10,000. It's in Egypt analysis of pollen found in an archaeological site indicated that the people of Sebilian culture, also known as Semian culture, were gathering grains. Okay, though domesticated seeds were not found. All right, the source for that is Nichols Jamel, 1988, The History of Ancient Egypt. All right, page 21. That's a citation. Put this in here for y'all. All right, learn how to look these citations up. You can put in your chat GPT. It's going to give you what you need to get right there. And I'll put it up right here. All right. And let's see, one sec here. Okay. It says domesticated. It has been hypothesized that that the sedimentary lifestyle practiced by these grain gatherers led to increased warfare, was detrimental to the sedimentary life of both these periods to an end. It say life and brought these periods to an end. So they got the beefing. Humans gonna always beef.
And guess what? It's over resources. Same thing going
Resources,
now. It's about
food,
resources.
clothing, and shelter.
That's it.
Now, this is my favorite culture right here. This is the one we had that long, drag out conversation about right
Or the
here.
Qadan.
No, we ain't get that. No, we on the Qadan. Right. Yeah, the Qadan. Right. Here we
Yeah.
go.
These were definitely proto North Eritreic speakers. These are definitely Afro-Asiatic speakers.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly a little bit, leaking in a little bit to the Sebilian too. You know what I'm saying? Probably different people contacting with each other, whatever.
I want to show a video real quick. I want to speak to the point where Ngozi talked about these signals, right? That might, just because they call one thing don't mean that's what they actually mean. that the signal might not occur what you thought it occurred at. That's what I want to play. And I want to speak to this using Samata Kayata. All right, hold on. It's right here, right? All right, here we go. All right. I'm gonna do it over. I'm gonna make sure y'all get this right.
Japan, which is probably about 60,000 years old, and it's clustering with the Upper Paleolithic Europeans. So does that mean that it came from Europe? That would be our reflex, right? Does it mean? You can talk. Why not?
Because, if it came out of Africa.
Huh?
If it came out of Africa.
Well, no, but I want you to answer this a very specific way. We have Upper Paleolithic European material, and we have this specimen that's 60,000 years old, and from North Africa, and it's clustering, it's grouping with Upper Paleolithic Europeans. So did it come from Upper Paleolithic means modern people, but the rest of these specimens I can tell you in this study came from Europe. So does it mean that Dar Sultan came from Europe? It's clustering with them. Come on, we got Cambridge students here, right? PhD, master students, somebody. Oh no, people are shaking their head. Oh, there were no modern people in Europe 60,000 years ago. There were no modern people in Europe 60,000 years ago. So the fact that it clusters with them cannot be used naively to say that it came from Europe because there was nobody in Europe for it to come from.
So let's talk about that for a minute, brothers. You got something to say about that, Street Sufi?
I mean, Shamaka Keita said it very intelligently. There was no human beings in Europe 60,000 years ago. So a lot of these morphologies or skulls that they're finding and being measured in craniometrics fall around with populations of people groups that you find in early Africa first or the early Middle East first. Because the human group that went into Europe, humans only make it to Europe. I'm talking about modern humans and a successful out of Africa migration. We only make it to Europe 40,000 to 45,000 years ago. That's it. So, in the upper Pleistocene Europeans at this time, or late Pleistocene Europeans, or upper Pleistocene Europeans at this time, look nothing like modern Europeans. So that's why when you look at Nazlet Carter skull or Hofmeyr skull that was found in South Africa, and certain skulls in the Levant, like Ohello 2, it all falls in line the same. And basically, you can see this skull type really first in Africa before you find it outside of Africa. Look at Hofmeyr skull, look at Nazlet Carter skull, or look up Ohello 2 skull. And even them, they predate the back migrations or the people group that back migrated into Africa is Zuzana, which is the layer that mixed up with the population of fragmented Assyrians that was still left over and mixed and became the Ibero-Maurusans, starting only at 25,000 years ago. Nazlet Carter goes back 34,000 years. Hofmeyr goes back 30-something thousand years. Ohello 2 goes back 19,000 years. Where did the morphology start first? You don't find these type of skulls in Europe. Nowhere. 50,000, 60,000 years ago. It's all found on the continent. So what you see now, possibly may not be what exists 6,000 to 10,000 or 8,000 years ago. Even us or some of our ancestors in Nigeria or Cameroon or Togo probably didn't look like that in morphology 13 to 18 to 19,000 years ago. Some things is also later derived in us. Evolution don't stop. Drift goes in all directions. That's just life.
Gullah.
No, you go ahead. Shoot, we can go for it. I agree with what Ngozi was just saying, bro.
How about you, Nazir?
Gozi, can you touch on the fact when you spoke about haplogroup E, right?
Yeah.
And you said that some of them went into the Green Sahara. We know that EM2 develops in the Green Sahara, right?
Mm-hmm.
The progenitor of which it mutated from was that EV38.
Yes, EV38. Yes.
Okay, so let's look at give me a scenario of EV38. Some of them going into the Green Sahara, some of them staying, and then the mutation that occurred with EM2 in the Green Sahara 16,000 years ago, in terms of back migrations.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the groups also staying, because what it's looking like is looking like the predecessors of modern West Africans who eventually leave out of the Green Sahara and go on to populate West Africa. It looks like some of them stayed in the Nile, some leave out, some back migrate with various amounts of admixture. So we have all these weird population dynamics going on.
Yeah, some of the modic groups got E1B1C, which is like a sibling to E1B1A.
And I'm glad Gullah just brought that up because that's very important. So we have fragments of E1B1A that's absent of the M2 mutation, and it still sits in the Omo Valley or in southern Ethiopia. And that's what Brother Gullah's talking about, which is E1B1A2 or E1B1A or E1B1C, but they also call it E1B1A2, and we're E1B1A1. E1B1A1 is the mutation of M2 that developed in the wet phase of the Sahara 19,000 years ago, mutates into EM180. And then we have the later downstreams that we develop south of the Sahara as they go down, even bringing down certain traits. The one that stayed east is what you find amongst certain groups that's Omatic like, and you find E1B1 like the Ari people in different clans. The E1B1C or E1B1A1 that's absent of the M2 mutation that never went. But here's the thing. You also have if you go to the article, I could possibly bring it up. It's called Peoples of the Early Green Sahara. Matter of fact, while you guys talking, I'll bring it up. It talks about two specific clades of E1B1A one or under M2 that never went south of the Sahara. There's a unique clade that stayed near Morocco, and there's another clade that migrated out of the Sahara and went into Egypt. It only makes up like 5% of the population, but it's absent of the later downstream or the later downstream mutations that we developed in Cameroon, Ghana, and Nigeria. So what I'm saying is that it's not simple, and you're absolutely correct about the complexity. Some people went into different directions and met up with other people and mixed up and created unique clusters and clades. Some people it's all that. Even when the earlier ancestors of us who brought E down from the Green Sahara, the M2 clades, when we went into deeper interior portions of Africa, deeper into super Saharan Africa, we met up with different hunter-gathering groups that was already there. These Biaka type people, these other early hunter-gatherers that was lingering around before we mixed into them and integrated. So when you look at a Yoruba, when you look at a Mandinka, when you look at some of these beautiful dark-skinned people with the most beautiful kinky curly hair that we classify as kinky, but actually good beautiful hair, you're also looking at later mixtures as well. It's just people mix into populations that they're close to. So just because you're dark skinned don't mean that you're not admixed. The same thing when sub-Saharan Africans had different ethnic groups, different drifts, different regions, and different ecosystems. So when you hear this term sub-Saharan Africa, which means south of the Sahara, everybody that's dark skinned is not the same. Just like everybody that's pale skinned or light skinned isn't the same. You can't call a German an Irishman. You can't call an Irishman a person that's Dutch. It doesn't matter if they share affinity, there's drift and difference. But what we look at, because of American ideology of colorism, we look at colorism more than the complexities that's going on in between. So even amongst the sub-Saharan or south of the Sahara population, you had different people groups different admixtures that shared darker skin. It's just like when we look at our Habesha brothers or cousins in East Africa. If you get a Middle Eastern brown skinned person that's Ankh or Gullah or my color, who was naturally brown or light olive, and they going into East Africa meeting up with darker skinned people that can be Dinka like color or they can be a dark brown color, Nara type color, and they mix, you're going to see the people group that you see over there. And you like, well, how the hell is an Ethiopian or a Somali mixed, but he's dark skinned? They mix with a darker skinned population from Eurasia. The skin color is not a determining factor of what's what. And I want to get out of the skin thing and just focus on your question. So it's very complex, Brother Nazi, when what you said. It's not simple. It's not simple. Like they just,
Yeah,
it's some people stayed back, some people kept going.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
just like the Bantu expansion, it basically reshaped the inner continent. You know what I'm saying? It was like ethno-linguistic groups because they came in contact with other groups that was already there and overlapped and displaced even some of them. You know what I'm saying? So
And like Brother Fetty just said, the Khoisan people 9,000 years ago mixed into Igbo type people. If you put their DNA and PCAs, single-handedly, different things, they're different. So dark skin is not, or brown skin is not a determining factor, meaning that you're the same. There is trait differences in different groups of people. Yes, at 99.9%, we're the same as a human. But I'm saying when you get into the demi level and the Klein level, there is some drift, there is some difference, and we have to acknowledge that. So yes, the brother Fetty just said yes. Khoisan type people did integrate into some Igbo people. Scientists are trying to figure out in some levels of pigmentation with the Igbo today why some of them are so light. Some people postulate that it could be an old Portuguese one.
It probably wasn't exactly San or Khoisan people. Most likely was them West African hunter gatherers that was
Yep,
over there in the area. Because a lot
yep.
of them, even if you look at some of the oral traditions, a lot of them was written down as they was some reddish skin colored people. You know what I'm
Reddish
saying?
skin. Yep. And why wouldn't they be, Brother Gullah? Because I mean, this is for the audience. Living in that type of zone in forest land, why would you be equatorial dark like a Nilo? Why wouldn't they
Yeah,
be at this
yeah.
time living down that long?
The West African hunter gatherers ancestors came from Shumlaka. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And they're from the rainforest anyway. And even if you look at the consistency of dark skin and even the modern day Central African hunter gatherers, that they call pygmies, they variate in coloration. Some of the ones that live in deeper, denser forests are much lighter. You know what I'm saying? Especially the ones in the east, East Africa. You know what I'm saying? Some of them might be a little darker that live in more, patchier area. We got more savanna areas, but overall, a lot of those people have much lighter brown skin tones.
Correct. So when we look at places like Egypt, just to talk about it in a dynastic sense, it only makes sense that people in Egypt would have been closer to people in the Levant or West Asia genetically than they would be to a person in Togo or Cameroon or Ghana. And that's okay. That doesn't make them less African. They're their portion of Africa. We have to look at the proximity. We have to look at the location. We have to look at the people that they're around and the different changes that's occurring with how they're networking with different groups of people compared to the population groups that we encountered living in certain zones of Africa that we did. So the further go, but for everything in life, if you study biology, the study of life, the further you go back in time, the more connected every organism is. That's just a fact, but that's something different. But I'm talking about just looking at the phases. We have to look at the chronology and the phases and timelines of what established these people groups and what makes them who they are and and what's going on. That's what's important. So right now, I'm glad I'm doing this show. We're just trying to timestamp and freeze certain times so people can see what moved these people to the point that they in and what direction that they go in to become who they were and what they were. That's it.
Yeah, that's important, man. So we want to stay the course, man. We're gonna always look at anthropology, yo, and we're not gonna challenge it, not unless we're challenging it with other anthropologists and other archaeologists. We're not just sitting up here saying shit. That's not gonna work. Those days are long gone, man. I see. So let's move forward here. All right. And so, okay, so we had the Qadan culture, right? And we talk about how the Qadan culture from 13,000 to 9,000 BCE was a Mesolithic industry that archaeological evidence suggests originated in Upper Egypt. That's important now, okay? And present day South Egypt, approximately 15,000 years ago. The Qadan substance mode is established to have persisted for approximately 4,000 years. It was characterized by hunting as well as a unique approach to food gathering that incorporated the preparation and consumption of wild grasses and grains.
It grains, yeah.
Okay,
That's what,
systematic efforts were made by the Qadan people to water, care for, and harvest local plant life, but grains were not planted in ordered rows. Around 20th archaeological, about 20 archaeological sites in Upper Nubia give evidence for the existence of the Qadan cultures. This is important now, right? So we're giving you the areas where these cultures are starting to flourish at in the prehistory of Egypt, and so you don't think we're just sitting here making it up, right? I tell people all the time, man. You start with Wikipedia and then end up in the journal Nature and Journal Science. All right. So most people wasn't even reading this shit right here, yo. It was always here for us to read. Look, it's the prehistory of Egypt. All right. We went through all these different industries, right? Okay. We did all this. We doing this right here. Okay. All right. We did that. All right. Now we here. All right. And so that Qadan culture is somewhere between, I believe, the first cataract and the daggone second cataract. All right. Not only that, maybe Aswan all the way down to the third cataract. You were saying something, Gully? Want to add something?
No, I was saying sometimes they call the culture the Afian Qadan culture, because you got another culture that's similar to them. They ain't in this article, but they call it the Afian culture. Christopher Ehret mentions them, but this culture definitely would have been proto North Eritreic speakers. Like these people would have been Afro-Asiatic speakers or Northern Afro-Asiatic speakers coming into the region. You know what I'm saying? Probably springing up from the northern Red Sea hills.
That's right.
But these coaches been, even before this time period, the answers of these coaches have been intermingling in and out of Africa for a long time, especially with basic Asian populations. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? A lot of people even say now that, maybe even the grain collecting culture, maybe it was a common thing throughout all of this area, but the cultivating itself most likely came from the Oholo 2 culture that was in the Levantine area. But we know these people been intermixing and back migrating for a long time anyway. Sharing culture.
Mm-hmm. You want to add something, Ngozi? All right. So okay. So now we gotta we
I was
got.
saying I
Oh,
was saying
go
Gullah
ahead.
right. I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut your wisdom, but Gullah
The phone went out. Phone went out. Let me see.
this basal Eurasian. I'm sorry, people keep calling this basal Eurasian layer has been mingling with population groups from near the Red Sea hills and even near like pre-old Eritrea for a very long time, longer than what we think. Eurasians are not just stuck in one spot, just like Africans isn't stuck in one spot. I mean, they're finding clades of L2 and L1 in Europe 10,000 years ago. They found in Spain and some of the and I just want to bring this up, not to get off the subject. People move around. People move around. They found 4,000-year-old fossils, and they found sub-Saharan DNA in people groups in Spain. Not saying that the overall DNA composition was that. It could have possibly came from people that was already mixed with it, that was Amazic like, pre-Amazic like, that migrated up there and had traces of it in them. But the bottom line is shared affinities was moving around for a very long time. People are not, stuck. We already know, based off the Ibero-Maurusians, this ancestral North African thing as a proxy. People use this ancestral North African and say pre-Yoruba or Hadza like. It's ancestral North African that diverged from ancestral East Africans. So some of this stuff was already lingering around for a very long time in pockets of people that was even admixed. I just wanted to say that. So it's not static, it's not a gate. But go ahead, whoever's talking.
Okay. So all right, y'all see what this is. This is the ancient Near East history and culture. Okay. Introduction study of ancient Near East, and when we come here, okay, to the early cultures of the Nile Valley. All right. We click that on. Okay. All right, while the Near East transitions to fully farming economy around 8000 BCE, Egypt remained an essentially hunter-gatherer society. For another few millennium, like the Levant, Egypt began to transition to the Neolithic way of life, beginning around 13,000 BCE. At this time, Egypt was experiencing a humid phase. Okay, so remember, you always got to incorporate uh, uh, weather with the damn population. You know, like climate change. So if you're talking about human populations in 2024, then you must talk about how climate change is causing changes in weather patterns and the way the weather affects us, the way flooding is starting to occur on a regular basis, because this will cause people to move. Okay, so when we talk about the Sahara and the different phases, right, you got to talk about the greening of it. You got to talk about the raising of the river levels. You got to talk about the ice ages, and you got to incorporate this all together, because if you don't, you're going to be slap stupid, sounding crazy to people who are intelligent and decide to read. So we want to put you in a position to be able to have an intelligent conversation around the subject at all times. We don't want you out there in pseudo world making it up because it just feels good to you. I understand it, right? But that's not what we're doing. So it goes on to say, situated between, watch this. It says one early group to settle in Egypt is identified as Qubanian culture from 13,000, 10,000 BCE. Situated between what? The Second Cataract and the southern Egypt. The Qubanians were hunters, but also cared for strands of wild grasses and grains, which they harvested with sickles. This is important. The sickle right here. Okay. It's and ground into flour, like the Natufians. Although they did not build permanent settlements, they buried their dead in cemeteries. So this is important. I've always talked about they had the cities of the dead before they had the cities of the living. What I'm saying is these indigenous Africans had cemeteries. I mean, these large areas of cemeteries. A lot of pain and death in these cemeteries, because it is what it is. These are ancient populations. They don't got to modernize things. The death rate, people are dying sooner, right? Although people live to be 100 years old, I'm saying on percentages, right? Less people live to be 100 years old. I want to make sure I say that right. It's not that people didn't live to be 100 years old or 70, 90 years old. It's just less of them did. That's an important distinction to make. Okay, the point I want to make here and be clear is that they had cities of the dead before they had cities of the living. And this would affect the deaf and dying. Watch this, deaf and dying, and agriculture would later on, right, influence their religious and social beliefs. Had not shit to do with their damn skin color. People will try to advance that nonsense because they're downright pseudos. Because they don't actually care about getting it through anthropology. They want to get it through their feel-good thing. And I get it, and I'm not mad at you. This ain't the feel-good show here. We're not playing the skin color game. Evolution will mess you up every time you play the skin color game. Because you can have somebody that's lighter than you and carry more what you would consider African genes, you know what I'm saying, than a person that's darker. You could be dark-skinned and not even be from Africa at all. That's not why your skin is your skin. Your skin is your skin. It's to protect you from the harmful UVA and UV rays. This is why we have melanin. Not because it gives us some superpower, right? I know a lot of y'all believe that. Not because it uplifts you and makes you a better human being. No. Yes, you have melanin in the brain, but that's another type of melanin that all humans have. Matter of fact, all humans have melanin.
Gray matter.
So we want to keep this thing close. Go ahead. Somebody want to add something?
I bet they didn't know blonde hair is you melanin. The same
Yeah,
thing.
you got you melanin and Phil
You
melanin,
got
right?
you
Come on, bro.
melanin, pheomelanin, and neuromelanin, which is what they classify as gray matter. What is it exists in your brain? So
In the brain.
everything got melanin. To be honest
Yeah.
with you, it's nothing to it.
Yeah.
It's nothing to it.
And I'm 88% African. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a light skinned brother. So
So yeah, that shit don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ridiculous. You got people that's Mexican who's darker than me. And they have 50-50, half Native American, indigenous American from Mexico and half Spaniard from Spain, mestizo. And they could be darker than me. So
yeah,
and
it's
only
dark. It's very dark.
and they might only be 3% sub-Saharan, you know what I'm saying, on average. So it's skin color is not based, like, we gotta get out of that. Our light skin North African brothers is Africans, and they're Africans that has a unique cluster and a unique cluster that belongs to their portion of Africa that's distinct from our portions of Africa that our ancestors came from. But in a continental sense, they're still African. There's multiple countries in Africa, multiple ecosystems, multiple different things is going on. So I would not expect a light skinned Refian or a light skinned Kibali Amazic person from the northern portion of Africa to look like a person all the way in Togo or a Dinka or a Nur in South Sudan. That doesn't make sense.
Mm. It don't. It ain't supposed to make sense
Nah, you have a
because
man. You got a
because it's
man.
make it up. It's to make it up history right there.
You got a man dark as Wesley Snipes in India, but his hair look like Elvis Presley. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I think it's important too, man, because we're talking about this Qadan culture, right?
Mhm.
Some very important groups were a part of this Qadan culture, and the majority of them were migrants. So I think as we shape this conversation, I think we got to be fair and honest, and I think we need to identify if people are saying, because I heard Gullah say this earlier, and I think this is a point of contention with me,
Mhm.
is that when you
Let's
say
get to the
group,
points of contention.
when you say groups are already there, and these groups somehow become these later groups, I think, Gullah, you got to start identifying these groups, because when we look at Wadi Halfa, right, that's a part of the Qadan culture. When we look at Jebel Sahaba, they're also part of the Qadan culture. Al Qaday, I think, is central Nubia, so I don't think they would be contemporaries though, but I don't think they're part of the Qadan culture because they're not north enough. Um, and I think
North
Tushka,
enough? What you
yeah,
mean?
I don't think they're, because they're central Nubia, they're central upper Nubia, so I don't think they're part of the Qadan culture, although they're contemporaries.
Upper
But I'm
Nubia is
I
South,
did.
South
Yeah, I
Sudan.
did.
okay.
I
So
did.
so
I
I,
did. I did
so
be
they're
Patel. I said they North Eritrea branch speakers. But even when you get into the Jebel Jahaba area, you would have more than just the Qadan culture. You got to better have some people that was already there too. You know what I'm
no.
saying?
Okay. What I'm wait a minute. Wait. Let me say this first before you go there, because uh, I don't agree with that. Because what I'm saying is that these groups were migrants who came out of the Sahara back into the Nile Valley, because eventually they leave back out again. When you look at Jebel Sahaba, they leave back out again. When you look at a few of these groups, they actually leave and they're no longer archaeological detectable. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying groups are there along the coast in Ethiopia or Eritrea, then these groups need to be identified. Who are they? Because they're not Wadi Halfa, they're not Jebel Sahaba, they're not Al Qaday, they're not
Now,
Tushka. That's what I'm saying. Those
now
So
Wadi
those
Hoffa would
four
have
groups
been.
are identifiable. So who are these other groups you're talking about?
so
No, the
this
Wadi Hoffa would have been Mesolithic like
Carryovers.
Mesoamerican type people.
correct,
You know what I'm
correct.
saying?
And
But
we
like
And
gotta
when we
all
go.
talk
I'm
about
saying,
the
all I'm
Kadam,
saying
not
is
not
those
but
are
now the
migrants.
Kadam, now the Kadam people. That's why you gotta. I don't know if you got Christopher Everett's book African Civilization. You should get it. But the Qadan cultures are coming are springing up out of the Red Sea Hills, the northern Red Sea Hills. Yeah, they migrate into the Sahara too, but their origins is coming out of the Red Sea Hills, going into upper lower Nubia and upper Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
And,
They the northern Eritrea speakers. You know what I'm saying? They the northern branches or the ancestors of all the other northern Afroasiatic branches of languages. Like later on, they become the ancestors. Later on, Proto-Chadic, Proto-Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? Proto-Amazigh and Proto-Semitic. They're the ancestors of these northern Afroasiatic branches.
and I want to add on to what Gullah saying. We want to freeze because both of you all look. This is what I love. I love when we build like this. We're gonna freeze what Nazi's saying and what Gullah's saying. We're gonna add on, right? So now we get into specific groups. Like you said something that was important, Nazi, about the Wadi Hafla. Me and Gullah was speaking about this earlier. Why those people look the way they look, right? And how a lot of pre-Nilotic or pre-Niger Saharic groups was coming from the eastern part of the Sahel, stopping at that portion, which is the western part that you talk about, Nazi, when it was coming from the west of what we classify as Egypt. When they was coming from the eastern part of they was pushing out of the eastern part of the Sahel and they made it over there. The eastern part of the Sahel is west of Egypt. But here's the thing: when Gullah's talking about, you say, who is this other group that look different? We're talking about those people that develop on a Red Sea hill that received some signals from population groups that was already lingering from the further north end of Levant, going backwards and forward. Because it wasn't a single hand group. The morphology was already shared, going backwards and forward. This is why you see the differences in the skulls. You see what I'm saying? Through time.
No, I'm looking at, but I'm saying the time periods are different. Now, if you're saying people coming in from the Red Sea Hills, we know they come in during the early Holocene, but the Mesolithic pre-Holocene, you got
Yes.
different groups there who were migrant groups.
Yes,
At least
that's
the
true.
three identifiable groups, they're migrant groups, and the one that stays permanently is Al Qaeda, and they become the early Khartoum, the later Khartoum, and El Gaba and R12. They become those groups. You know what I'm saying? But those mectoid groups, a lot of them leave back out.
Yes.
A lot of them leave back out, and I don't want to make it sound like the cultures that were practicing ablation or body modification, body
You still on that,
that
boy?
they were. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't want to make it seem like they were predominant, but they were amongst a lot of these earlier groups that come in. And it's not me still on this, bro. Wait till we get to Jebel Ramla and Arabarga. You gonna see it in the surveys that I will bring up. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not me saying this.
It's you. It's definitely you.
I'm
I didn't move
not
forward.
talking about that right now. I'm not even. I'm saying I don't want to make it sound like.
I like when you bring it up. I just like that. I like that.
I know it's
You
funny,
don't bring
bro.
up the ones that make their teeth like points. You don't talk about them. I never hear you talk about them.
I do, because you know why? Because they were the earlier groups.
Oh,
and
I
then
ain't never
you
heard
had
you talk about
evolution.
them.
You're a man of evolution.
I'm
So
a
you
man
got
of evolution.
It's
I'm
a
an
step in the
evolutionist.
process.
So,
Now they
so
disappear.
we
Eventually,
know that
bro. Eventually, they even end up doing the tattoos. You feel what
so
I'm
we know
saying?
we,
That's the
we
Big
form
up the
of
Wavy. Hold on, my fault. Big up the Super Wavy, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to his show. He always throw me that damn link, but he throw it late. I don't know when the hell he did. What the hell? But y'all make sure y'all support the bro, yo. He's a stark supporter, yo. He definitely one of the warrior clans, yo. Trust me, yo. He got my back all the way, yo. So we want to make sure, we support him. He be having some pseudos over there, yo. He be doing his thing. I appreciate his growth and development, yo. Been around a long time, yo, and I appreciate him. Yo. He deserves to have his own goddamn shit. All day, every day, man. Big up the Super Wavy, right? Now, it's getting good. I can't believe people ain't read this, yo. Just can't believe it. So now where we at? We did the Qadan culture, and we talked about the areas where it was. Upper Nubia, we talked about that. In Upper Egypt, we talked about that. And the grinding stones and the sickles, tools they use, right? By the way, those grinding stones, those sickles, those microliths were actually some of the first industries in the Nile Valley that gave them a surplus of money before they got into the farming heavy. I'm going to say this again, right? That these microliths, right? These sickles, okay? They was actually produced in, I believe, Abydos at such a large quantity that they actually got a surplus of money from that. That's that first industry that brought that bread in. It was that, okay? And then they got into farming, but they gave them a surplus of bread. Now watch this. Neolithic to the proto-dynastic. This is what y'all all want to talk about, right? Watch this. This is the point here. It says early evidence of Neolithic cultures in the Nile Valley are generally located in the north of Egypt, exhibiting well-developed stages of Neolithic subsistence. It say including the cultivation of crops, all right, sedativism. It say as well as pottery production from the late 16th millennium BC onward. Okay. I mean, they was chilling. You see, sedativism. It says a naturalist scientist, Frederick Flockenberger, in 1947. This is important here. Based on the sample set of around 1,800 prehistoric Egyptian crania, watch this, noted
This is
great,
important. I want the world to listen to what I'm saying. This is important right here. Listen.
great hegemony. I mean, I want to say this right.
Heterogeneity.
Heterogeneity. That means diversity. Let's look it up. This is important here. This is why Diop's lost that point right here. Okay? Even in Diop's book, which I know most y'all don't read because y'all just refuse to read it. Here you go right here. It says the quality or state of being diverse. Okay? So in 1947, they already understood, based off of 1,800 prehistoric Egyptian cranium, noted great heterogeneity amongst his samples. Flockenberger characterized them based on the nasal index, overall head and face form. It say taking into account wide eye psychic structure amongst other given indicators. He divided and characterized the skulls into 4 types. Cro-Magnon type, y'all see that right there. Negroid type, and Mediterranean type. And then Ngozi gonna really talk about with those first, the person even came up with the goddamn term, what he thought Mediterranean was. Mediterranean type and mixed type, resulting from the mixture of aforementioned groups. Okay, it says similarly, the craniometrics of the early Egyptians were according to the physician and anthropologist Eugene Stronhall in 1971, designated as either Cro-Magnon of North Africa, Mediterranean Negroid of East Africa, and intermediate mixtures. I'm gonna stop right here. Think about this. There has never been a time where there's just been one skull type. There's a reason for this. There's an evolutionary answer for this. If you're not understanding, they threw tomatoes at us, bro. When I go up on Sarnetta, and he took that damn lecture down. When I talk about evolution is proving who the Egyptians was, what? Evolution ain't got nothing to do with this. You're just trying to trick us. It's just the craziest thing ever. You can't even begin to understand this conversation, not unless you have a strong command of evolution. That's why we got to be the hard way. Both of those brothers got strong command of evolution. They understand it. Matter of fact, y'all been listening to us for years and never understood a damn thing we were saying. That's why we decided to have this show. And said it's time to bring out the big guns where y'all can understand what we saying, man. Get on top of your damn evolution, man. Where all of a sudden the skin color, it don't matter. It only matters to the living organism for survivability in areas of heavy UVA and UV rays. But we understand that skin color can change over time. Meaning you can look the way you look now. That don't mean your ancestors had that same skin color. The population can shift back and forth in skin color. So now what? So as you beating your chest, said, hey, this day dark skin, they might not even been that. Could have been light skin, then turn to dark skin, then turn back again. Listen closer to what we're doing. We're taking our time. So the early skulls found, right? There were a mixture of different skulls at all times. Go ahead, Ngozi. Do your thing, Gullah and Ngozi.
Polytopicity.
Polytopicity. I can't even say this shit. Change it back and forth, goddammit. Evolution. But go ahead, yo.
But this is very important. When you study, and look at the skeletons, even going back to the Tajans or the Badarians, it talks about the differences in morphology all sitting in that region of this portion of Africa, intermediates, admixture. This stuff been going on for a very long time. And through time, it shapes and forms its own cluster that's unique to that portion of the world. Mixing is what humans do. We cannot get past that. Mixing is what we do. I mean, you wouldn't even last this long in our form of speciation within our line of the family of humanity, if it wasn't for a continuity of mixing and differences in order to make, further gene exchange, be at a further distance in order for us to have a continuity. If they were too close, we wouldn't even survive. You'll see more deformities and different things, and through time, we wouldn't survive. But due to differences, it takes things much further if you understand the basis of biology. So mixing is what people do, especially people living amongst one another or near one another. So again, I would not expect a modern day light skinned Egyptian to look like a person that's from Nigeria. And I wouldn't deny a modern light skinned Egyptian and tell him because he's light skinned, he's not African. He's Northeast African. He's an African based off his region and his portion of Africa that's distinct from the African in Nigeria. So that's why we're trying to have a case to say that the people in North Africa are Africans and they are distinct with a unique cluster that's shaped based off time and different things that occurred for their portion of Africa. That's just it.
Gullah.
Oh yeah, man. That's what it is, bro. Like, it ain't like when you talk about population, of peoples, it ain't always the same. Like even a lot of people get it misconstrued, thinking all the one population can have one haplogroup or thing like that. Like people, different populations have gene flow, admixture, and all that to even form, one population and gene, one population and gene pool.
And my brother Reggie said they're not the same people that they are now.
Yeah, we're gonna do a whole show on that. Don't even.
Okay, because I was gonna say we're not the same people overall that was snatched 400 or 500 years ago.
Can you say that again? See, you let the cat out the damn bag.
Exactly.
Damn.
That's it. I'm gonna leave it alone. Go ahead.
Did you hear what that man just said, yo? Y'all scream to the top of y'all lungs. We Africans, we African people, we Africans, we Africans, we Africans. Well, goddamn, you're not the exact same Africans that left the damn continent, and you're still Africans, aren't you? You just got a different mix on you. You just got a different cut on you. When you sell dope and you cut it up, yo. Yeah, you got the scramble. You know what I'm saying? You scramble up, yo. It's two different cuts you put on it. The shit still be dope, yo, and it still be good. Y'all don't know about that. See?
I'm just gonna give a sample right quick.
Go ahead, give him a sample. Sample him up.
When you snatch that nigga from Nigeria and then turn around and snatch that nigga from Senegal, and you snatch that nigga from Cameroon, and then you integrate a little British in it and put it in the new world, you're none of those people single-handedly anymore. You have to look at it in layers and components, even though we have a fixed history that we can talk about, but it's layers that represent each layer that makes up who you are. That's identified as this AA, this African American, right? That's all I'm saying. So when you say that they are not that, you're not that single-handedly, whatever you're fighting for, and the idea of what's what. I'm just saying we have to talk about it for real.
That's for real. All right, so yeah, we got AI Negro Black. He say, Ngozi has a very high IQ. How come he is a Muslim? Is beyond me. Okay, so let me do this for you. Let me share this real quick.
Hey man, that's personal. We ain't even talk about that. That don't even matter. As long as I ain't going against the field of science, it don't matter what my personal views is.
I know. Hold on, right? It don't. Hold on. Look. I want to do them like this. Look. This says the House of Wisdom, how Arabic science saved ancient knowledge and gave us the Renaissance. I bet y'all didn't know that, did you?
Oh yeah. The golden age of Islam.
Bet you didn't know that Islam saved the ancient knowledge of the Greeks and Egyptians, transmitted it and translating how they was Muslims, translated it, you know what I'm saying? And they called it translating house. They saved the shit, translate, because that's y'all think that the Arabs just ran around and killed people. That's not what they actually did. They did a lot of it. They enslaved that. But what they did was, I always told you that books and knowledge is more valuable than fucking gold. I tried to tell you, I wasn't listening. They wasn't going around burning books. The Romans wasn't going around, but nobody did that. You had to be a flipping idiot. Think the Mongols might. They just was wild anyway.
Yeah, they would translate books.
You keep the books. Hold on, let me finish. Keep the books and the wisdom because that's how you can build upon that shit. That shit is valuable. That's why the conscious community is stale. I went to the event today. It's going in this direction because things aren't flourishing anymore. People are getting smarter. It's not flourishing. Okay. But the point I want to make is the House of Wisdom saved the ancient knowledge and put Europe in the damn Renaissance. Y'all didn't know that, huh? They reached the golden age of science, and it was so. How could they reach a golden age of science and literature if they was Muslims? Based off what you're saying, El Negro, knock it off.
I think people need to understand the political world at that time.
Don't you gotta explain to this
I'm
ass,
not,
bro.
I'm not going to explain it. I just wanted to say, you know, I don't come from victims, and none of us come from victims, even though our ancestors were, you know, they were, what happened to them was horrible. But what I'm saying is that when we have not us, when you just single-handedly have a defeatist attitude, believing that, you know, you never did nothing. If you knew about, first of all, Arabs never came into our, what I'm saying, the people in the Sahel who received Islam, it wasn't through force. A lot of the first Islamic jihads was bannered by Black Africans.
Yeah, Africans themselves. Yeah, that was zealot.
That was zealots, like the early Fulani of the Sahel, and even the Mandinka Mansa Musa, transporting people that looked like him and taking it to it because he was a damn idiot and a zealot. And we have to understand.
Yeah, he got us. Yeah, he got us killed.
And yes, and also we have to understand something about the Arab world. They didn't give a damn what color you was when they were enslavement because they also had a lot of slaves from the Caucasus, the Mongoloids.
Mamelukes.
And so, you know, I don't play this victim role like they only enslaved this group of people, and not to mention the Habesha was important in transporting people that looked different from them, giving them to Arabs, and also the Somali, and even elite Mandinkas and Sanake people were taking other groups. So we don't want to play this role because what happened?
Zanzibar. Remember the Zanzibar?
Yeah.
They got their freedom. They got their freedom and they kept slaves.
They got their freedom and kept slaves. And then when they came back,
but that's the code. That was part of the culture. But let me read this. So this is the great part right here. According to Professor, it's important here. Pay attention. According to Professor Frickenhire A. Hassan, the peopling of the Egyptian Nile Valley from archaeological and biological data was a result of a complex interaction between coastal North Africans, Neolithic Saharians, Nile hunters, and riverine Proto-Nubians with some influence and migration from the Levant. I'm going to give y'all this source right here. There you have it. And guess what? None of them was black people. For all y'all that refuse to adhere to the rules of science. Now, there you go. I can't believe they never read this. It's right here in the prehistoric joint. Yeah, I didn't make this up. It's right here. Look, this is called Wikipedia Prehistory Egypt.
Yeah, I read this whole thing. They ain't hip.
They ain't hip. Yeah, y'all ain't hip at all, yo. So now we coming to our favorite part. Now we just did that. Now, Lower Egypt now. The Fayum culture. Fayum A, Aquarian culture. Okay. So what about the Fayum B culture? What's up?
I would tell the people we in the Heliocene now. We slapped down in the Heliocene period now.
Neolithic.
Yeah, Neolithic period. But this is like when you get into the Fayum and stuff like that, we get into the Heliocene period of the Neolithic.
So in this Fayum,
this is a spectacular fucking thing here, yo.
Yeah, in the Fayum.
So y'all want to stop? I tell you what, go. This is what we're gonna do. Because I want you to go ahead into the Fayum culture, and I want to stop the Fayum culture. I want to stop right there, and then we do the Meridian next week. We'll pick up right here. Because look, for some reason we keep running from the Fayum.
And I want people to know too, like, because just because we talking about Lower Egypt, and then we're gonna talk about Upper Egypt, it was things simultaneously
I'm gonna let you get it in, Nazi.
going on at the same time at this time period, in Upper and Lower Egypt. not just
Yeah,
one spot.
yeah. We're not gonna see. We're not gonna play the game like it's a single spot. Like just because
No, we
some
can't.
people believe that the monarchy starts in the south, and no, there's been a lot of transits and changes going on in the north and south. So we're gonna talk about both,
You say
the north and south. The north is just important as the south. Moving
that
capital.
lady came up and hey yo, man, that lady came up and said, why they don't need everybody from the south to tell them how to be a king. That shit was funny and shit. I'm like, oh man, she killed me with that shit. I said, damn.
Yeah,
Shot me up. The expert shot me up. Pa-pa. I was like, damn.
see
Shit was
this.
funny.
See this Fahim and Merimdi thing is very important because when you start studying the tools of the Fahim and certain things they did, it falls in line with some layers of the Levant. And it falls in line with the pre-Neolithic A culture and the Harifians that was leaving out, that was also related to these same groups. So then you can start to find the affinity culturally that's shared with like these later Neolithic Levantines and in the Nile, going backwards and forward. Because even with the Merimdi, look at the death mask that they were using. You find those
Oh
early
yeah,
masks. You find those early masks with those later phases of those pre-Neolithic post-Natufian people that was already shared. So you can see
yeah.
the importance. You can see the importance of why the North played a major role. And even something happened a little bit after the Merimdi, when they started to go south and they started to interact with the Tasians and the Badarians before they became the Nakada. Now we working to the Nakada. So there was already a fixed population at this time, south and north bridging and trading and doing different things before dynastic Egypt. So I'll
Yeah,
let Unc go
yeah.
back and forth.
Because I would say certain levels of the Merimdi is identical with the Tasian. So whoever the people they try to develop like a Levantine element, but certain layers of them was still related to them Tasian people or their cousins that was in Upper Egypt. You know what I'm saying too.
Mhm.
Already there. It was already shared. And I think Unc was right there when he was talking about the show, the tools and certain things that were shared, because the Fayim developed some things independently. Then you talk about the
Of
Fayim
course.
A, and then it talks about the Fayim B with the Karunian skull. The
Mm-hmm.
Karunian skull and the Fayim B, that was a remnant of something else that was a wandering like happening group that was just wandering. That's totally different than, and it's not a culture overall. It was just one skull that they found in the Fayim
Mm-hmm.
B, which shows
Mm-hmm.
the differences with Karunian. But we'll talk about that later. But go ahead.
He had some type of Nilo-Saharan type traits that was mixed
Mm-hmm.
in.
So let's read right here. It says Fayum B culture, also called Quranian, due to being of the late Qumran or Quran area, and Epipaleolithic is an area is an Epipaleolithic, also called Mesolithic culture, and predates Fayum A. No pottery has been found with blade types, being both plain and microlith blades. Told y'all about the microlith blades, right? It's a set of gorges and arrowheads suggests it may have had contact with Sahara with the Sahara, 6,500 to 5,190 BC. We got two sources here. We got the Fayum B, about 6,000. That's the Digital Egypt Universities. And then we have General History of Africa, abridged version, Methodology, and African Prehistory. We have that. All right. Okay. It goes on to say, I don't want to mess up his name. Magzi. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Mace. Damn. Hettenberg, 1989, documented a remote 8,000-year-old female skull from Qumran. It showed the closest affinity to the Wadi Hafa,
See what I'm
modern
saying?
Negroes.
See what I'm saying?
See what I'm saying? So while y'all was beating up the Fayum, y'all hear a word y'all might want to hear. See what I'm saying? Negroes. That's funny. Wadi Hafa, modern Negroes, and Australian Aborigines. Being quite different from the Epipaleolithic material in North Africa, usually labeled as, what is that? Meat? What's that?
Metro, that's
That's what y'all Metroids y'all keep talking about, right?
that's what brother, that's what Nazi's talking about.
Yeah, Nas be talking about that. Yo, you love these people.
Mecha
It's
Othello.
Metro Othello.
Metroid.
Okay. It says Paleo Berber, or later Proto-Mediterranean type Caspian, they say the skull still had an intermediate position. Listen to this. Being gracile, but possessing large teeth and a heavy set jaw. Similar results would be found by a short report from Samantha Kiata in 2021, showing affinities with the Qumran skull and the Titian series. Here's the source right here for y'all to read. All right, man, educate yourself.
That dude was a Puerto Rican or Dominican, man.
Yeah, you see how crazy people fought against the Fayum, yo? Ain't that funny, yo?
Yeah, man, it gets real interesting. You know,
They was fighting against the Fayum. Now they want to adopt the Fayum now because they see a word they like. Let me tell you the word they like right here. They definitely like this word right here. Look, because they've been fighting against the Fayum and cussing you out for this, Ngozi. Cussing you out for it. Look, hold on, where that's at? Right here. Wadi Hafa, modern Negroes, and Australian Aboriginal. Y'all know what they look like, right? Come on, man.
Yeah, they don't even know. And they don't even know like the Fayum is basically the corridor to the Western Desert.
Yeah, man, they fought that shit. Motherfuckers just fight to fight, yo.
And again, you know, we want the audience to understand, you know, when these people find things first, they label it that first based off of the findings. So the Fayum B, which is based off the Fayum B culture, is not an overall culture. I want the world to understand this. It's based off the skull, the Qarunian skull that was found in that specific region. And it is distinct from what would be labeled as the Fayum A groups that was there. So I'm just trying to get the audience, or we're trying to get the audience to see that there was differences, and there was not, this region was not homogenous with a single group. There are different timings and different groups with different people are moving around, you know, before we get into the direction that we in. So we just freezing all of it, you know, in time.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up earlier, weeks back, that the Mesolithic Nubians are different than the Holocene Nubians. So when you get to 8500 BCE, you've got back migrations from the Levant of EM134. EM34, possibly EM123 coming back in. Those were the farmers. I'm from the school of thought of Asher Bar Yosef, who believes that those farmers came in at 8500 BCE, the first wave, and then when the Younger Dryas happened, they came back in around 5000 BCE. So, and then we just glossed over this. We didn't show any of the movement from Sudan into the Nile Valley. We didn't show any of that, bro. We
talked about it.
No, we
did. But hold on,
because
we see a group, an individual that came from the Wadi Halfa area and migrated to the north.
We said that.
We talked about that.
We just said it right here.
I know right here. I just
read it.
But I'm saying,
did you want to show? Did you want to show that though? Did you want to show us something?
Section of the individuals who migrate into the Nile. The Sudan played a huge role in that, man.
We
just read all that.
No, Nazi wasn't there in the beginning. He came a little.
Oh, you weren't there, Nazi?
Yes, you can show the examples though, Nazi, if you got it.
Yeah, you got some examples you want to show?
No. I'm talking about when we went through that Mesolithic phase. I was here for that. We had that conversation. We was talking about the Jebel Sahaba, Wadi Halfa, Tushka, Al Qadai. So when
did you see it right there, yo? It showed the closest affinity with Wadi Halfa.
We didn't show on here those specific groups moving into the Nile. That's all I'm saying.
But we talking about, look what we talking about right here, yo. Look.
I get
see
it.
That?
I get it. This is why I'm saying that. Because when we start talking about Nabta Playa, when we start talking about Jebel Ramla, people are going to, where do these people come from? They come from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. We not making that bridge. We're not making the connection to show the audience, where did these people come from? How did they get to Nabta Playa? How did they get to Jebel Ramla?
The people are not the Playa.
You can do it.
The people
you can do it. I know where they come from. You can do it.
Yeah, the people in Nabta Playa were mostly not. So you had some Cushitic groups to some Afro-Asian groups, but particular people come from their ancestral heartland. Nilo-Saharan heartland is the southern middle Nile. You know what I'm saying? Like you have multicultural always in that Nile region of Nile Basin. those have multicultural. There are different people having their, you know what I'm saying, the ethnic, you know what I'm saying, homeland or areas that they spring from or roam around, you know what I'm saying. And then you had, then you had like in the northern you know what I'm saying, the northern eastern Sahara, you had a lot of Cushitic groups coming in from the Red Sea Hills. You had northern groups too, northern Afro-Asian groups, like the people that later on became Egyptians.
Hey, hold
You
on.
listen, you listen to people
Hey,
that's coming from the Central Sahara, though.
hey, Uncle Nazi.
No, they all come from that region. Nazi, them people existed before the Super Sahara was around. Them the people that went into the Sahara, and some of them lingered to stay in them areas too, the ancestral areas. You know what I'm saying? Some Cushitic groups went into the Sahara. Some Nilo-Saharan groups went into Sahara. You know what I'm saying? Some ancestral Egyptians went into Sahara and they migrated back.
Hey, brother.
Okay.
Hey, to the panel.
Here we
Hey, to the panel. Hey, Reggie funny. He said they only want to talk about the light skin journey. They're not talking about the Negro.
But that's why I kept bringing the Central Sahara up, because
Hell no, yo.
I'm listening on the outside looking in, bro. I keep hearing this Red Sea. I keep hearing people from the Levant.
People didn't have to come all the way from the Central.
What?
They didn't have to come all the way from the Central
No,
Sahara
man,
all the
we
way
don't
back to the
gotta
Nile.
Telling
They
you
came
what it sounds like. I'm just telling you
What
as
is
a
sound? I don't give a damn what it sound like.
When the Sahara turned green, it was green all over, bro. It wasn't just the central part that turned
Man,
green.
yes.
Parts of the
let me do this again, yo.
I
Let me
hope
do
you
this
know
again.
this, but the Nile is in the Sahara.
I know,
It's
man.
in
No, he don't know that. I'm tired of that.
Alright.
Now, that's the part that get me.
the
That
eastern,
get me.
the eastern desert was part of the Green Sahara, and the western desert was part of the Green Sahara. Those areas were green, when it was green. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go all the way from central Sahara, go all the way to the east. Them people just went into the areas that were closer to them.
I get that. But when you talk about those groups that came in from the Red Sea Hills, you have to talk about the time period.
Some of the people from the Red Sea Hills came in before the Sahara even turned,
All right, everybody, freeze. Hold on, freeze. This article right here is prehistoric Egypt, and we done went down for the last two shows, yo. All right. So I don't know what people think they're hearing. I'm tired of people hearing shit. Just read. Get the daggone article and just read it.
And knowing Ngozi did not say Egyptians was black Africans. I don't promote black Egyptians being black. I did not say that. I would never say that.
If you go down to the Harifian, if you go down on this same article,
Hit you with the cut and paste.
The Harifian culture, right up on the Qadan, the Harifian culture, they come out the Red Sea Hills too.
Listen, bro. Listen.
Die off, though.
Hey, Nazir. I'm just trying to get people to read, yo.
Yeah.
That way they can understand what the hell we saying. You know what I mean? Like if they read this whole thing, yo, they wouldn't be in no question what's going on around them. They just would shut the hell up and realize it was always in front of their face the whole time. Knock it off. Learn the nomenclatures, right? Understand what anthropology is, yo. Come on, yo. Like it's right here for you. It's nothing else we can do.
Yeah, but I think you have to put emphasis on it.
I don't want to put no emphasis on nothing. Because
this to say, okay, well,
you could do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to put emphasis on nothing.
It's like you building it up to hand it off to maybe people who aren't sub-Saharan. You feel me? And
man, we not even
listen. Right now, though,
it's not even a matter right now.
It's not even a matter if they sub-Saharan African or not. That's craziness. That's all crazy talk, yo. The term sub-Saharan Africa wasn't mentioned until 1978 or something wild like that, bro. That's not even in literature yet. Seriously, bro. Hold on. Listen.
People mean, damn, the people from Mali, Niger.
Man, we not talking about nobody from Mali. Ain't no Mali in these time periods,
yo. Did they play any kind of role in any of this?
No, Mali wasn't no Mali then, yo. No, Nazi. We gonna do a whole show on that, yo.
And Qadofian people are the closest people in Sudan in the Niger in the Nile basin that's related to Niger Congo people that stayed within them regions. They're Qadofian people. That's where we got.
So do you agree with this statement right here?
You know what I'm saying? Niger Qadofian splits into two daughter groups: Proto Niger Congo and Qadofian. Qadofian the ones who stayed within the Nile basin. You know what I'm saying? They stayed in them regions. The other ones went west during the Haliocene period.
We talking cultures, not language groups.
Hold on
Cultures.
for a minute, Nazi. Do you agree
Nah,
with this?
culture,
The people.
co-
Hold on for a
language
minute.
groups
Hold on for a
represent
minute.
cultures, yo.
Hold on for a
Represent.
minute. Hold on for a minute. Do you disagree with this statement? The people of Egypt, the Egyptian Nile Valley, from archaeological and biological data, was a result of a complex interaction between coastal North Africans, Neolithic Saharians, Nilotic hunters, and riverine Proto-Nubians with some influence and migrations from the Levant. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that from the time periods that you mentioned, it from the Neolithic to the Proto-Dynastic. I agree with that.
So
And
So
all I
then
try
why we got
all
a
I try to
Holland
do is
screen,
bridge.
Sub-Saharan anything, or that? Why?
So, Brother Nazi, that element right there that talks about the Nilotic Saharic portion, that portion is where you come in at what you're talking about. Those people that came from the eastern portion of the Sahel that pushed
Yeah.
down the Nile drainage. That's one element. There's other elements.
Yeah.
So your element, we're not denying your element either. We just talking, it's all there.
No,
It's
I
Yeah,
know.
all
that's
I
that
why,
you
know.
mentioned
I
all of
that's
it.
why I
know,
said
but
that's why I said the southern middle Nile. The
the
southern
most.
middle Nile is tropical. The southern middle Nile is the tropical plateau. That's what I'm
Right,
talking
yo,
about.
come on, yo.
It played the Central Sahara played the most important role in the people of Egypt. Period. There's no denying that. At the early periods,
Nah, bro.
at the earlier
Nah, bro.
periods, when we get down to the post Neolithic middle, I'm gonna say Neolithic phase, like 4,500,
You saying
5,000.
the
Then
central
you
Sahara?
start to see the Afro-Asiatic and
So
the Asiatic
so
role become dominant.
so brother
But
Nazi,
before that,
brother Nazi, you just said something very important, and I want the audience to hear this. Those are pre-elements. But by the time they become dynastic Egyptians, you just said it yourself. This is when you start to see elements that's highly, North African Levantine.
yes,
And so by the time they become dynastic Egyptians, they're far off from those earlier elements that was there 12,000, 8,000, 9,000. They just shifted into another direction at this time. They
Yeah,
probably
because a lot
I
of them
agree.
early elements, lot of them early elements went into the Green Sahara. They was already pre-packaged. You know what I'm saying? They came back like some of the Nile Saharan elements that's in Egypt. Some of them Nilo groups went into the Sahara. Some of them didn't go that far into the Sahara. Some of them stayed within the Nile area, and the Egyptians got a little bit of that element from the ones that were closer to them. You know what I'm saying? That divinity, the sacral kingship. You know what I'm saying? That's a Nilo-Saharan cultural trait. You know, some of the ones that went into the Sahara, they became the Saharian speakers today, and some of the Songhai speakers later on. You know what I'm saying?
and even
The
now
ones
that
that
you said
stayed
it,
east, some of the ones stayed east became the Nilotic people, and some of the
Man, those contributions, Gullah, have to be highlighted, bro.
No, they
can't-
don't,
No,
yo.
you
They
don't,
don't.
bro.
They
Have you
don't.
read
Yeah.
African
Because this is
Civilizations by
what you're
Christopher
going. This
Eric?
is why I say it
Yeah,
has
they
to be
don't.
highlighted, because you're going to
Read
highlight
the
Don't,
book,
yo.
bro.
you're going to highlight the Levant to me.
We didn't highlight. Are you serious
we
right now?
didn't.
No, wait a minute. This is why I say that, because you're going to tell me,
I don't like that
look at
language.
the farming. Look at the farming they brought.
I don't like that language.
Look at the fireman. Look at the contributions they made.
I don't like that. I don't.
You're not gonna sit here and tell me any of the contributions the Central Saharans made.
I don't like that language.
Bro,
I don't like that language, yo.
This
I
can't
don't
be
like that
real right
language.
now.
I don't like that language.
I don't get what you're saying, bro. Like,
Can you read that on the screen? Does anybody see this on?
Giving me any
Nazi, can you read this, please, sir? Can you read that? Can you read that?
A lot of them Central
Come on, man.
Saharans came from the east.
Nazir, can you see that? Can you see that, Nazir? It's
They just
highlighted.
stayed in the Sahara during the time, during a point.
Hold on for a minute, Gullah. Can you read that, please?
If you can blow it up more, that would be good. But hold on, I gotta.
I'm gonna blow it up some more for you here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't like your choice of language here.
Because I know it's people, bro. Because I'm just sitting here and this, and I'm like, it's some elements that we not touching on, bro.
Man, you just trying to you trying to bring your bias into the situation. That's what you trying to do. You is, man. People can't understand that.
Right now, I don't. What contributions did
Let me make this point. Yeah, we got a whole community that talked about the dark skin shit for 30 goddamn years.
We ain't know that.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. If you don't think we don't know by now, And for 30 years after Diop's is dead, the contributions by dark-skinned people in Egypt, you wild out by it. At this point, we need to go ahead and make that shit smooth going. You get my point?
We haven't talked about it.
Man, ask why crazy this is the whole lecture. Y'all don't make me think.
Because I can show you communities.
What you mean ain't talked about it, yo?
Yo,
are you trying to convince the black algae community that they ain't talked about it, yo? I just want to make sure this is where I'm on the same plateau with you. Are you trying to convince me that Reggie every day talk about the black people, nigga? They smash them, talk about the black people for 4 years. That Diops and the Negroes, Dr. Ben, are you sure that we have not talked about all we could talk about as far as the black people?
I said the contributions.
You don't think they talked about the contribution? Ask Reggie.
Give me okay.
Ask crazy.
Right now, give us some contributions that Central Saharans contributed to the eventual dynastic, pre-dynastic, and dynastic Egypt.
Read the daggone sentence, man.
Okay. The standard Penrose measure.
The people that's in the Central Sahara ain't gonna now base it in the first place, yo.
We read. I know. We read. Go ahead. Let them read that. Man, let them read that.
Okay. All right. Was used to assess.
We couldn't hear you. The standard. Huh?
The comparison series from the Mesolithic Wadi Halfa from the Sudan, early series from the Northwest Africa, Capsian Neolithic, early Capsian, Epipaleolithic, Iberoshian, both called Mecta, Tunisian, Proto-Historic, modern Ugandan labeled Negroid, and recent Australian Aborigines.
All right, that was the source. I put that in for y'all to read. Read through the whole daggone paper, yo. It's about the Kiata, yo. And he's talking about the Skull series. The cat he's talking about. So we don't gotta do it the way everybody was doing it. The way everybody was doing it, yo, it was giving us a false sense of security and made it pseudoscientific, yo. We're talking. The title of the show is talking about Egyptian history through the eyes of anthropology, not through the eyes of us running around on YouTube, yo. You get it?
That's my point.
That's not what we doing, yo.
Anthropology says
you tell us what the people from Central Africa brought. We're about in Central Africa. We're about in Central Africa, yo. I'm listening.
Central Sahara. Pull up my hold on. Let me show you.
Oh, he got it.
He think people came all the way from over there to the.
I know, not no one event. Let me put this on the table.
One event.
It said, hold on.
We already went over that.
Well, I want to make sure y'all know. Do the Egyptians and the Nubians share ancestry moving from the Green Sahara? Yes. Ancient Egyptians and Nubians share common ancestry with evidence suggesting that both populations had roots tied to prehistoric movements from the Green Sahara region. It says during the African humid period, roughly 10,000, 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was a lush, fertile environment supporting large human populations as the Sahara began to dry out of desertifying. Desertifying, people migrating towards the more hospitable areas, including the Nile Valley. It says, which eventually became home for both the Nubians in the south and the Egyptians in the north. Archaeological and genetic evidence support the idea of shared ancestry between the Egyptians and the Nubians, particularly through migration patterns and cultural connections. A continuous interaction between these two populations over millennium is reflected in the material culture, art, and sometimes intermarriage. Though they maintain distinct identities, the migration from the Green Sahara to the Nile Valley is part of the broader narrative of human movements in Africa, with the Sahara changing climate influencing the dispersal of people and the development of complex societies along the Nile, including ancient Egyptian and Nubia. All right, so what, and we got all the shit you got. The burial sites show how Nubians, Egyptians integrated communities for thousands of years. All right, that sounds daily. The Oxford Academy, and you got Wikipedia, genetic history of going Egypt. Y'all ain't even read that. So we don't gotta keep doing it the old-fashioned way, bro. We're gonna bring them up to speed. That's all we doing now, Lee. We bring them up to speed. We don't gotta act like nothing. They all Africans, yo. I don't care if they was from the tip of South Africa to dead in Uganda or in the deep rivers of West Africa or in Mauritania. You know what I'm saying? They all indigenous Africans, yo. So I'm not putting emphasis on none of the damn Africans. I'm just talking about the populations in the Nile Valley, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
And
But
also now
in the real world, we
In
only
the
hear
real
about,
world, I thought that was the real world.
in the real world, we only hear about the contributions of the East Africans specifically, and the contributions of those who
Why would that be?
that back
It wasn't
migrate.
no West Africans coming all the way from Central Sahara
I
going
didn't
all the way
say
to the
West
Nile,
Africa.
bro.
I said East Africa. I said we only hear about the contributions of East Africans and Northeast Africans to the Nile Valley. When
There was the people.
hold on, wait a minute. When the situation on the ground in the archaeology, in the anthropology speaks to their ancestors being migrants into the Nile Valley, and then
Gotta
them
read the super
eventually
chat.
becoming who they became through admixture, etc. All I'm pointing out is the element from the Central Sahara played a key role. When you look at surveys, which we're going to get to, right? I'm not going to be able to get to them today, but we're probably going to get to them next week. When we look at the surveys from Jebel Sahaba, El Barg, and a lot of those Neolithic groups, it said that they came from the Central Sahara.
I'm just tired of you, man. I'm just tired of you, man.
I'm not applying all that, bro.
So brother,
I'm just
brother
tired of
Nazi,
you.
brother Nazi,
Let me whoa. We gotta read the super chat. Oh King, it is my white skin as opposed to the black. For I am closer to you than they are.
Hey, that's somebody they got Islamic phobia. They just
Saeed Ibn Da Yazar, 5775, 575 CE.
it is what it is.
Okay, we all good.
It is what it is.
Let me read this. I don't know why we dropping the link too. Let's drop the link. Yeah, you always got it. Saying the Nubians and Egyptians share common ancestry is problematic to me because some Nubians were Nilo-Saharan speakers, completely different from whatever. Man, get out of here! You can beat up the museum and beat you up and all that. Like we don't know that it's different tribes.
I don't think you understand what shared ancestry mean. I mean, Egyptians share some Nilo-Saharan ancestry too. You know what I'm saying? Like if they both got Nilo-Saharan ancestry, I mean they share ancestry, not overall, but they share some ancestry.
It's just like me and brother Ankh and brother Gullah. We share ancestry with some of these Irish people running around here that's fully European.
Yeah.
But
you can say we share ancestry with Irish people.
Yeah, but we also have a larger chunk of our ancestry that's not shared with them. You see what I'm saying? So we got to talk about this stuff in layers.
In layers. Yeah, you can't be you just can't be tunnel vision or looking at this shit through a straw. Like the Nilo-Saharan element in that area. You know what I'm saying? It is the combination key that connect the people together. You know what I'm saying? Egyptians and the Nubians, because it depends on what Nubians you talking about anyway, Katie. Because
come on, man.
The upper Nubians ain't even the same as the lower Nubians. Them
he think we thinking Nubians is like one people. He think that's what we thinking.
No, yeah, the people in Sudan and that region of North Sudan was diverse as well. It wasn't one compact people. But I wanted to say this though, brother Nazi. I want you to focus on. I like what you say. I'm not belittling what you say. I love talking to my brother Nazi. I just want you to focus on, if you can, or if we all could, talk about that timeline that you speak of, because your timeline is very important. And then we add the other timelines of the different people that come in at different times. That's the predecessors of what led into pre-dynastic and dynastic Egypt. By the time they become this dynastic Egyptian thing, they're far off than population groups that lived 3,000 years before them and 8,000 years before them. You see what I'm trying to say? It's just like us.
Even the Pharaonic thing, that's a mix. That's a product of a mixed culture. Like a lot of the Pharaonic style that come from sacral kingship from Nilo-Saharan groups. They just, when they got to the Egyptians, they fused their style of regalia or kingship into an Afro-Asiatic style. and infused some of their elements into it, and that became the Pharaonic culture that we know today.
And at the time when they were dynastic Egyptians, they would have fell in line early dynastic, late dynastic. I mean, sorry, late pre-dynastic, Nakata 3 to early dynastic. They would have fell in line to something that's Natufian like. Middle dynastic, you start to see the CHG component come in. The Caucasus hunter-gatherer component comes in. That's more in line with those Iranian and pre-Armenian groups that start to drift in. So at this time, there's a total difference of what's going on, and then you have to break up the layers of what shapes or what makes up a Natufian, because they have a unique, beautiful story too, if we follow the timeline. So it gets real complex. This shit is not simple. It's
That's
crazy.
that's what I'm saying, because as we're just glossing over a lot of this, it's like red flags going off in my mind. Like, wait a minute, how do people even understand that this is a different Nubian group than the earlier Nubian group? I know you may know that, you may understand that, but we didn't talk about the Natufian like people who come in during the mid Holocene. We didn't talk about those people. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like by the time we get to
He actually
5,000,
said Rosner made up the damn name while he was eating dinner. He said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna name them Nubians."
But that's
We
the
talking
thing.
about that. Like he made it
But
up.
that's the thing, now. Some of the so-called Natufian, some of the so-called Nufian
He
traits
made it up.
was already flanked into to
Yeah, come on,
Cushitic
yo. We got
culture,
different
and that
tribes,
and
yo.
they
I
got,
can
and
put
that got passed into the Nubian culture through them. They was already in the mixing and mingling with the people out of the continent of Levantine. That's why Napa Playa, that's where they get the goats and the sheep come from, because the Cushitic people was already in the mingling with people outside the continent and coming back in.
just like in that hair sample that they found in that 4,000-year-old Karma. They found the hair. They said it was
big up the Kevin Chill.
yeah,
Heard.
they say the hair was mixed between Levantine and Nilotic. There was a mixture. I don't know if you guys seen a 4,000-year-old hair sample from Karma. So at this time,
Mm-hmm.
they already had something that was already in that direction, you know. So
I'm
Exactly.
with you.
It's like
I'm
it's
with
like
you, but
it's
it
like donkeys. Like the
doesn't not.
donkey was domesticated by Cushitic people, but it intertwined and they traded it off with
The
people,
who?
people in the
The
Middle
who?
East.
Who you talking?
The donkey was domesticated in East Africa by Cushitic population.
Yeah, that's in East Africa. Yeah, that's indigenous. Donkeys
They was trading
indigenous.
them donkeys
Africa.
for sheep, like sheep and goats.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And they was in the mixing with people outside, back migrated people. And by the time they brought sheep and goats into the Nilo-Saharan groups, they had some of the markers. You know what I'm saying? They was mixed in already. A lot of times when people trade, they end up marrying people. A lot of people keep trade relationship and they marry each other. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call it the cattle trade system.
That
and not
trade
to
is on a small scale. You acting like it's like hundreds of people came in at once. You're talking about a few
No, it's
migrants.
happened over time, bro. No, we talking about thousands of years, bro. We ain't talking about some stuff that happened over the course of 2 weeks. This is going on over thousands of years, bro.
Yeah.
But even
Hey, nah, that's where you mess up,
because I don't want to. When you look at a
it's
group
one
like
event.
Jabal Ramla, I don't. When you look at a group like Jabal Ramla and Napa Playa, I don't want to sit here and say they were admixed with farmers that come in from the Levant. I don't think that. I think that's disingenuous to say that at 5,000 BCE.
Yeah, man, you got Charles. Come on, man. We talked about
They was, bro.
They was, yo.
5,000 BC. That shit was there, bro.
They
When you get to the Badarian phase, yeah, but I'm talking about heavy admixture.
That shit. No,
yo.
Nazi. That shit was on the eastern portion of that region for almost 23,000 years.
Yeah,
Shared.
come on, yo. We got it in the. Why are you better than the archaeological survey at this point, yo? How?
Hey,
Rolf and Charles, they talk about it. That's all they talk about. Like, that's their thing. That's the key. Look, listen, whenever you're talking about, hold on. You can't get past this. Let me show you something right here. Hold on.
Let me
right, Charles and them. Hold on, man. You listen. What'd you say?
I said, let me exit out of my full screen so I can see this.
Hold on. Wait, I just want to bring these important dudes. These are important dudes. I talk Windroff.
We saying the same thing, man. It's just
okay, but listen, Windroff and Charles, they got the I know you got the not the plot. We ain't even get to that yet. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, right? All right. I'm just making a point here that if you're dealing with Charles, look here, man. I want y'all to start looking these people up because we'll mention people's names All of us went into name, Joe, and their work is important to the
Groups
field.
are still isolated at 5,000 BCE. A lot of these groups in the Nile Valley are still isolated. So it's disingenuous to say that all of them were admixing with farmers coming back in, or you know what I'm saying? That's very
you can be
Bro, they was mixed
isolated.
before. They was mixed before them farmers came in.
Let me
You,
make this
you,
point
you,
I'm
here.
you
not
forget
saying
about the
it's
Bayes
no,
Eurasian
no.
I would
mixture.
like to make this point.
Whatever
You can be
admixture
mixed.
they may have
No,
had
listen to me.
earlier.
Listen to me. Let me show you something that's slick. Listen to this. I'm gonna give you an example. When that population came across the Bering Strait, it was the one population. Bands came across the they was on the Bering Strait. When that water receded, these people came over. So they was sitting on that area long enough to mutate.
Mhm.
We know this. And they came over and they went in different spots. They was isolated from each other, bro.
Mhm.
They didn't know that they had common ancestry at all, bro. It's the same phenomenon, yo. Yeah, we're part of the same population, like genetically speaking, right? We're closely, you know what I'm saying, aligned with each other. But we don't fucking know it. We have no idea this because we're talking about long splotches of time. The conscious community, yo, makes shit like this. Bah, it's crazy. So I'm telling you, yo, although these populations were ended up being in different isolated and build walls and shit, they still had common ancestry, yo. Like the Romans and the Greeks didn't know they had common ancestry, bro. For the record, yo, they did not know that. They did not know that. They had no idea that, yo. Groups in West Africa did not know that. Nobody knows this until modern times. That's all I'm trying to say, bro. So yes, they was isolated. They did build walls, keep each other out. They had no idea about haplogroups. They didn't have that thing on their head to say haplogroup this, the EB, E1B. They didn't know that, bro. We know that, and we need to stop placing what we know on what they had no idea of knowing. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more, nothing less. Seriously, all jokes aside, yo, you should think of it like that. Really,
I do. It's just
I
that
think that's important.
I'm just
So
saying. I'm just saying. Ghost of
chronology, bro.
sheep was in
mine too.
Africa 7 millennium
We got a
BCE,
guess.
and
We
there
got a
was
guess popped up.
people moving them sheep and goats in. You know what I'm saying? Where they were
And they
moved by
just throw them in the air, yo, and they landed on their feet.
Yeah, you've got men. You've got men who are moving these sheep and these goats. A lot of them are trading, right? A
They
lot of them
trading
probably
women
trading.
too. They
A lot of them
a lot of them
taking
selling
their
they, a
women.
lot of them marrying off their daughters too.
Yeah,
They ain't just
a lot of that
you
going
got
on.
mitochondrial DNA that's moving too. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not in mass. When you look at
Hey,
the
Unc,
people that are finding, if
Unc,
you look at the fam A,
Mhm.
hey,
you look
Unc,
at Saudi
Unc,
Cave,
hey,
if you look at go ahead, Gullah, go ahead.
No, that's in Ngozi. That's in Ngozi.
Oh, no,
I'm
I'm
sorry. I just
saying,
wanted to
I'm
say this
saying,
before you guys go in. I just wanted to say this, guys. Go ahead.
We ain't said nothing.
Oh no, I was gonna say, brother Unc, when after Nazi get done speaking, if brother Nazi, I don't want to cut your wisdom. If you allow me to speak, I just wanted to say this real
go ahead, bro,
fast.
go ahead.
I sent you Jabal Mamla, and I want you to go to physical anthropology and see what they look like. They was
Okay.
mixed as well. Whenever you get a chance, I sent it to you, Unc. Go down to physical anthropology.
Where you at, Montu? Speak. What's up?
Oh, it's Kwame. I was typing in the chat and I put up a super chat of a Jewish source using black skin to refer to Africans in the 500. That's 900 years before the transatlantic slave trade. So how do you explain the Jews using black to describe the Ethiopians when they was in Yemen?
Because the Jews wasn't black people. You just they wasn't. They look different. Shit, they look different.
Hey
Hey,
man,
hold on,
nobody
hold on.
argued that,
Hey,
yo.
Kwame, I'm gonna answer your question right quick, King. They go
BC time, Kwame.
that
That's
also
that's
go that.
that's
Hold on,
that's current era. That's not
hold on.
BC era.
Yeah, that's common error. But listen,
Right. We
hold
know
on.
that. We
But
know they
look,
did that.
but hold on, bro. Listen, that also answer your
Nice
question for
try.
that also answers your question for 640 AD when the Arabs came in and, and differentiated Bilal el Sudan from Mizraim. They didn't consider the people in Egypt as Bilal el Sudan. They called they as Mizraim. And the people south of them, or Mizr for Egypt, the people south of them in near Upper Egypt and North Sudan was Bilal el Sudan. So that answers your same question the same way the Yahud or the Jew differentiated himself or differentiated between what's burnt skin or Ethiops or dark skin or black to compare to him. So you just proved to the audience that the actual Yahuds were not black people, or the Egyptians,
I, n-
Mizar,
I,
were not
oh,
black people.
I never
Thank you.
claimed the Jews to be
Alhamdulillah.
black.
No,
I
no,
never
but
claimed the
no,
Jews to be
no,
black.
nor was the Egyptians. They were Mizar. They wasn't Bilal el Sudan. That's not what the Arabs said when they came in 641 AD. When they came in 641 AD, they called Egypt Mizar, or Mizraim, and they considered the people in Sudan Bilal el Sudan because there was a difference in what these people look like. So
Yeah,
you just proved the case, bro.
but at that time, Egypt was already populated by Romans, Greeks, and a whole host of other people from West Asia, Europe, and other places. So, of course, they probably would say the Egyptians by that time wasn't black. Just like we live in America, we would the majority of people around the
Oh, so
world would
you and the
consider.
Egyptians is black, yo? So
Yeah,
you just
we're
not paying
Africans.
attention to nothing we said the whole day, yo? So you just gonna jump up here and just say anything on purpose?
No,
Wow.
I just
Okay.
wanted to. I just wanted to know what how
Wow.
can y'all describe that quote from the Jews, describing the Ethiopians or the Africans as black, and this is 900 years before the transatlantic slave trade. So you can't say that black is a modern construct or
That
it's
is.
past or it was put
It
together.
is.
I just showed you a quote where the Jews refer to the Ethiopians and they differentiate themselves as saying they have black skin.
But that's different, yo. You don't know that?
How is that different?
So you
You
don't get
said
it.
black wasn't used for a racial construct
And they wasn't using that as a racial
until after
construct.
colonialism. That's fine. That's 900 years before a slave ship even reached America.
Wow. So just you know what? So just
They ain't say black
find a
no black
quote,
people, yo.
place the word black on it. Look, read the word black and think that's what we talking about. That's where you at with that, yo? Because I ain't there.
Listen,
You
man. When
Think
you
that's
could
what
pull
we
up. You
saying
could
though.
pull. I put the source in the back chat so you could pull it up yourself
so
and look at it.
so
I just wanted to
We
know
never
how do
said
you explain that?
when
we never said that the Romans and them didn't say okay, go ahead, Gozi.
You
I was
said
gonna say,
black
look,
was a
look, look,
you
look,
said
look,
black
hold up,
was a
hold,
modern
hold it.
construct. So how do you explain
No,
the
It is
Egyptians and black was
yes.
described
I
by
didn't
before
say
them?
that. I
hold on,
You
said the
never said that.
racialization.
You never
Race. I
said
said race is a social. What the hell is
Yeah,
going on,
hold on.
bro?
Let me just add on. Let me just say this, brother. Black in a sense of racializing it, saying that there's black people and white. That's a modern construct. But here's the thing: when a reddish skinned nigga that got blood in the face, the blush olive light skin come in and see burnt skinned niggas, he's gonna say something to describe them. Ethiops, Bila el Sudan. They're gonna say this because they look different than the reddish skinned people that they come from. But that wasn't in a racialized sense. That wasn't in the sense to say, this is your race, because that's when it becomes a problem. These are descriptions based off what people look like when they're observing them. This doesn't define who they are racially. It's in later centuries when they start to define it as a racial thing, right? It's a racial thing because you can have a Somali, right, or a person from North Sudan that's darker than me and you, but morphologically, his skull falls on a taxon of something that's labeled mislabeled as Caucasoid, even though we know that shit don't exist. Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid. That's old shit from Blumenberg from the 17th century, right? So we understand those terms in a sense of description. So when these people came into these areas and they seen burnt skinned people, that was based off what they look like in skin. But to racialize it, it becomes a problem because you can have the North Sudanese, the Eritrean, and the Somali who's darker than the reddish brown skinned Igbo, but morphologically look different, and it becomes a problem. That's when it becomes
Can
crazy.
you I want to mess up your bill because y'all having a great bill. But can you please pull up the source so you can have so we can have a better context of what I'm talking about? Because it clearly because it's a Jew talking to Khosrow, the king of Persia, and
Talking about
he's
what he's
talking about how
saying.
we are closer. We are close. Our white skin is closer together versus the black skin Ethiopians. The Himyarites. That's in Yemen at the
Mhm.
time.
Correct, but also at this time, we have to look at the transliteration of what's being described at this time. I'm sure in the actual text they didn't say white skin in the sense of white skin because that's not what people in the early Middle East would have said about themselves. Even when you find terms like Adam, and not in the sense of to blush or blood in the face or rosy cheeks, it's talking about something with reddish skin. Or when Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, say, "I come for the blacks and the reds." Nobody was literally calling themselves a white skin in the Middle East. You would have heard terms like red and different terms. So we want to look at that transliteration of what's being labeled as white skin when this shit is being talked about. I mean, if we could further in time in history, we could talk about it later.
So you said he makes that statement in the Wikipedia article. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, where you could go down to
What?
where it says rain, and
All right,
it's gonna be
Rain,
talking
go
about
ahead.
Khosrow.
Rain, ending rule. Okay, where at? I'm down here, ending the Assamite rule. Okay, where at?
It's right where he's talking about Khosrow. It's gonna be it's a quote right there.
Sufa departed to seek help from Kizia Aswan, say to whom he claimed to be related. Okay. All right.
So
And
the
what is
Jews
it?
is clearly saying that our white skin is different for opposed to the African blacks, the black Africans that's in Yemen. So I wanted to know, how do you explain that? But maybe you said it may be a transliteration.
Yeah, because I don't think they were different in the way they look. They were lighter skin. They were fairer skin. They would have looked different than people with Ethiops or burnt skin or Bilal el Sudan, the
Yeah,
black people in the
I
system.
understand. Ngozi, I understand everything you're saying, but they're clearly using black in a skin
Yeah,
complexion
but
to
then
refer to
yeah,
Africans.
but here's the thing though, King. They're not talking about it, King, in a sense of racializing, because in reality, there is no race called black people. Because here's the thing. Those people that's described as black had their own ethnic groups and their own names, and they all had the same similar skin tone. So a dark skinned Mandinka has his own identity, even though he shared the same skin tone as a dark skinned Ghanaian. Just because they have dark skin, that doesn't mean they was walking around here saying, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking to the audience. I'm a black man. When everybody looked had a similar skin tone, they differentiate or differentiate from one another based off their ethnic clans and groups. Black becomes this race thing when people from outside see you for the first time and they say, "Oh shit, that's a black man," or that But that's not what you define yourself as.
So
You know what
so
I'm saying?
why so why is the Jews racializing themselves as saying white skin,
because
and they have nothing to do with the Persians?
because they are people from the Middle East, and they would have looked closer to the Persians and the people of Syria and the people of Lebanon, and in some cases the people of Egypt. They would have looked more closer to those people than they would have people that was from the south near Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan at the time. They would have looked different from them in the
So
way they look. They would have
so
looked
you're
different.
saying so you're saying that when the Jews are differentiating themselves phenotypically with them and the Persians versus the black Africans from Ethiopians that's in Yemen, that has nothing to do with race. So
No,
what exactly is he saying then?
it's not race in the sense of race. It's talking about what they look like. To racialize it, because yes, I agree. In ancient times, I never denied that people did talk about what people look like. It's obvious what's different in phenotype and what's not. But in a racial sense, when people say that this is a black man, this is a white man, that's a problem. Now, I agree with the differentiation between a person from Egypt and a person from Sudan, because I'm not gonna play the game. Because for example, that's why I talk about elements and components, because an Egyptian is not a person from Sudan or Nubian. The Afrocentric community wants to bracket those people in and say that the Sudanese or the Nubian is the Egyptian. No, that's not. No, they're different. They're not the same. So,
So
and what they look like in the sense of what this Yaoud seen, he's not wrong about what he said. He was more closer to the Persian or the Iranian than he would
so
have been
pe-
to the
so
Ethiopian with the
so
Persian.
according to you and goes, people have been using black or skin color as phenotypically to differentiate themselves from other people, right?
People showed it. Okay, for example, even in Egypt, when they showed the people on the walls, the Egyptians clearly made a difference in what they look like than what the Sudanese South look from them. They drew it on the wall. They're not saying, we look the same. When them niggas drew them niggas on the wall, you seen the Egyptian looking like one thing in the way he looked, and the person from Sudan looking like one thing in the way they look. What you look like is what you look like. Even in one of Aten hymns from Akhenaten, he talked about how Aten get rays, and the reason why people look the way they look is because of the rays of the sun or the rays of Aten. You remember that hymn? He even talked about that. So what people look like is what they look like. If you type up the hymns of Aten, he talked about the reason why people look the way they look is based off the spectrums of how Aten expresses itself or some shit like that in the hymns of Aten. So that's a fact. People show what they drew, what they seen. That's a reality.
So the Jews in Yemen, they describe what they seen. So they seen that the Africans that was in Yemen as having black skin, and they seen that the Persians that's way across the desert as having white skin, and they saying that
Red,
we
red.
have.
I would say red because I don't think they use white, but yeah, red skin. Yeah, white over red skin. But if you want to say white, whatever. Yeah, okay.
No, I didn't say white. That's what the Jews in Yemen say. I didn't say that.
I think that's the transliteration of how they doing it. But in the Middle East, most of these fair skinned people are identified as red. But I'm listening to you. I'm not.
But he could have used he could have used Adam, which is red.
Yeah, I'm not. But I. But
he could use
and
any Semitic word that could have been red.
and I agree with him. Whether you say white or red, I agree with him. And that's the same thing that goes for the Arabs when they come in 640 AD and they go into Egypt. Egypt is Misr, and Sudan is Sudan. There's a difference in what these people look like. And then when you go into Sudan, you know, when King Azana and Azana Stone, he described different groups even in Sudan. Everybody in Sudan wasn't walking around here, you know, blue black. He talked about the red skins and the dark skins who he conquered in Sudan when King Azana Stone. So it's a lot of shit going on. You know, it's a lot of things going on with different groups of people basing reality off what they see. People can only describe what they see. That's it.
That's true. That's true. Since Ngozi, you didn't since you ain't see the source that I put up, you just read the source. Can you explain to me what that source means?
So what you think you got me on the ropes or what? Yo, let's just get to it.
I'm
What
just
do you think?
asking because you always say that
Answer the
race
question,
and
bro.
black.
Do you think you got me on the ropes? Don't play with me. I don't
Yeah,
play. I go straight
of
to it.
course, you're on the ropes. That's
All
why you're
right.
not
So let me
answering
get
nothing.
let,
You
let,
just
let me
quiet.
get
You
off the
just want me to
ropes
talk. I just
and
wanted
hit you
to
with
know
an
what you
uppercut.
think now.
Let me get you off the ropes. I'm gonna start with this. Regional constructs of identity. Goes to try to explain to you. While race as a rigid construct emerged much later. We talked about from what you talking about,
This
the
is
rigid
500. This is a
construct.
500 CE though. I don't mean to cut you off. This is way so you
Cut me
can't
off
use.
again. I'm gonna put you in the black hole. All right, because you
Go
think you
ahead, my
got me on the
brother.
ropes. Thank you, brother. It say while race as a rigid construct emerged much later. I'm talking about later in the damn time period you talking about. Okay, constructs of identity that included skin color existed in various regions. In this case, Safar's appeal to his skin color might be his way of emphasizing his shared heritage and connection to an empirical power, rather than an appeal to a fully developed concept of racial superiority, as seen after European colonialism. In
Correct.
summary, the concept of race as we know it today in the modern construct, but the differentiation based on skin color or appearance existed in pre-modern
Exactly.
societies as
Exactly.
a marker of cultural or ethnic differences,
That's it.
status, and geographical regions.
That's it.
Safar's statement reflects an early form of this distinction, but it would not have had the same rigid racial significance as it did after the development of colonial racial hierarchies, bro.
And that's what I was trying to explain to you, brother. Hey, Unc, brother Gullah said, could you let him back on? I think he fell off. But that's what I was trying to explain to you what Unc just read. There you go.
Come on, man.
I
Like you gotta know. And let me back it up with this. I'm gonna back this up with the video. I want to let you know that human beings, right? They can see skin color. Yeah. Before white people came, they could see skin color. They could see the differences in each other. We do good at biases based off of different things. That's not a problem, bro. That's what we do. Yo, we the red group, we the blue group, we the brown group, we the dark group. They showed in Newbie, they showed you they paint the black. That's to make a distinction. But what we talking about the social construct and all that, man, that developed. So I'm not saying it popped up out of nowhere. I'm not saying that. I'm saying over time it developed, yo. And it was in full swing with colonialism when they dove into this racial construct that African Americans is trying to apply. So let me do this. Let me play this again. It's my favorite video right here. So you know I ain't just sitting here poke up at you. There you go.
But see color. That's one of the beauties of being a our recent evolution to come up with all of these wild and wacky compromises that allow us to live in the extremities of the environment on the Earth's surface. Skin color has tremendous numbers of implications, tremendous for our health and social well-being. We pay attention to color. Color is important for us. We can't help but see color. That's one of the beauties of being an old world higher primate, is that we have trichromatic color vision. But the fact that we see it doesn't mean that we judge it. The bald assessment of color is completely neutral and free of any judgment. We only affix a value to color through behavior, through acculturation, through exposure to people who have views about color. I'd like, and this is one of the illustrations from my kids.
Man, you had to hear what that lady just said, man. Now you're talking about affixing value to the daggone skin color. It's different, bro. So you thought you had me on the ropes. I rope-a-doped you. There you have it.
So
that's explained by the person that came up with
when
the
they talk
theory
about
of skin color. Okay.
When they talk about race, do they differentiate between culture?
Now, are you hearing what I'm saying, though? Before you ask the question, do you get my response to what you were saying? Do you get the response that Ngozi was saying, or just say I just don't care? But do you get it though?
I understand exactly what you and Ngozi just said, but that don't debunk what I
it did. It just did. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna move on to conversation because it did. You just don't have it accepted, but it actually did. It shows you that they wasn't placing a value on it yet. You get it? That's what she said. Should I play it again? Did you hear it? Were you able to hear it through your bias? Because I could. Do you get that? The difference is the value judgment, the hierarchy, the racialization, the making the white better than the. Do you get that? Because I could watch this, yo. I could even go this far and do this, yo. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Ethnic and cultural differences. Hold on. This is important. Oh man, because they was talking about European skin. Hold on. Okay. Man. It says ethnic and cultural distinctions. It say while modern race as a social construct, especially in its current form with specific hierarchies, right, such as black and white, as we understand today, solidified during European colonialism in the 16th, 19th century. Societies in ancient times still made distinctions based on physical appearances. That's what he was doing. Ethnicity and perceived origins. Here's how this could happen before the more formalized constructs of race and colonialism. Ethnic and cultural distinctions. Many ancient societies made distinctions based on ethnicity, culture, language, and geographical origins. Skin color or other physical traits were often markers of those differences. In the case of Safi's statement, the reference to white versus black may refer more to ethnic and cultural identity tied to the region of peoples than to the strict biological racial categories created in modern era. Prejudice based on appearances. Though not fully developed, racial systems, ancient societies often had biases and prejudices based on appearances. For example, the ancient Greeks and Romans made derogatory comments about darker skinned peoples from Africa or lighter skinned peoples from North Europe. But these were often tied to perceptions of cultural sophistication and geographical origins rather than the fixed racial hierarchies that emerged later. Somebody was saying something.
So when Jews and the Arabs write about the black people and their skin being cursed, that's not a hierarchy or a supremacist ideology?
That's when the Babylonian Talmud came in and they owned it's a
Yeah,
rational.
you cut me off too, yo.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
like
something
that, yo.
yeah, you could, yeah, you gotta listen to the whole thing.
That's disrespectful, yo. So I'm gonna do you the same. I'm gonna disrespect you and get you out of here. Yo, don't be cutting me off on Three the Hard Way, yo. I'm reading the source for clarity, yo. And if you can't take it, then you just can't take it. We're trying to get clarity in these conversations. Shit go on and on and on and on and on. Just talking, yapping. Been out the game. He brought a source. We filtered the source for clarity in 525 AD. Like he's an ancient, like he's a historian. Like he understands the text and the hope. No, he don't. No more than me and you. But see, we got tools now. We can get clarity on it. See, you can bring the trickery in here, and now we got tools, right? Sophisticated tools. We get clarity. See, and Ngozi said all that. See, he tried to play you, Ngozi, until we use that tool of clarity. We can see exactly what was going on. See, them days is over, man. See, everybody got to fly straight, bro. See, that's the point.
But
Everybody got to fly straight.
I would like to ask the question about when people, because I'm not an Arab apologist. That's what people say. I don't see these people. First of all, Arabs are highly admixed people when you study them and look into who they are. I don't like these. Some of these Arabs was more darker than people in Egypt before they even went into North Africa. Let's just be honest. The Amazigh people were lighter than a lot of these Arabs when they came into Africa. And some guy named Victor said I didn't mention the difference that they had said. And I did actually. If you heard it earlier, I talked about what they described the people in Upper Egypt as, and then the people in the north was Mizr, and then the people in Bilal el Sudan. I talked about that. But what I'm trying to say is that the people, the Arabs, when you look into them, if you deal with Islam, and I'm not here to talk about religion. That y'all can believe in whatever. You can be atheist. I don't care. But they talk about Adam, peace be upon him, some in whatever sense you want to deal with, talking from Asmit or Aswan or Atam, which means he comes from the black soot. He was born from. They describe it as a certain thing. Far as this thing when they say that the black is cursed, that's later, especially highly Persian influence and later Zoroastrian influence. When black was considered evil from a Zoroastrian angle, and then the Babylonian Talmud. Let me tell you how stupid some of this religious stuff gets. The Babylonian Talmud, when it talks about how Ham, because Ham looked at his father's nakedness, his hair will be twisted because he turned his neck, and the people of Canaan will be blackened. What do they mean by that? When people of Canaan, modern day Canaan is Palestine. Nobody in Palestine is black. So you got to be very careful with religious sayings when you try to
Yeah, a lot of
describe
stuff
certain
get added
things.
on. A lot of stuff get added on later.
It was, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not here to talk about that.
Yeah, and then too
Yeah.
a lot, and then too a lot of the Arabs too had a lot
Why
of
you got so many different things in here,
animals.
Gullah? I gotta get you out of here. Can I get that out of here?
No, because I got my laptop, but it's because I guess in case I need to show some sources.
All right.
You was really going somewhere, man, when you was talking about the stereotypes. And I was gonna say that, in the ancient world, and even at the time period that brother was talking about, a lot of stereotypes and classism had developed by then. You could be black as all outdoors and still view another black person due to the class system in the ancient world. And I can honestly say, based on my research, that kind of comes from Egypt, whereas they had a class system there, where it wasn't so much about race, but in a sense it was, because the way they isolated a lot of Nubian groups from trade, from economic inclusion, etc. They kind of became damn near enemies in a sense, and you know what I mean. It was like a classism thing.
Hold on. Let me read this. You're right. Look, here you go. Persian and Arab worldview. In the Persian broader Middle Eastern context, distinctions based on skin color or geographical origin were sometimes made, especially in terms of foreign relations. For instance, Safa's claim may reflect Persian or Arab ethnocentry at the time, where fairer skin might be linked to nobility or connection to power empires like Persia, while darker skin might be associated with different geographical regions or lower status groups. Religious and imperial context. In ancient societies, statues and hierarchy often intersected with religious and empirical ideology. The association of light skin with nobility could also be influenced by the perception of being closer to ruling or empirical classes, which may have generally had lighter skin due to geographical and environmental factors, regional constructs of identity, right? And I read that already. So listen, man, we're not running through here 100 miles an hour saying any damn thing no more. We don't have to. The kids are going to school, they're going to colleges, they're learning more. You can't just tell your kid anything. You can't just ramble on. And my son will pick you apart. Seriously, he'll pick you apart. Yeah, he'll pick you apart. Like Reggie took him in the museum. I didn't have a problem with taking him to the museum. We walked through, we did that, we did all that. He read the shit. My son started saying, well, do the thing say that? What is it saying? Because I told him, read it. Don't listen to nobody. Read. He read it. It ain't saying that. And they got into it. And he was like, yeah. And Reggie had him on the roast with the whole thing. And then he was like, wait a minute. The soldier, he just broke it down. By the time we went from the museum on home, I'm just listening to him reasoning shit. He doing like that all the time. So you ain't sitting up here saying anything. When I'm teaching those college students, yo, I can't go in there with the pseudo. Guess what? Because they got libraries. They can just go ask their biology teacher. They can just go to the history. They can go to the library. These universities got major libraries. They can start looking up the stuff I said. I become the court jester at that point. All that stuff we thought we could say in the early conscious community, yo, all that stuff Dr. Ben and them saying, yo, that's under scrutiny. White people and black people material. Like, the kids ain't going for that. They got ChatGPT now, bro. Yeah, you can look up in 2 minutes what Donald Trump said during the pandemic. Take you 2 minutes. You realize he's a nut. He's a flaming pseudo. This is a conspiracy theorist. We did that on the pseudo killers earlier. Take you 3 minutes, bro. Don't take no high level intellect to look that stuff up no more, bro. It's comprehension now. Reading, comprehension now. So look, man, I'm not getting stuck in the Stone Age where your kid whip out that daggone iPhone on your motherfucking ass while you give him a fake Black history lesson and go boo 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 boo. It ain't saying that, Dad. What do you mean? You arguing with your son now? Then you arguing with scientific sources now.
Yeah, you know, people like Pan African Jamie, you know, he playing games, saying then we say Kim was a descriptive term. Bro, y'all are saying Kim means black people.
Right.
Now
Now
y'all
you playing games.
y'all trying to say them motherfuckers with some Nilo-Saharan people. That's what y'all saying, bro. Y'all not saying descriptive of what? What are they describing? Like, cause it's basically skin based. I mean, what are they describing? I mean, I'm just trying to understand it, Jamie. I really am.
Listen, he trapped by his own words, bro. So if you're saying it's a descriptive term, guess what? They agreed with that in 1974 already. So why are you still talking about it? See, 1974, they talked about the different descriptions of those in the Nile Valley, bro. Hawaus clearly said, right, that the Upper Egyptians was dark skinned. So we don't got to do that. Dina Dabrowski clearly said, hey, man, we seen color. Everybody here is very good at seeing color and all that. Yeah. So he's got to knock it off, Ngozi, because he's saying exactly what you think he's trying to say.
Yeah, but my thing is, was this whole country called Kemet? What would be the reason for a whole country to be called Kemet when there's different things going on in different nomes and different regions within that so-called empire?
Don't make sense. They got cell phones and iPhones, yo. They was calling each other. Hey, I'm gonna call you, yo. I'm at the come on, man. Come on, bro. Like, it's the game to play this game, yo, is horrible. It actually mess up the African history. It actually mess up those people, indigenous religions that tie them to the land, that prove and verify that they're indigenous. We know the Egyptians are indigenous because their religion says so. Their religion don't tie them to the Mediterranean. See, this is what y'all not thinking. I'm gonna say this again. Nile Valley religion don't even tie them to the Mediterranean, yo. They're not deifying the Mediterranean. They're not drinking fucking salt water. Their religion tied them to the Nile Valley. Simple as that. but including the Delta. That's what their religion do. And when you start talking about blackness, yo, that black soil was serious. That black soil was darker than anybody running around there. Super serious. And then the things that occurred when they seen that soil, the growth, the depth they seen on the Nile forged these early hunter-gatherers. See, we talking about hunter-gatherers right now. What the hell y'all think we talking about? Y'all look at it like, oh, they was already, let's knock it off. They was hunter-gatherers, bro. Sickles. We talk about the sickles. We read the articles. The articles confirm what we saying.
Correct.
Y'all are making up your own thing right now. Y'all on your own little fake parade. I don't do the fake shit. Because I already know if I can read the Wikipedia article, it puts us in a proper position.
So-
now we can go into more details. Nazi, he felt like we need to go in more. That's fine, but them damn articles right there prove and verify this is indigenous African culture, no doubt. And it talks about the Levant too, and it break it down for you very, very simple. So if you, as an African American, right, or continental African, right, want to understand Egypt and understand their damn religion, and once you understand their religion ain't got shit to do with their skin color. Last time I checked, none of y'all ever seen a damn god.
And I wanted to, and that's real. That's real. That's real.
Yeah, I would say if it's associated with any sea, it'd be Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea.
I mean, they had a if you look up the deities, they had a Neteru for every known. They had a label or Neteru for that portion of the delta or what they
Oh yeah,
labeled as the
yeah,
Mediterranean. They had
yeah.
one
They
for
call it
the
the
Red
Great
Sea.
Green.
They called it the Great Green. It was a deity for it. They venerated it. These people were animists, so they believed in respecting the processes of their environment, which is nature, and they deified it and venerated it. You know, their mind was very, at this time, things that they feared was important to them, so they venerated it. And to the brother El Negro, I forgot, I'm not paying attention. He acts as the Habesha invader. I want you to know something. All Eurasians that came back into the continent were not invaders. Some of these people bred with these people through free range. The Habesha or the El Habesha are not invaders. Before that layer of their DNA that came from the later Anatolian phase came in, only 4,000 or 3,000 years ago, crossing through Yemen and going towards Eritrea at this time, they already had some Eurasian in them that was brought by Cushitic pastoralists. The Cushitic pastoralists was born or shaped in northern Sudan, Upper Egypt, around 9 to 10,000 years ago, and it was a bridge between some layer of Nilotic, some layer of Moda, and some layer of Levantine-like populations that was already shared because they had pastoralist coats. So by the time they come Cushitic and Situ, they go into different directions. So when they go towards that region and they go down, they're meeting up with more Moda type people and more Nilote people. And then later, you know, when the other layers of Eurasians come in, before they become Habesha, yeah. And so that's like me asking you, are the Bantus invaders to the Pygmies that was in Cameroon? Because there's a lot of shit that they did. Or are the Zulu invaders to South Africa, to the Khoisan? Because some Khoisan don't look at them like they brothers because they share the same continent. I don't want to get into that because in some cases, even within Black Africa, you have ethnical differences and issues that's going on when some people look at other people that look like them as invaders. I just want you to know that.
Hail to the great green. What's up?
I wanted
Kim
to
Wade.
ask. You said wait.
No, I said go ahead. What's up?
Peace to the panel. Peace, Ankh,
Peace, bro.
Ngozi, Gullah, Nazir Lee. I'm just curious if Ngozi is saying that when Arabs came into Africa, they had no value assigned to black skin.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
When Arabs came into Africa,
Mhm.
during the Islamic expansion, are you advancing that they came in without any preconceived notions of what a quote unquote black or dark skinned person was?
During the time of the Islamic Crusades, they already in the Middle East, they already had biases going on in the Middle East about different people groups. And at this time, Arabs didn't give a damn. I mean, yes, they had their own, description of what they looked at as black people as or whatever, but It wasn't to the extent where people are trying to make it seem like I'm enslaved because I'm black. Because in the Arab world, they took slaves from everywhere. They just didn't take black slaves. I'll give you an example. Yes, they did cut off some black Africans' penis, but they also cut off people from the Lesser Caucasus penises too. Also, they did not just have black slaves. I'm not going to victimize my group of people and make it look like we were the only ones that was enslaved by these Arabs. A lot of these Arabs were also mixed breeds them they goddamn self. Some of these dudes had black mothers. When you look at family tree DNA and you look into some of these families that's on there, they have Y chromosomes that's linked to population groups in sub-Saharan Africa. What's going on? Why do they have these
But
markers?
like Ankh said, they didn't know that, right?
No. They didn't know that, but it tells. No, I'm not saying that they did know that. What I'm saying is it tells a story. What I'm saying to you, brother, I'm not talking. I'm talking to the pseudos that say they cut our penises off. Well, if your penis was cut off, why do not? In some cases, they did do that. But if everybody was units and their phalluses was cut off, why is it that some of these people at a decent percentage have Y chromosomes that match up with people in Black Africa? How did that survive if your phallus was cut off? Or if all the people phalluses was cut off? Not saying that it didn't happen, because it did happen. It did cut off something, but they just did not cut off black people's hands. They also took Mongolots and people from the Lesser Caucasus. Even when the Arabs came in 641 AD and they made it to Northwest Africa in 690 AD, they was fighting against the light-skinned Berbers and fucked the Berbers up. They fucked the Amazigh people up.
Well,
Yeah.
let me I don't want to stop you, but I don't think that I don't think using conflict as a measure can tell us, what racial preference or partners a group might have.
Well,
we know black on black crime is everywhere.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
But let me go ahead real quick.
Mhm.
Are you aware that one of the companions of the prophet is said to have characterized
raising hair?
No, Cain and the curse of blackness, and the curse of slavery mixed with blackness
Mhm.
is also attributed to Arabs. And this you can see records of this as early as like the 600s and 700s.
So let me ask you.
Are you aware of the story of the founding of Sijil Masa with the brother Isa ibn al Aswad?
Mm-hmm.
So so this was the story of a black African man in Sijil Masa. He was the first ruler of Sijil Masa.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Kharjit Berbers and Arabs came to Sijil Masa, they took over, and at first they made him leader, but then they deposed him, left him out for dead. And there's a whole scholarship about how people think that there was kind of a race conflict that happened during that time. In that I have the source here if y'all want me to go into it, but they talk, one of the quotes about Esau when they depose him is that one of the Arabs says, all blacks are thieves, without accepting this one.
What time period is it?
This is, I believe, around the 700s.
So
What
listen
area?
so listen to what
North
you
Africa?
said.
Yeah, Sijil Masa, Morocco.
Yeah, Sijil Masa, Morocco. I'm aware of that. But listen to what you said. It said all black are thieves except for this one.
No. All blacks are thieves without accepting this one.
Without accepting this one.
Like, so all blacks are thieves, including this nigga right here.
Okay. But in what context and what, I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen, because in some cases they was warned. But here's the thing. Just like the Black Sultan of Algeria, if I'm not mistaken, the Black Sultan that they speak of, a lot of these Amazigh people were partly Black African. So I don't want to make it like a color thing. In the 13th century,
but the scholars have already said that it was likely a color thing. So you don't have to make it a color thing.
I mean, but
let me show the map.
But in some cases it could have been a
Let
color
me show
thing.
my map though, yo.
I just want to say this. In some cases it could have been a color thing, but not in all cases.
No. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be in all cases, and that's the other thing about the curse of Ham thing. I just want to say this before we veer off. I
want to say this before you go. Listen, or before you whatever. It's just like with Timbuktu, and I'm sure you're aware of the history of Timbuktu. when the Berbers came down and sacked Timbuktu, who helped them? Wasn't it a nigga, a black African that helped them because he got into it with his brother or some shit? You know about that?
Say that one more time.
When the Amazight came down and sacked Timbuktu, who allowed them to come in and went back telling them shit to allow them to come in and do it to their own fellow brothers that look like them? Who did it?
Right, but that's why I was saying we can't really use conflict to judge
bro.
really like racial.
See, that's how you get them, bro. I'm not.
No, that's not how you get
Can't
them.
use conflict.
That's not how you get them. That's
All right,
not
let
how
me
you
show
get
this.
'em.
Hold on for a
I'm not
minute.
just
Let me
using
show this.
conflict.
I want to show you.
using
Hold on for a
textual
minute, brother.
evidence. So
Hold on
y'all
for a
just
minute.
gonna swat.
Yeah, I'm gonna sidestep that one for a minute. I want to show you. Do you know where's the peninsula at, yo? Arabian Peninsula at on this map? You see it?
In
You see Africa, right?
700 AD, does that have the same composition?
No, I'm just showing you a map, bro. Africa. All right. So I want you to know that on the peninsula of Arabia, right, you have Arabs. And you have Arabs that range in skin color, yo, based off their geographical location, bro.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna let you know that I got some serious homework, like right here. Look, serious homework. Look, hold on. Here, and I know y'all don't got this. I just know you don't. Here, I know you don't got it. Look, you don't got it. You don't got this right here, yo. And he talks about that very issue. Don't make me bring it up.
I got a
Don't
couple
make me
articles
do it.
right here too.
So it was people that was dark skinned that wasn't looked at the way you said, and some was, just like Ngozi said.
But
So now
how does
you want to
how
split
does that
hairs?
disprove what I'm saying?
No. I'm sure. Listen.
Was those notions there during that time.
No, it speaks to what I read earlier. It's not a cut and dry. Yo, you dark skinned. That's not how that was then. That didn't become that way. Right, it was I talked about it being a gradual thing to get you colonialism, right?
So for me to make a point,
so I'm not denying that. Hold on, I'm not denying that someone wasn't that, but I'm saying you got.
That's what. That's just a question.
You don't gotta. You fucking asking a question, minute we talking is crazy. How can I even hear your question with clarity?
You cut
How
me
can I
off
even
so
answer you?
talk,
I was in the middle of talking.
You cut me off so you could talk.
So what? I'm the host of the show, and I got a book in my hand, which you do not have.
I got a couple articles. I asked you.
Okay, but the point I was trying to make was that I'm not denying that at times they mistreated people based off the color of their skin, but I'm saying it was the Arabs themselves. You know what I'm saying? That had dark skin and brown skin and lighter skin. Okay, and they didn't look at those Arabs the same way. It's what I'm saying, bro. It was a cultural thing at this particular junction. So people make it seem like all the Arabs was light skin. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But what
so
I
if
am
you're not saying that,
despite
then what you think you're saying ain't correct, bro.
Despite the diversity in Arabia and that beautiful map that you just pulled up, in their religious text, and no, everybody did not have a Bible, so they relied on who? The people who were religious scholars.
Man, you can't even pull that off like that, yo. You trying hard, but you can't, yo.
Hey,
I'm gonna let you know you can't pull that.
You know what? I'm good for it. I don't even need to be.
It was more of a cultural thing, yo.
Y'all skipping around and making shit up. Like
you skipping around.
I would say the Amazighs used to enslave the Herateens during the Rome, like before the Arabs, like during the Roman period. They even the term Herateen.
I mean, I want to ask my brother because I think my brother from Senegal. What about, and then, I mean, I'm not trying to make this just because I don't look at black people as victims. I'm not playing that role, bro.
If there are black victims in history, that does not mean that black people are victims.
Listen, bro, I'm not, listen.
Y'all steady trying to flip the conversation into some other shit.
No.
The niggas got black people slaves in their religious texts.
Listen,
you ain't getting around that, bro.
Bro, let me say what I'm trying to say. Listen, brother, I'm not saying you're wrong. You bring an element that's important, and that's okay. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I just said that.
But
see, yo, you know what? They in bullshit mode, yo. It's always bullshit mode, Ngozi. It's fucking bullshit mode. Yo, take that crazy shit somewhere else, bro. Because I said the same thing, yo, and you heard me say the same thing. You know what? You're in bullshit mode. You know why you're in bullshit mode, bro? Because you can't have an intelligent conversation, yo. You can't even make it make sense. How is Arabs that's darker than me and you You can go in any fucking gas station and see Arabs is darker than me and you.
Yeah,
How
right.
is it that they all of a
Right. All
sudden
of a
they
sudden,
think
Arabs
black is
all
the
a
most
little
worst
darker,
thing
bud.
ever?
Come on, Unc. Stop
What you
it.
mean,
I
bruh,
still
unk nothing?
can't hear
Don't
you
bruh,
straight
unk me. And I
right
know
now.
you hear me, but you want to keep talking. I'm gonna say it again. You go in any local damn gas station and find Arabs darker than you and me, and ain't got nothing to do with damn sedan
Cap.
at all.
Cap.
You make that's a cap. I
So you
just
say,
showed you
so
a
you
map.
saying
That's cap.
it's not dark
You
skinned
show me
Arabs?
a map from
This
what
nigga
time
crazy,
period?
yo. I
You
ain't
show
doing
me a
this
map
shit,
from what
man.
time
I'm not
period,
sitting
Unc?
up here. Man, go get a source show and prove, verify your stance. What's
So,
up, Reggie?
so
Hey,
you
how
saying
y'all doing?
there's
I'm
not no
just
dark skinned
listening.
Arabs?
Oh,
Crazy, yo. Bananas.
I talk about
You're
Arabs
not talking right now,
having
Reggie.
prejudices
We
when they
talking to
came
Reggie
in.
right
You gonna
now,
show
bro.
me a
Until
map
you
from
get a
what
source, you
year?
done. Go get a source to say exactly what you saying, because you still ain't proved the wild shit you've been saying. So go ahead,
What's
Reggie.
wild that I said, Unc?
You made that shit about the lady talking about something in the video. We looked at the whole. You wasted fucking 2 hours of my life. That fucking video, and the
Bro,
lady
you
ain't say
talking
none
about
of
a
the stuff
whole
you
different other
said.
video?
That whole stupid ass video you
See,
made me
that's the shit I
watch.
be talking about. Y'all doing this flim flam
No,
shit, man.
I'm tired of you with the reckless sources not conferring what you're saying out your mouth. You
Man,
know what you said. The lady said you made it up.
exactly what I said, man.
That lady didn't say that. Go ahead, Reggie.
What the lady say then?
Go ahead, Reggie.
I'm getting my stuff together, so I'm listening right now. So I can get my stuff together. And thanks for letting me on your platform with the I can't even call it politics, but thanks for letting me on your platform.
How you get on? You can always get.
all I'm saying is, man, like, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, bro. I do appreciate your element, and I want
Right.
the
Say
audience.
it again. Hold on. Say it again to
I,
the people riding the mushroom
yeah,
boat.
I'm not
Can't even
saying
say it.
I'm not, bro. What I'm saying is, I'm not
I even
saying
want to say the yellow bus or the.
no. What I want the audience to hear. I want the audience to hear, bro. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. You bring an element that's important, but we're trying to explain the difference in different times and different people and different things that's occurring. Because you also have a time period where you have Black Africans, right? And I'm not just blaming other. I'm talking about people that's supposed to be Black. You know about the Fulani jihads that occurred. You know about hold on. You know about Futa Toro. You know about what Mansa Musa was doing because he was so religious and Islamized. What he did to people that look like him when he took people that look like him, transporting them through Egypt into the Arab slave trade. He's also
Slaves
an
and
element.
all.
So what I'm saying is, all of these people, these horrible people, I don't care who they look like and what they look like, played a major role in destructive shit to people, to humanity. That's just what it is, bro.
I'm
Like,
with you on that. I'm with you on that.
so I'm
And
not saying.
actually, what I argue and what some other scholars argue.
No, you're not with you with that. You're just trying to talk right now. That's a
God
way to get you to
damn!
start talking. I'm with you with that. You don't mean that.
Hey, let's hear what he. Let's hear
How
what
the
the brother
fuck you know what I mean and don't mean,
Because
nigga?
you don't mean that.
He
Because
just
you're just
fucking.
trying to talk.
Hey, he fucking.
Nigga,
He
shut
fucking
the
with.
fuck up
He
with
fucking
that,
with
bro.
you.
What
He
damn,
fucking.
bro?
He
Like, what
fucking
the
with.
fuck you got against me, my nigga?
No, he playing with you, bro. It's not serious. Oh, man.
Every time
Hey,
I
listen.
talk, this nigga Unc saying something though.
No, he just fucking with. We fucking with. He fucking with.
Yeah, I'm
But
fucked
you.
with right now.
Hey,
But you
yo,
right.
be on. Hey, yo. Hey. You know and I know you just trying to talk, yo. That was your way of getting in, yo. Yeah, hey, I agree with you. You don't agree with that, man. Yo,
I've
be
been
honest, yo.
trying to say the same thing for the last couple minutes. Y'all been cutting me off.
All right,
I
go
thought the
ahead.
brother was done for real. So
Why you cussing
I'm
me
done.
out?
I want
Did
to
I
hear you.
cuss you
I want
out
to hear
yet?
you. I want to hear you,
Hold on,
brother.
did I cuss you out
you
yet?
definitely cussed me out. You said I can't even remember what you said, but you cussed me out. I know
I
that.
said a mushroom boat. I didn't cuss you out though.
No, that ain't the only thing you said. You
I
remember that
didn't.
part.
I ain't cuss you out
I
yet, yo.
remember
You
the
just
nice
cussed me
things he
out.
said. You
Hey,
know what I'm
but
saying?
your
The shit
hey,
that ain't
but your
crazy.
I ain't
element.
cuss you
Hey,
out.
your element though, King. What were you saying though, bro? It's important. The audience need to hear
Oh,
it.
just that when it comes to this idea of anti-blackness in these time periods, the aim of me saying that is not to put the onus on lighter skinned populations. Actually, what scholars argue is that the slave trade that was occurring amongst people of darker hue, which resulted into people of darker hue ending up in the Mediterranean and in the Levant, is what largely caused that initial wave of proto-racism. You see, so when Arabs came in with that thought thought about these kind of people, there was historical reasons for that.
And I agree with you, but I also want to speak on something that I said earlier. If you paid it, like if you were listening, I don't know if you were there. We was talking about the Persians even before the Islamic period, and a little bit before that, because I don't really want to talk outside of the range of the Quran inceptions, because the Quran means to recite, and we know on a real angle when that whole book was complied. Even terminology like Muslim didn't exist at a certain time period when people were labeling people Mohammedans, and in some cases when the book was compiled or put to, that's something different. But what I'm trying to say is this: a lot of that stuff leaks from a Persian base in time in the Middle East, when you start to find the discrimination of what people look like and shouldn't look like, and what this should be represented as in and royalty compared to this is being looked at as filthy or dirty and descriptive in the descriptive sense before the inception of Islam or the inception of organized Yahudaism or Judaism, right? This stuff was going on in the Middle East in some time period in the sense of describing people and basing things off what people look like and I talked about that Persian phase even before you even have the book compiled. So some of these things were talked about in the Middle East being passed around before the Quran even exists. Let's just be honest about the Middle Eastern world. That's why.
For sure. Garfield talk about that with the Cave of Treasures.
Yes.
So a lot of these notions, they first come on record, as early as the 1st century, 2nd century. Some of these notions are already there. But I do agree that we have to make a distinction between what was done in the 1600s versus what was done before then.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say
I'm glad you got on board, because that's all the hell we were saying. Appreciate you, bro.
I would say even during the Roman period, the Roman occupation of Mauritania, ancient Mauritania, the Godala Berbers, enslaved some of the local people, like local like Mindi type people that was in those regions, like in the dry oasis, and them people was like the ancestors of the modern day Haritan. Other than some of their ancestors that was imported in, through the transatlantic slave trade, but some of the people was already there in that region, just minority groups in that region amongst Berbers.
Facts. They bring it up in that Issa article too. You want to point with that? And that's an interesting thing for real about the Haratin and their whole evolution and shit. But I won't hog the mic.
I think the origin of what you're speaking of, the guys that's arguing with these Arab sources, the origin of all that unfortunately goes back to ancient Egypt. I think they set a real ugly precedence, and which the Garmantians continued that. The Sub-Saharans or the Nubians and other groups who were coming in from the Sub-Sahara, they became unfortunately known as like slave individuals or low-class individuals. And so their slavery continued through the Greek period. The Greek used the Garmantians to round up Sudanese people, people from other regions. And then when the Greeks come in, they use them. The Romans use them. So, and when the Arabs come in, they use them. They use certain Africans to go round up other Africans. Unfortunately, the Garmantians played a huge role in that as middlemen. And I don't think they really had a choice in it. So we're looking at an early form of what became what we know now as modern racism, but it was an early form of it. And unfortunately, the Nubians were stereotyped. The Sudanese were stereotyped as classes by which you can enslave.
Source. Go get that source. Go get that source. Go get that source.
Says the Garmantians were rounding up Sudanese people.
No. During the Egyptian time, the Egyptian hate towards quote unquote Nubians actually hate towards the people of Kerma. Because the Kerma, like hold on, let me finish, bro. A lot of that, caricature and hatred and all that stuff you see during the 18th dynasty. It's because during the intermediate period, right before the Thebians, right before the Thebians ruled, the Kermites, almost destroyed the vestiges of the Egyptians, thieves and all that, embarrassed them. They
Correct.
even teamed up. They even teamed up with the Hyksos. They was writing letters and stuff to the Hyksos that even Kamos and all them confiscated about them teaming up against the leftover vestiges of Egypt so they could rule over.
And
Like
hold on.
Kerma was on top. They were their
Yeah.
own thing.
And they also
During
and
that
they
intermediate period.
and they all and like Brother Gullah said, it's an article about that. They embarrassed them at this specific time. And not just that. I want people to understand something that Ankh said earlier, and Gullah was saying earlier. Everybody in Sudan were not the same group. Some portions of Sudan, or what we label as Sudan, was Egyptian territory, and they were Egyptians. Egypt expanded its borders from they even used the Magi, which is the police of Egypt, to control the deserts. So what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is
And them ain't even really Nubians. Them Cushitic groups or related Sea group people. You know what I'm saying?
right. So some portions of Sudan were parts of Egyptian territory. Egyptians expanded their borders. When you study the inception of what they did and how they conquered the Nubians, in some cases, these Nubians became parts of the Egyptian citizens. They were Egyptian citizens, or these people. I don't want to say Nubian because that's a very vague term, but we have to be very. That's a blanket term when we say that everybody in Sudan was part of Khmer, because they wasn't. The Egyptians
Right.
exploited some borders and made some portions of Sudan part of their government or their system.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it seemed like the Nubian groups was very mobile
Kerma took
too.
over. Like Kerma took over. Like Kerma had to take over lower Nubia. You know what I'm saying? It took over them regions and annex region. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
They
group
said
y'all
one
talking
time they led a
about.
coalition with it was like almost all of the southern polities. It was like Kerma, even Punt and Yam and a couple other groups got together and basically invaded Upper Kemet.
Well,
Yeah,
even before that, though.
the gas group was associated with Punt and Eritrea. You know what I'm saying? Those like
And also the Egyptians, I don't want to put them in this racist mindset to make them sound like they were nationalists in their country, because the Egyptians couldn't stand Libyans, they couldn't stand some Sudanese, and they definitely couldn't stand a lot of people in the Levant. If you didn't contribute or could contribute to their borders in the trade, the Egyptians was Egyptians, the same way they think now. They didn't think in the sense of, I don't like you because you got skin like me, because they shared some skin
Exactly.
tones like the people in the Levant. They shared the same skin tones.
They
And
was
in the South,
nationalists.
they were nationalists in the sense of Egyptians is Egyptians. They didn't care about because you got fair skin, you my brother, or because you got dark skin, you my enemy. Them niggas didn't like a lot of people in Sudan who wasn't falling in line.
the Levant, and that's the thing they don't show. Like they'll show the chariots running over the Nubians and stuff, but they don't never show the chariots running over the Levantine people too. In the
They didn't give a
same,
damn about neither one. They didn't like
yeah, either
Libyans,
one.
Hicks,
But the
Yeah,
Egyptians did, and how do y'all feel about this statement though, that the Egyptians did show more affinities, like consciously showing it, towards the southern faction than the northern faction?
I like to say it like this: Upper Egypt and Northern Egypt shared more affinities because they created a unique clustering culture that was shared. Because we went back all the way to Fayum and Merimdi that showed that these people were exchanging with the Tasians and the Merimdi, going backwards and forward. So they shared, Upper and Lower Egypt shared a unique clustering culture with each other than populations anywhere else. And people that became part of their territory got absorbed into whatever they was. So again, when they
I
started
agree,
their
I agree with that.
yeah, so Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt did. They were the same. They were the same brethren groups. The same thing like the Nubian A group were distinct from the Nubian C group. People don't even
yeah.
know that.
But I feel
Even
like they definitely had more of a southern contingency within their borders throughout all dynastic times. And they never did a prophecy about Asiatics ever
Hey,
ruling
look at the
Egypt.
kingship style, yo. The
Y'all
kingship,
tripping.
the kingship style of
Yeah,
the
that's
pharaonic
not
kingship.
that's
Hold
not
on,
accurate.
hold
That's
on,
not
listen.
accurate,
I
bro.
heard a
Hold
captain
on,
statement there.
hold on, listen.
Not
The
you,
pharaonic.
Gal. I'm talking about just threw
Oh,
that shit up in there, yo.
I would say the pharaonic kingship itself, even
This one, yeah, yo.
what they call a king, it stems from the tradition of Nilo-Saharan groups anyway. It comes from the
So,
sacred kingship and
hold
the
on, hold on, hold
divinity.
on.
tradition of Nilo-Saharan population.
Let me.
Hey, Gullah Geechee, I just want to say this, guys. I just say this right quick. The brother El Negro, I want you to understand something, my brother. I don't need a culture identity. My culture and identity is African American. That's my identity and culture. And I agree with the religion of Islam. The reason why I deal with the system is my own personal reasons. I'm not running around here converting people. I'm not forcing people. People try to use that as a gadget to try to penalize me. And I'm not even pushing that shit. People that you're trying to get in my business. But no, my culture is African American. That's my culture, bro. So I don't know what y'all mean by I'm not trying to find anything. Everything I do is culturally African American.
Yeah, this just your family tradition. This is like they crazy. Like it's fucking it's full blown scientists that are Jews. They participate in Jewish activities and all that, but they scientists.
So right, so just so
Ngozi is an Arab.
No, I'm not an Arab. I'm not an Arab. I'm a nigga from Chicago. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just playing though. But no, man. It is what it is.
But shoot, if you look at you better be careful what you call it Arab, because the Bagari people in Africa, they consider themselves Arabs. You know what I'm saying? They look like they look like Ngozi. You know what I'm saying?
And back to Ankh point, I wasn't arguing that, you know, the whole Arabia was like some white people and stuff, because it's true they had a lot of dark skin, a lot of dark skin folk, but it doesn't change what they put in their religious records, which stays with us till today.
Take your call now.
Do you think they meant that though? Hold on for a minute. Hold on. I got to bust in. I want to bust in with this source right here. So I'm glad you admitted that, because that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, right? I was never arguing that.
I'm about to say, wow.
I was never arguing that.
Wow. So see how if we calm it down, we can get there. So it's the source right here, all right?
But they definitely felt some type of way about niggas.
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking in my head, I'm thinking it was those dark-skinned people that was in Africa that they was having an issue with. And I'm thinking that's just based off of culture, like the Nubians had issue with the Egyptians and vice versa. So if y'all look right here, right, this is, I want to come right here. It's actually entitled, it's called Blackness and the Notion of Africa. All right, it says the stereotypical notion of Africa in the recent times, the phenotypical terms, is usually linked to the trait of dark skin color, specifically that of being black, maybe beginning at dark brown. In fact, Black Africa, the problematic common phrase of use, is often, if not always, made synonymous with Africa in certain literature. Black and Africa are often incorrectly used interchangeably with African, having a particular cultural context thought of as being indigenous to the connection, to the conception that makes those so identified part of an entirely that was conceived to be isolated from the rest of the world. Now I want to move on. He says some important things right there. Go back and rewind the daggone tape. Now hold on.
This Kieta work?
And Samata Kiata. Now I want to come to the Arabs part of it.
I can tell the way he printed stuff out.
Yeah, you know that's how he be kicking it. Hold on, come. Wait, damn. Geographical Uman right here. The passage. The early. Okay, in the early Islamic period, because this is what the hell I was talking about. There are some interesting ironies related to the notion of blackness. The Uban ibn Samit. Okay. The appointed envoy of a mayor, commander of the Islamic or the Arab forces that entered Egypt, okay, was initially rejected, watch this, by the Roman prelate, apparently because he was black. That's a good fun fact for us to get. The source is Butler, 1902, page 257. The Arabs of that era, remember we was talking about time periods, we was asking what time periods you're talking about. The Arabs of that era told the prelate that they held blacks and whites in equal respect. And the Uban was one of the best amongst them. Uban informs the prelate, this is what he says, There are thousands of blacks as black as myself amongst our companies. I and they would be ready each to meet and fight 100 enemies together. We live only to fight for God and to follow his will. We care not of wealth so long as we have wherewithal to stay our hunger and to clothe our bodies. This is not to us the next world and all. It says this passage indicates that Uban feels himself to be part of his community. In this era, Islamic scholars consider to be Islamic golden age, and one of equal inequality that would later change with various developments, including some levels of bias against the darkest skin color in some regions. That's Evans, 1980, as well as other biases. It said, of course, black and white are relative terms and socially modulant. Kamal documents numerous blacks who were a part of the early Islamic communities and even regarded as heroes, some apparently buried by the Prophet with his own hands. And there were the black pre-Islamic notables like Antar and the later Islamic figures like Al-Jahid, we know about him, who have down through history been called black or some equivalent. These cannot be overlooked. Statistically, the numbers of those who became notable remembered is suggestive that there was an even larger population. Many say how many of these Arabian blacks and their families moved into the Super Sahara and the Nile Valley, Africa, is unknown. It is important to say that they were not slaves. Now I can keep reading, get the damn book, and y'all can really educate yourself. This is some great work by the brother, right? I just wanted to put that out there so we can kind of get command of understanding that all Arabians weren't super light skinned. They ranged in skin color. And that's why I presented the skin map. And so I wanted to back up the skin map and give y'all some time periods, right, of a particular general coming in Egypt. They ain't even want to let him in because of the color of his daggone skin. He was like, wait a minute, dog. What?
Yeah,
This is what we do. So I just wanted to make that point. I just wanted to put my source out there, put it to the table. That's how I'm doing it. Now, if y'all got a source that's going to refute that, then do it. If not, don't talk me to death.
I wanted to forget that.
But, like I said, it wasn't really about the numbers. It's just, it's in their religious text, the word of God.
Hold on. We can't forget that the Arabian Peninsula literally kisses Ethiopia, yo. Like they even in their story, they remember the Ethiopian king refuged some of the early Muslims, you know what I'm saying, during that time.
I mean,
even before they even went to Egypt.
Absolutely. Yep. If it wasn't for Ethiopia, we wouldn't even have Islam.
Even before Islam, you know what they call the age of the elephant. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The Ethiopian was getting ready to destroy the Kaaba. It's a love-hate relationship when they talk about Ethiopia. Even Bilal, which is very important. He's a Habasha. It said that his father, if you really study it, because some hadiths are weak. And people cannot follow all hadiths because some hadiths are weak. But I'm not here to talk about religion because I know, people ain't feeling that. But I'm here to talk about, the people groups that makes up Arabia. And if we look at the Arabians, and you guys get a chance to listen to them, look up people in Arabia genetics, and you will see that these people are not homogenous. They're diverse. And it's just what it is. And it's been like that for a very long time. mtDNA L4B been over there for a long time, thousands of years.
What about the toolkits that go over there? Nubian toolkits.
That's part of the out of Africa migration. The
Material. That's material people.
Nubian live.
The Arabians, if you go deep into their genetics, autosomally, especially
I swear I said that in the video before, yo.
Especially in Socotra and Yemen, they're closer to basal
Fucking
Eurasia.
with a pseudo, yo.
They're closer to basal Eurasia, so it's like you gotta. It is what it is, man.
It is what it is,
Yeah,
man.
then you got old Arabian. Old Arabian ain't associated with modern Arabic language. Old Arabian is like the
Mhm.
Sabian and the Miri, language like that. You know what I'm
And
What
saying?
then
what what was that book you just had, Unc? Because I'm kind
Uh,
of curious how they break down what the change was.
Right, there's a lot to read. The genetics of African population, health and disease. These first two chapters was written by Samantha Kiadigo. He do a great job. It's off the chain, yo. Off the damn chain, bro. Beat them up. It beat you up. I got shit highlighted. And just talking about how the Egyptians was mixed before they even became the damn Egyptians. So we talk about that.
you got people like Jamie, Pan African
You know,
Jamie,
some of
man.
Oh,
my
we don't.
favorite black people is mixed.
Don't be talking about my people.
No, I'm just saying, but he's talking about me. He keep talking crazy, talking about we don't know what this is. But what do you?
Yeah, he
You
trying to get into the
I mean,
conversation. He
I'm
would
just
hit the
saying.
link if he had some
I mean, I'm
intelligent thing to say,
saying.
Man,
Gozy.
he finna bring up Neanderthal, yo. We don't want to talk
But
about
but
Yeah,
but
we
but
ain't
when you
doing that.
but hold on, here's the thing. When you say you don't know what everybody outside of Africa is Eurasian, including the dark skinned Adamese people, the dark skinned people in Australia, these are all Eurasians. So what do
yeah,
you
them
mean
Eurasians.
we don't know what we don't know what Eurasian is? Just because you're Eurasian don't mean you're white or light skinned. What about that? Like it's a color thing with these people.
A lot of
Even
those
Yeah, it don't make
paintings, a lot of
sense.
those paintings of early Muslims though, definitely didn't give the Negroid
Yeah,
vibe.
a lot of them early
it was fair
back
skin.
Eurasians that was back in the mixing with like Mota type Ethiopians and stuff. They look like dark skinned Vidoid or South
I mean, I
South
mean,
dark
I
skinned
mean,
South Asian.
the Ibero-Maroons was a 50. I'm just gonna say this: they was biracial, literally. They mixed with a dark-skinned Eurasian people that back migrated and mixed into the other dark groups 30,000, 20 some thousand years ago. So all Eurasians are not fair skinned. At this time, fair skin didn't even fully express itself yet. So what I'm saying is that I don't just because you're Eurasian don't make you light, and just because you're dark don't make you African. That's crazy. That's crazy. So when you say we don't know what a Eurasian is, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm not doing that skin shit. That skin shit retarded, yo. Have you making people that ain't even your damn people.
And I agree with my brother when he say the early depictions of Muslims at the time. You do see them, but you got to be careful because who's making these pictures? Because a lot of those pictures
A
is
lot of
like
them is Persian. I'm hip.
Right.
exactly. So you hip to it. So there you go. And I just told you about the Persians because Arabs don't even deal with picturings like that. That's not even what they supposed to do. So a
Yeah.
lot of the pictures is coming
Yeah.
from Persians
Religious
again.
people don't
Yeah,
always
and
supposed to do it.
A lot of narratives come from the Turkish era too. A lot of the
And
Ottomans put a lot of
and
stuff
those
too.
and those Ottomans
And
were
with the Hebrews.
and those Ottomans were horrible. Let me just say this: those Ottomans was horrible. They were real dealing with colorism and on some bullshit. But again, Ottomans are not Arabs. Persians are not Arabs. So a lot of those early depictions of what we see in Islam is not coming from Arabs. A lot, it's just crazy. And I'm not saying all Arabs are good because some of them motherfuckers, a lot of them was evil. Just they were. It's just a fact. But these
Yeah, a
are
lot of
people.
people,
It's power. It's power.
a lot of
You gotta take feelings out of it low key. You know what I'm saying? When you
That,
looking
Yeah,
at
he
something.
just power.
it's power, bro.
a
This is
lot of
what
people
it
don't
is.
know that
You,
the
you know what
Turkish.
hurt my heart?
Yeah, go
The
ahead,
the
bro.
Zanzibar hurt my heart, yo. When I realized that they got when they fought against the Arabs, right? Remember they worked in the saltpeter mines, right? The Zanzibar, right? And they fought for their freedom. They defeated the Arabs, yo. And guess what? They had slaves, yo. I mean, that broke my heart, yo. That's when I started going in a different direction. I started saying, man, this is a cultural thing right
You
here,
talking about
yo.
the Zinj? You talking about the Zinj?
Yeah, when they defeated the Arabs, yo, they had
They
kept
turned around and
slaves.
started enslaving people. The same thing with the
Yeah,
Fulani did. And my brother, who's from
yeah.
Senegal right here, he knows that the Fulani and
Crazy.
the Mandinka
Hey,
elites
hey,
and the
Unc,
Mandinka elites did
Hmm.
good.
hey, Unc,
The
hey, Unc.
Mandinka,
That
the
happened.
Mandinka is still in
Hold on,
Trinidad today. Still in
hold on,
Trinidad
yo,
today. They got problems
Heartbreaking. Broke my heart, yo. I said it's
hold
something
on,
I'm not
yo,
about that.
hold
understanding.
on.
But that's
Hey,
why these
hey,
conversations is important because we
hold
do
on.
have accountability in that, and
Let me say something
we
really
gotta
quick.
raise up on that. In
Let
Yeah.
me
Mauritania
say,
today, they selling niggas.
hold on. Let me say
Yeah,
Exactly.
something really
right
quick.
now.
Hold on. Let me say so. That happened. Something like that happened in the diaspora. If you familiar with the country of Suriname, it was some a Khan slaves, and they revolted against the capturers or whatever. But then what they did, so because the Khan was already hip to slavery, so they took over. They just unenslaved all the Khan people, and they tried to take over operations of the sugar plantation themselves, and kept the other people enslaved that wasn't a Khan.
I mean, let's think about what Haiti did when
Them
Haiti
niggas
beat
like
the French.
art.
Hey, let me. I know y'all know the history of Haiti when they beat the French, and then they turned around and started doing certain things to other groups of people within Haiti. What about that? They kept the shit going.
It's just human behavior, yo.
What are you
Human
talking
I mean,
about?
look at Israel. Look at
What are
Israel.
you talking? What are you talking? What are you talking about? With you're going
Go
too
in,
far.
Reggie. Go in, Reggie.
Right. I mean, I don't really want to talk about the Haitian stuff. I just want
How
to
you
make a
doing, brother
comment.
Reggie?
I'm doing fine. I just want to make a comment. The African formerly enslaved defeated those people, right? And there was a faction of mulattoes. These were mulatto groups. So then the who was always siding with the Spanish and the French. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about something else in a second when I just need one more minute. So y'all keep going. But you're going all over the place. Just stay where you were.
I'm gonna say even in Africa,
Well, I know it's 1 o'clock.
the Ashanti
They
Empire
need to hurry and get that in.
used to buy slaves for gold mining from Portuguese people from Saint Domingue.
Yeah, but I
Santo
don't know
Man.
why
But
y'all
we do
all over the
also have some people that fought against that shit though. You know, they
Yeah.
were a
Of course.
minority. They
Yeah,
was fighting
of
against the
course, of
system.
course.
why y'all
I'm just
going.
saying, we just talking about the nuances. That's all. Shit, it's
Yeah,
reality.
but okay, but but before the Ghanaians began to sell enslaved because they were always fighting within their ethnic groups, there was the Arabs, there was the African Arab trans-Saharan slave trade.
Mhm.
So the Europeans, instead of killing other Africans, which they were, right? Their ethnic groups, they just simply sold them, right? That don't make it right. But the other side of it is that in fact, but I don't want to talk about that. That's a whole nother matter. So let me just try to get to where I was. So let me go to the Zoom and let's go back a little bit because y'all been a lot of places. So can I share my screen?
Oh, you think you're gonna do a presentation at 1 o'clock in the morning, yo?
No, I'm just gonna
Shit.
show some stuff. I ain't gonna do a presentation.
Yeah, bro, we ain't doing that. I swear, yo.
All you
I'm gonna
do
let
is
you.
show sources, Unc.
Yeah,
Anybody
I'm just saying, I'm not
sources,
swearing,
they
Reg.
can't share source.
Reg, put it up. Go ahead, Reg.
Gee whiz,
Yeah, I
Charlie
swear, I'm
Brown.
not. Yeah, I'm the, what the hell? Nah, yo.
Yeah. This me. I'm a real human
You said no
superhero.
presentation. That boy say represent.
That's right. I'm a real human superhero. DC Comics,
And
right?
the British
I
was cool, but the British
Talk
they
to him,
got rid
Reg.
of slavery. The
I
British
ain't
did.
like y'all. DC Comics,
Talk to
front
them.
page, Brother Reggie. Right?
Right.
That's what you're dealing with right now, right? Don't play with me, right? Now, I really like Nas Ali. Nas Ali
Man.
was onto something. I don't know, he ran out of steam. It's late at night, right? But we do have to look at the changing climate. So all of you have very good parts. I'm happy to be around some of the best that we have, right? Some of the best, right? So
I
we,
tell you, bro. Here
yeah,
we go.
we have, of course,
Set
because
us up, yo. We in for another half an hour. Go
we
ahead.
have that, but we can overlay things in Africa, right? Changing populations, the reason why there's admixture. I didn't put, but this map right here is probably more.
Reggie, are you tampering with these things? Are you just putting them things up on there? Or is that the actual?
No, I put the sources. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm
Man, sometimes you put the wrong source. You did that today. I was on the show. You had all the wrong. I was like, man, you got all the wrong source.
no. That's
That's the
because of the
Wakeline
tool.
pottery. That's the
No,
Nilo-Saharan migration.
Go ahead.
right.
What's your point? Here you go. Him and Nazi then linked up on this, y'all. We're gonna do a whole show. We're gonna let Nazi do his whole thing. We're gonna let y'all link up, and we're gonna do it because I see what y'all trying to do
I'll be
here.
finished in 2 or 3 minutes.
Go ahead, brother.
Right. So we have to overlay populations. So one thing that you do have to overlay is the pottery, right?
Okay.
To see where the people are, right? To see where they are. So the pottery is one thing that you overlay. I'll get to that later. The other thing that you overlay is the listic industries, right? You overlay you have to overlay the listic industries in Africa. So you have to do that, right? You certainly have to do that. That's important to people populations, right? Then you also have to overlay, right, what they found as populations, early populations of human beings. You have to overlay that. You begin to overlay it. So you see different type of populations, and each of these populations have subgroups. I don't think that Ngozi, I don't think that Gullah, I don't think that anybody in Ankh, I don't think that anybody is going to argue with me. I don't think Nile definitely is not going to argue with me, right? Then we have to overlay the cattle culture. So the cattle culture is very important to this particular time period of the early development that will become what people call Egypt, what the fake term Egypt and the fake term Nubia. These are fake terms, geographical and state formation terms. But if you just look at the data, you see the cartoon cattle right around here, 4,900 to 4,100, right? And migrating into these particular, along the Nile, right? And then into the kind of more, let's say, central area over here, the Chad and Libya. So this gives us the pottery, the listic industry, right? The cattle gives us an idea of different populations. I don't think anybody's going to argue with that, right? So it was important because during a particular period of time, as the Green Sahara dried up, you have another belt. You have this aquatic belt right here, right? I don't think that nobody's going to disagree with me. I wish you would, but you have another, and that's what Nazir Lee was talking about at some point, which got kind of moved over with a whole bunch of stuff. So you have to see this new belt, the Saharan belt, and that's what he was talking about. And you have to see the changes, and then in where these rivers are, or where the people or river people, that river and lake people, that's where they get their water supply, right? So then you get something that is totally unexpected. You get a boat culture in that same time period, in that same people. Why? Because they have the timber. Whereas now, what they call Egypt proper, fake term, they don't have the timber. They have to get the timber, and they get the timber from the Nubian, Sudanic populations. And so then you get this rock art. Where was my rock art? I missed my rock. That's what I was missing, my rock art. And so then you see early populations, and this is Southern Africa. I'm only reading Southern Africa because you have humans wearing white helmets, but you get this beautiful piece from Nubia, right? You get this kind of iconography, right? And then you see these people right here marching from the south with part of the iconography that will become Egypt. And I'm almost finished, right? Everybody knows that. Okay, so then we have a idea of, now when we look at the whole region, we see, because of a number of different things, we have the Wadi Hawar, the Yellow Nile, we have the Abu Balas Trail, right? So that you see humans being able to move, right? And that we have evidence of movement and of evidence of, for example, the Gift Kabir, which Ankh is an expert on that. Ankh is the expert on rock art and Gift Kabir, right? Right? He's an expert, right? I learned from him. You got the Abu Baz Trail. Then over here, you got Bir Sahara, Bir Kasiba, you have Nabta Playa, right? You have those populations, And then these populations are going to connect to the Nubian population. Because why? They're getting their iconography from the cave art, right? And they're getting data and ideas from the Nabta Playa region. Later, you see this emerge. Here goes the red crown, right? You see the red crown all the way over here by Nakata? Yeah, that's later, right? Or I'm not going to say too much later because they are trading, they are distinguishing themselves. Okay, so let me see my last 1 or 2 slides, and then I'll argue with y'all. And then you finally see state formation in this place, this fake term called Egypt, right? Where it all begins to come together. Now, the world is very Egypt-centric. Why? Because the Egyptians are writing, the other cultures are not necessarily writing. So we don't have evidence of what they say. We have evidence of what the people call the Ramesh or the Tawi people. What we have evidence, and because we have their evidence, we see their biases. But we also know that they drew borders, and they protected their borders. And when y'all say they hated people, well, no, they was largely protecting their borders. They weren't expansionists. They didn't expand into other people's areas except to be preemptive. They only really cared. They had enough of their own environment. Their biggest rivals would be later the Khmer people, right? The Khmer, which they flattened, but that's because Khmer was formidable enough that they would be able to attack. So the so-called Ramesh people had enough of that. And they did a preemptive strike and they flattened that. I need to put that slide in. So what I tried to say and then of course you all know this from Christina Clorer, right? A long cultural process of you see people coming from the Eastern Desert, the Western Desert, coming to the Nile, becoming more stratified, while this area over here had been stratified for a long time, but they did nothing. They weren't expansionists. And so then you have all these other cultures that we talk about, the Marindi culture, we have the Bedarian culture, we have the Nakata 1, 2, and 3 cultures, and then we have Egypt. But Christina Clorer, she does a great job of finding populations that are not named, right? But you can actually begin to see these groups, these chiefs in these particular groups kind of unifying and creating large groups around the 5th millennium. You see that around the 4th millennium, right? You see more of that, and then ultimately you will get writing. And these groups of people will come into this area over here, the Fayum, which it was talking about pretty accurately, I think. And they will say, okay, what do you call this? We'll write it for you. Because these people ain't doing writing. And also is correct when he talks about the Pangraves.
Reggie
right?
added that in. He added that in.
Yeah. Well, I listen, right? So you
That ain't what that lady said though. Yo, I'm just letting you know, yo, you using her map, but you ain't saying what she was saying.
What am I different saying? What different than I'm saying except for the writing?
You said, oh yeah, except for the writing.
But the writing, let me just see. The writing is hers. This is on her slide. This is not my slide. The writing occurs. So there is no writing.
No. She didn't say that them people down there had to help them how to write. She didn't say that.
Yes, she did by her diagram. These people weren't writing. The writing started down over here. What are you talking about? This is where the writing started, and then the naming of these groups of people occurred later. Butu and all these people up here, they weren't writing Jack Daniels.
One sec, Reg. All I'm trying to tell you is That's a great. You got a collection of great high level doctorate sources. I just don't agree with you smashing all that shit together like that, yo. That's all. I'm gonna mute out.
Okay,
I thought
okay.
I thought the Egyptians made reed boats though. You said they had to get timber from somewhere.
Yeah. The boating process started during the aquatic phase, right?
Mhm.
So these concepts right here is during this 4,000 period in Nubia, right? And the reed boats was one of the types of boats that they used on the Nile, but the transport boats, right? You needed heavy timber, and that came from not Nubia, but it came from
Nigeria.
Tasseti. It came from Tasseti, and then later the Egyptians, the so-called Egyptians, got a supply from outside Byblos, right? Because they didn't want to deal with the Nubians. But the concept of the boating happened uh, earlier, and of course the so-called Egyptians, well, not the Egyptians, but the Nakata people. Now, this is kind of more like a reed type of boat, and this is more like a transport boat, right? Where the sub-Saharan, if you want, like, or the Nubian and Sudanic populations, they were boat people. So with all of this, you come to this, and I think Salim Faraji has a similar map. It might be a little bit more detailed about this
That's the
understanding.
hill. What's that?
Yeah, this is, well, yes, this is the yes,
Paleo.
So
basically below the Sahel during
I,
the aquatic period.
I think what you offering, Reggie, is very beautiful. I would like
There you
I,
go.
I just wanted to say this. I would
Okay, I'm
like
gonna
to.
stop sharing because
Go
now
ahead. Go. No, no,
I
no,
see
no.
it coming.
I ain't gonna
Come
cut you,
on,
Jim.
come
I ain't gonna cut you, Jim. No, 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 no.
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just
Very
being curious.
beautiful. That's the BS.
Yeah, it is beautiful. What the fuck?
The BS.
What the
That's
fuck?
like
I'm
that's
not
like
going for
saying a
that.
baby. That's like saying a newborn baby looks sweet.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah,
on. Hold on. Let's talk about it before, because I know he's gonna probably shut it down in a second. Nazi, do you agree with what you're here? Do you agree with? Because I think that some of the things that Brother Reggie's presenting is on point. The sources he's using it's good.
some.
Yeah. I wanted him to come on and present the whole, but based on the little short summary that I heard, he was on point. At the end, though, I would disagree with him some at the end, but that's not a major point of contention in terms of the Gerzean culture actually having the early hieroglyphics on their pottery. That was a lower Egyptian culture. But other than that, you know what I mean? Everything he said was on point.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
well, ho. So let me. Nazir is a friend of mine. Of many of the people who are on this thing. Kimway is on our side too, right? So Kimway and Nazir is kind of like in the middle. So you're talking the Nakata 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I'm
So yes,
speaking about the Gerzean pottery that you brought up on your slide, right?
yes, Nakata.
That's the Gerzean phase. The Gerzean culture is considered a lower Egyptian culture, and so they actually introduced the precursor to the hieroglyphic writing on their pottery, and so I think that they introduced that technology into the Nile, and then once the Upper Egyptians win the eventual trade war and kind of subjugate the North and Nubia, they kind of run with the writing per se. That's how I kind of view. But we're not far off on that. That's not a major point of contention, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's really not, because you have Nubian 8 culture, and then you have what you want to call Gerzian, but Nakata 1, 2, and 3, and so I don't see I really just don't see a problem of disagreement at all.
No, that's why I said you're on point.
Disagreeing.
You're on point. You're presenting a different element than what I'm presenting. I'm more so showing the spread of cultures from west to east, and you're just showing it in a different way. I spoke about the pottery as well, but you're also introducing a couple of elements I didn't talk about.
Right. Well, that's why we collaborate and we can combine. It's. I don't know if I think it's more fluid than east to west. I think it's a combination of what
West to east.
happens when the Green Sahara, when the Sahara starts to dry up, and then you have those populations going south. So you have them going into Libya, you have them going into what you call parts of West Africa, and you have part of them going into the Nile Valley, these particular populations.
What time period, Brother Reggie? Could you explain that time period when this stuff was going on?
When the Green Sahara?
No. The time period when these people group of the Sahara start going into different directions. What's the time period?
Right. So that's immediately after the period of what you call the Green Sahara. So you're really talking about 6,000 BC.
So that's before and Egypt dynastically starts at what time period?
Why you have to ask me a question like that?
I'm just asking you the question so people can follow the time, because time is very important. So what time?
So that is 31, and so when that's about 31. But what I tried to show you was this, and you're missing this out. You're missing this.
No, you showed us high level doctorate sources all mumbled up together. That's what you did, Reg. You did.
Oh,
You
no,
put
no,
it
no,
all
no.
together.
Just because you can't put my slide up.
No, it really was. He didn't go in depth.
I think Reggie already
was
answered
showing
the
a lot of.
Okay,
question.
so
Reggie got some great sauce. I ain't gonna lie, yo.
Here's my high level
Highly
doctorate
unaccepted, though.
source.
They didn't catch it.
But when you're able to
You just
produce,
did.
I tried to do it so that you wouldn't have to read nothing. Because sometimes it's a reading a reading comprehension problem. So I tried to put some pictures up here. So what I did try to do.
I thought the cows was down there 8,000. I thought the cows was down there at 8,000.
Yo, I ain't put. Hey, Ngozi, funny as shit. Can you give us a time period? You mashed 10,000 years in 1 month.
That's in Ngozi, right? Ngozi does that.
Yo, they went from West Africa to Egypt in 1 month, like these niggas had a plane. Yo, you tripping?
I think y'all missing an important
We
component.
not missing. Both of y'all do the same thing.
Look, he spoke about. He showed.
I'm
the
not
lake.
denying that those
He
groups
showed the
didn't migrate.
Paleo-Lake.
I'm saying
Okay.
it wasn't
So
one
they
event.
were using the Paleo lakes, so a
There we
lot of
go.
these groups were moving faster than what we thought. So it probably only
How
took them a
fast?
day. It
Plain
only took them a day to get to
Bro,
West
you only
Africa.
talking about the Kadopian people, bro. Them the only people that went back up in there, bro. It's the
They took a
Kadopian
boat,
people, yo.
man. It only took them 1
You and
day.
Reggie, you know what? Debate. We're gonna do a debate. I'm tired of y'all too. I'm tired of Reggie. I'm tired.
They had boats,
Come
bro.
with these
So it
high
only
level
took them
sources.
a couple of
Hey,
days.
Ngozi, yo, you know they use good sources, yo. You know this is the perfect teaching moment for us, yo.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, shit.
That shit Reggie got fire. I used it the other day. I said, yo, I got this from Reggie. I went through my notes. Reggie got the fire shit.
Hey, and that's what I'm trying to tell Red. Like, I wasn't being funny. Reggie, you got some great sources.
Fire.
Like, that shit cool. Like, you
fire.
got like your
Look,
sources. But again,
Hey, you know what they're trying to do, Nazir Lee?
I ain't lying to you. I'm being
They're
honest.
trying to stick me in the damn back, right? And if you was nice to me, I'll show you where. If you was nice, I'll give you because you know what, you're not bad people. I'm gonna give you the cattle map, so you'll write this down, right? I'll do this for you, Unc, because you know Unc is good.
Email it to me.
You know he does the wavy line and dotted pot.
Hey,
Wait, you don't want other people to see it? I know. I'm gonna put it up.
Hey,
put it up.
Can I ask you one question?
Okay.
Can I ask you one
Just
question
email so I can have it.
about this beautiful map?
Reggie.
I want to, Gullah, before you ask him, I just want to ask him this one question. The timeline for the oldest when they're dealing with cattle on your beautiful map, what area is it in and what's the oldest? If you look at it.
Oh, there's different. Oh, thank you. So there's different types of cattle.
Oh man, he made one cow. One cow.
No, but look at your map and look at the time. Look at the time. Look at the dates. Where is the oldest when these pastoralist quotes at base? Like,
yeah. So one type of cattle comes in from the Levant, right? They but there are indigenous cattle along the Nile, right? The Adroboros cattle, and these cattle's coming from Khartoum, right? And then there's a cattle culture in Ethiopia. So the fact of the matter is, cattle are like humans; they're doing a lot of admixture. So it's not one type of cattle. If that's what you want to try to get me with, that are you? There's the shorthorn, there's the longhorn, there's the Adroboas, there's the Akakis cow, there is the cattle from the Levant. It's not one type of cattle.
Hey, you know about hey, Reggie.
Don't beat around the bush. Don't beat
You know,
around the bush, Ngozi.
you know, I talk a lot about the cow. You know about the Sangha cattle, right? That's the
The what
indigenous
cattle?
Sangha cattle.
No, they come from where?
No, oh man, if you don't know about Sangha cattle, or the cattle of today that has the indigenous cattle DNA, the wild oryx is in their blood.
And they're where?
They in
Where are
Africa.
they on this map?
The
Where are they on this map?
Sangha cattle are indigenous
They're like
African cattle.
humans. What part?
Where
What
are they on
part?
this map?
Huh?
No, I'm asking Gullah, where are they on this map?
Oh,
Yeah.
the Sangha cattle come from cattle from this area, from Sudan.
Does it come?
Okay,
Does
but
it originally a rate? Well, you're gonna have to put the name up so I can look at. Does it evolve there?
Just look it up. Look up Sangha cow. Look up Sangha
No,
cattle.
I'm talking to the expert.
I ain't
it's
saying
not,
nobody was an
it's not
expert.
domesticated. It's not domesticated earlier than these dates, though, Gullah.
You said it's not domesticated early,
No,
bro.
because a lot of those
Cattle was domesticated on this like independently in Eastern Sahara around 8,000 millennia BC, bro.
Yeah, but
Well,
if you look on
was
the
it
map,
domesticated?
if you look on the
Was
map
it
right there,
domesticated or was it herded? Was it
that's what I'm
herded or
saying.
domesticated?
Bro, look, I'm looking at it. Hold on, I got a source too.
I mentioned this. I mentioned this earlier. That's why I'm bringing it up, because I said domesticates come in at 8500 BCE based on Oscar Bar Yosef. If you look on his map right here, it's got 9th millennium BCE up in the delta. Now they're basing that off of Asur Bar Yosef. So in my research, the oldest domesticates come in the delta around 8500, and I would even say 9th millennium BCE, right? BC, and then spread from there.
You talking about the fully domesticated ones from the Levant.
Yeah.
But
Now in Africa,
but in Africa, you had an early archaic form of
penning. You got
pastoralism.
in Africa, bro. You got penning. It's a big difference.
That's what I'm saying. That's what even Eric he call it like a prototype of pastoralism. It's not fully pastoralism.
They're just trapping them.
They got the ox. They got the
penning them.
Yeah, oryxes. They call oryxes.
They're like putting them in the fence, so to say. That's what penning is.
It's the same thing they did with the Barbary sheep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And so they're not necessarily domesticated.
No, they made it.
Y'all talking about the African bull lotus?
No, they call the bulls primogenius. When they start mixing, them cows, them Levantine cows start mixing with them half tame cows.
My glasses on, make sure you ain't tricking us here.
Okay,
I'm talking about the African bulls.
I got a source too though.
So he goes
genetic analysis, the mitochondria. Hold on, DNA lineages.
Not even trying to argue independent.
Hold on, the cattle indicate that the ancestors of the Africa's Bos Taurus probably lived there more than 20,000 years ago. This speaks to the independent domestication of cattle in North Africa. This is Troy, AE 2001, and Hato 2002. It say, but this does not indicate when cattle were exactly domesticated. It says the debate on the early African domestication literally started with the cattle finds from Napa Playa and Burkisba, made by a combined prehistoric expedition, the CPE. It says a possibility of the early Holocene domestication of cattle was presented in 1980 by Gunther, 1980, and Winthrop and Childs. It says the cattle keepers, when argued more or less tentatively for the world's earliest domestication of cattle and the formation of the early herding substance. That's Gutter and Windroff and Childs. It says this interpretation has been maintained during the following decades with only slight revisions. Gutter, 1987, and Windroff and Childs. It says, hold on. It goes on to say dating evidence for the cattle remains comes from a number of sites in Anthropology and Bear Kispa. It says where the earliest cattle remains are associated with Aldam, the early Neolithic dating back to 9th millennium BCE. Windroff. It goes on to say bone samples from large bovid remains, probably domesticated cattle, were initially found on 15 sites in Anthropology and Kasbara regions. It say the large bovid remains, that's what you're talking about, the bovid cattle, large bovid remains, can in principle derive from wild cattle or ocrox, bois primigenius, domesticated cattle. All right, the exact African buffalo, the Sirius Kaffir, or much more likely its fossil relative, the so-called African giant buffalo, until recently labeled Pivriers. I think that's what y'all was talking about. Yeah, and that's a hand source right there. That's the real book right there. This book is entitled, get this book from Germany, Aridity, Change, and the Conflict in Africa. All right, you got to go to Germany to get this. Hitcherts and Bart's Institute, German book right here, yo. It's written in German and English. There we go. Fighting over them damn
So
cattle.
cattle culture. Jack, my screen was better. My screen was better than this screen right here. Let me just see if I can go back to it. So
That's what you got.
So this cave art.
I'm getting retirement.
Yeah, it's
we're
late.
at the end of this one.
But I just wanted to tease out my agreements and disagreements with Nazir Ali, and then you were saying, Ankh is saying, I got a fantastic doctored map.
Yeah.
Right. But that's not necessarily true.
Not necessarily
There's
true.
There's only one thing that I actually doctored. That was where I put on the pictures of not the flyer and stuff like that. I doctored that. But yeah, cattle in the Wadi Howar region, northern Sudan. I tried to contact the authors, but they don't seem to be active if they are still alive, even though this was done in the last 15, 20 years, right? And it takes a long time for people to get their work out, and then sometimes it's at the end of their life. But cattle in the Wadi Howar region, northern Sudan, and that's this is and so you have the Wadi Howar right here. And the beautiful thing about the people have to understand that the cattle dwelt in the wadis. Right, the wadis was a perfect grazing area for the cattle, and also in the wadis is where you have the farming occurs indigenously in the wadis, not next to the Nile. Right, later there, when the Nile is less wild, they moved the farming closer to the Nile. So they wasn't talking about, they didn't need that. They needed the silt, but they got the silt from the tributaries that ended up in the wadis, and it was safer for them to plant instead of
Reggie, we trying to do what now? Go ahead. I'm saying we're trying to improve the cattle. What we trying to do? What are we doing?
No, I was talking about human migrations. That's what I was talking about. Human migrations and the importance of understanding the Sahara and the Sahel and the changing in the pottery and the changing of because of the climate and where people actually end up. And so
you think, what you saying? So the people in Mali, you think the people in Mali end up in the Nile Valley because of some pots? Is that what you think?
Right. Who said that?
I mean, I'm wondering. I'm just trying to get
I would say
No.
that was two
If you
different
want
independent.
technically,
That was two different independent
yeah.
pottery interventions.
So if you want, so yes, so and why that is so, and Gullah is correct on that, is because all
Okay.
pottery is composed of different type of river silts, right? But you have the innovation around Mali, and then it spreads in this. This is almost a belt, and it spread this kind of what they call hospitals or something like that, and it spreads from this area. Ultimately is going from west to east.
No, hey Reggie, the wavy line pottery is independent of the pottery that was created in Mali. They was even used for two
I'm not talking about that.
Oh,
You
you talking
showing
about
it on the screen. The screen got Molly.
I was saying, 'cause the wavy line pottery, it went west into regions by way of Nilo-Saharan population that went into the Central
But it
Sahara.
starts here in
It
Mali.
doesn't have to look the same. In Gullah, if that's the point, you trying to say that because it
No,
looks.
the wavy line pottery starts in the Sudan, yeah.
No, I'm saying because it looks slightly different.
No, you
that
got
it's
wavy
still
line
the
pottery.
idea.
All
The
in those
idea
areas.
didn't spread from west to east because it looks slightly different.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. No, not at all. What you saying?
No, because
Anyway,
I read last week. I read last week, and I showed a connection between the
Now you got
pottery.
two different. Now you got two different independent pottery interventions. The one that started in Mali, and the ones that the wavy line pottery that started in Sudan.
I think there's different types.
But that you know, that's like me arguing right now that the farming that was done in West Africa didn't spread from the east. No, I'm saying that's like me arguing right now that the farming that eventually makes its way to West Africa didn't come from the east.
It didn't.
It didn't. It happened independently. What are you talking about?
No, but there's migrations and there's migrations.
They missing that part. They missing that part, Reggie. They missing.
Okay,
that
well,
part.
we're gonna start that part next week. Listen, it's
Yeah,
too
I
late.
think
It's too late for me. It's too late. I got a headache. Too late.
the problem is, do you understand that
Reggie
You
gave
got
me a
Christopher
headache.
Eric. You got Christopher Eric book,
They're
Reggie.
minimalists.
He won't even read Christopher Eric book. He did a whole show on it.
Ankh is a minimalist. I'm classified.
I'll take that.
Read the
I can
hard way.
take
You
that.
guys are minimalists.
I'll take that. And what are you then? What do you consider yourself? I'm a minimalist, and you're what?
I'm
Maximus.
I'm with the no. I'm with the consensus.
No damn consent.
you see, the problem is that the terms are sometimes the terms are used as generalists, right? And then there are specific experts
Mike Jones,
right? When I called Dr. John Henry Clark,
hold on, let's look at this. Hold on, it's late. Hold on, let me see something. I'm dropping links. Let me look at the Cash App here. God damn it.
Yeah, look at the Cash Apps.
Yeah, that's going. Okay, we got Joe Burton Sr. Appreciate it. I got one.
I got something to share too after you done.
I don't know. We're running out of gas here. We're definitely running out of gas here. Running out of air, space, and gas.
While he's looking at his Cash Apps, Nazir, you did a great job.
Great job, Nazir Lee.
You did a great job, and
we're gonna debate y'all too. It's two against.
They tiptoed through the tulips, right? They didn't understand the Sahara-Sahel belt.
Wow. I seen it when you put it up there, Reg.
I do understand it, bro.
I know you
did. It's a biocultural, biodiverse. It's the most one a diverse area. Flora
and Nazir Lee talked about it. You're tiptoed.
We wasn't tiptoeing, man. We was trying not to beat y'all up too early.
The DNA.
Y'all making it like
enjoy the company.
Make a highway of people migrating at speed of time like this.
You don't want to talk about the admixture of human beings. All that.
We got an agenda, yo.
I want to talk about the pottery. I want to talk about the lithic industry.
Where's
APEC? I want to talk about
V.
Right? I ain't debating. I'm 59 years old. Just learned.
Mike Jones, what's up? For the family. What's on your mind, man? What you got for us?
Can't call him. I wanted to finish our conversation from earlier, brother, man. What's happening with you?
What was the earlier conversation?
We was on Garfield. No, talking about.
I got off. I ain't arguing with y'all, man. For what?
It's all good. You thought you was arguing with me, but I want to get some reasoning with you.
Reason with me. I don't like reasoning. I like a little bit
See,
better than that. Nah, you gotta have
I
reason.
bet. Let's try to
What's
get
your
to
reasoning
understanding there.
about to change the
I dropped a
conversation?
little
What's the reason?
I dropped a little link in the back there. We was talking about the Americas, right?
Oh, he
With the
dove
natives
trouble.
and stuff. You
America.
know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know
Now,
what you're talking about.
is this a credible source that I dropped in the back or no?
I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna help you out with
Uh, Piece of the little panel and stuff. What's up, Reggie?
You said the little panel?
that.
I said piece of
Who
the panel. I ain't
Destian
say
to
little.
India? Name and
Oh,
change the
who?
name. Yeah, yeah. South Asian Journal of okay, what you got here? What you want?
All right, let me see. I think it go to the people in. It says the.
Dustin.
Oh no,
Dustin.
I'm tripping.
Yeah, you
This
put the
something interesting right here though. If you go to the second paragraph, right?
oh, what you got here? The terms of India and who Dustin?
Hindustan,
That's Hindustan. Okay.
Hindustan.
Have a long and
Yeah.
complex history. All right.
Yeah. If you go down, probably like where it says which was then adopted as India by Roman and the Greek writers, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see that? It said India was associated with the Indus, but it also
This is
became
out
a
of off a
designated.
subject. You this is a cash app. This is a cash app question.
Hold on, Reggie, chill out, man.
Hey,
Hey, it
you gotta,
definitely is.
You gotta let me shut it just real quick after he done, bro. I
No, I didn't
gotta.
want to interrupt the brother. I apologize.
It's
Get
It's
him.
definitely
all
a cash
good,
that
man.
moment
It's
though.
all
Get
good.
brother. Get him. Get
But
on.
check it
Don't
out.
get me.
It says India within the Ganges, right? I guess it's Genghis Khan or whatever. It
Yeah.
says
India within
whereas lands
Ganges.
further to the east, India beyond the Ganges, right? It
Mm-hmm.
says these two Indias are at the root of the term Indies, which still connotes a region that spreads across the southern Eastern Asia, even into the Americas. So just showing that America was called India as well.
It ain't saying that.
What you think is
It say
saying?
the two Indias
Two Indias, correct?
are at the root of the
Mm-hmm.
term
India.
Indians.
It says Indies, but go ahead though.
And okay, yeah, I'm gonna make this shit bigger. Hold on. Let me see what you're doing here. It's my favorite thing to do. I swear it is. Okay. The two Indians are at the root of the term Indies, which connote and still connotes a region that spreads
Mm-hmm.
across much of southern and eastern Asia and even into the Americas. Many European languages also have an equivalent term, les indies, in French for, hold on, for instance, although Youk and Burnell point out that European nations usually refer to their own colonial territories when speaking of the Indies. British understanding of the term India and Indies therefore were influenced by ancient Greek and Latin writings as well as contemporary European uses. Now you're trying to say what? Because so you saying the
I'm
native
trying to
tribe
show that
calls them?
it was two different Indias. You know, y'all try to say, oh well, my thing is this. I say America was called India Superior, right? This is clearly saying there was two different Indias, one inside Ganges and one outside of Ganges.
Okay, all right, bring it home. Come
So
on.
so when we was talking about the maps and stuff earlier, they was trying to act like America was never called India. It
It
clearly
ain't
says
saying
that
it
it
was called
was.
India right here. What it's saying is that
Yeah,
that
it
word
is.
you can find that word in Americas. Hold on,
No. It
let me say it
says
again. Hold
okay.
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do your
These two
thing.
Indias
Two
are
Indias.
at the
Keep that in
root
mind.
of the term Indies,
hmm
which connote and still connotes a region that spreads across much of the southern and eastern Asia. Then it say, and
hmm
even into Americas. So you
Correct.
saying what? What you trying to say right here?
I'm just trying to
They
say
thought
that
they
it's
was
been
in. They
called
thought they
India
was in
here a long
India.
time ago.
They
What you
thought they
say?
was in
What's the
India,
problem
bro.
with it?
They made
No,
a
no, no,
mistake.
no, no. It said it was two different Indias. It clearly said two different Indias.
India is a European word. It's not an
No, no,
Indian
no, no, no,
It's
word.
no.
not
Come
a
on,
European word. It said it
mom.
adopted. It said that the Greeks adopted this term.
Yeah, it ain't a
It went
European
from
word.
Indies
But you know, but
to
you know, but you know,
Problem
but
I'm
you
with it,
dealing
know.
though,
with the
family.
Hold
Greeks and
on,
What's the,
Romans.
hold on. You know,
what's the problem
Indus.
with
You
it?
know, hold on. It is borrowed Greek, but you know, Indus and India
Hmm.
refers to Hindi people.
No, no, no. I
It
think you need to
do.
read
That's
this
it's just
again.
it's just when it gets to Greek,
I
it becomes
mean,
Indus. But
I brought this up
originally
just to
they
show my little
referred to
thing, but
the Hindu people, bro. That's why they call it
I mean,
India.
listen, brother, man, I hear what you're saying. I brought up what I saw. I read it. You can read it too if you want. It said it's two different Indias.
Look up the
You know,
etymology
you
of look up the
can do what you
etymology
want
of
to do
India,
with it.
bro. Look up the
Hey,
etymology of India.
All right, man. It broke it down to the Greeks
for
and the
the
Romans and
family.
everything, man. What up?
Hey, for the family. Is it a problem with having two Indias or places called Indies or
No, no,
what? What's
no,
the
it's
problem?
not. They try to make it seem like America was
They,
named
I
after
didn't do
Amerigo
anything. I
Vespucci
didn't know I
and all
tried
that
to do
stuff.
anything. I didn't.
They try to make
I not
America seem
they.
like what?
It
I
was
not
named
the
after some
they.
white people.
I ain't say that.
Oh no,
I
I
said
think
that.
No,
Columbus.
I
I
never
think
said you
Columbus.
said that. I'm
Oh,
just talking about
Yeah,
that's the
Columbus
common thing
referred
that's
to
going
it.
on.
oh, I
I
ain't
think
saying nothing.
Columbus even referred to it as
He,
India.
but
Yeah,
he
remember
wasn't
that?
lost. He wasn't lost though. It clearly said it's two different Indias. One inside Ganges, one outside Ganges.
Said he
You
wasn't
feel me?
lost. See, that's where you start messing up, baby.
You got to find a
Nah.
source on that though, bro.
Yeah, he
If
did
you
think
look
he
at
was
this
in
right here and read
India.
it, I just gave
He,
you one.
Okay. He said, and it
mm,
says on there that he really wasn't lost.
You gotta zoom in a little bit though, so they can see it though, so y'all can read it.
all right,
You
man.
feel me?
You going hard.
So is this ultimately is the premise behind this is to say that some blacks are Native Americans or something like that?
You better be
African
glad I
American?
can't.
Oh, and no, Indian.
We got
Do you
a
see native?
lot of
This
different
ain't said nothing about no native.
yo.
Okay, all right.
Dude, come on, some
You feel
crazy.
me?
I'm just trying to see what
It's
he
I
right
don't
means.
even know if
here.
y'all can read that though, but if y'all can
They
read
can
that
read that.
paragraph, it kind of break it down.
Y'all can see this clearly, can't y'all?
Yeah, you want me to read it? Or-
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead,
Hold on.
tackle that and tell me what you think. I might be reading it wrong. I might not be good at reading.
The terms India and Hindustan have long and complex histories. Henry Yule and A.C. Burnell note that the Sanskrit word Sindhu, meaning the sea, are designating a river, so the Indus River, is likely the origin of the term India. They suggest that slight linguistic changes resulted in the Persians calling the region on the banks of the Indus Hindu, which was then adopted as
Ain't that what I
India,
said, yo?
Man,
yeah,
let him finish.
which was then adopted as India by Roman and Greek writers. Initially, India was associated with the Indus, but it also became a term designating the area between the Indus and the Ganges, India within the Ganges, as well as the lands further to the east, India beyond the Ganges. These two Indias are at the root of the term the Indies, which connoted and still connotes a region that spreads across much of the southern and eastern Asia and even into the Americas. Okay, you want me to keep going?
I mean, I was cool right there. What you
So the
think about
Indies,
that?
like you know, the West
What's the problem
Indies,
with
that's in the islands. The West Indies,
that?
right?
I'm just saying it's been like
That's
this.
part
It
of
ain't
Americas, though, am I correct?
it is, but Christopher Columbus ain't naming it. It's been like this is what I'm trying to get to. And
Nah,
that's what that's
what?
saying right there.
Nah,
No. I ain't saying
bro.
that. I ain't saying been like that, yo. I ain't
It
saying
said
that.
Indies
Ain't
within
nobody
Ganges
even
and it
know
said the
about.
Indies
Ain't nobody even
outside of
know about it.
Ganges.
Yeah, they ain't even know, but come on, yo. They ain't know. Hold on,
I
see.
mean, this went back to the Greeks and the Romans. What you talking about?
No, it ain't,
No, we
bro.
talking about the name.
No,
And it went back
no,
to Ganges and everything else. I mean,
Oh,
I might
hell
be
no.
tripping.
yeah,
Keep
but
Yeah,
they
going.
you a
were.
little
It
bit,
looked
yo.
like they were referring to one region though,
It
because
said two
they
Indias,
didn't
G.
go that far.
It said two Indias though,
They
didn't it?
wouldn't have known
No, I'm talking
about
about the
that, yo.
Greeks. The Greeks. I mean
Yeah,
the
the Greeks
Persians. I'm
wouldn't know
sorry.
about that.
The
I mean,
Persians.
I
The
got you.
Persians.
I was sticking to Columbus though. Columbus.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Yeah,
who
Persians were
knows?
Columbus said he
You know
thought
what
he
I'm saying?
was in India, yo. The Indies,
He
the
was in the
West
other.
Indies.
He
He's in the
was in the.
West
He
Indies.
was. He was in the other India. He ain't
We
Yeah,
named
but
agree.
look,
India.
but the Persians only refer to a region though.
Yeah.
Hold on. The one inside the Ganges and the one
So that's
outside though. That's
the
what it said though,
etymology.
right?
No, the etymology which the Persians that come from the Persians, what it's saying here. It says that they
It said
were
took it from
calling this
Indus.
region on the banks of the Indus Hindu. So they're only referring to a region at this time.
Over there was Hindu, over here was India. You know what I'm saying?
So did you read this whole article, though,
Persians
yo?
didn't know nothing about America, bro.
What
Yo,
you,
did you
why
finish
you
reading?
think they're talking about it right now?
Man, you gotta let me show my source. They come up with this crazy.
Yeah,
Hey, hold
bro.
on, look, you know,
Persians didn't know
though,
nothing about America.
this was just food for thought, though, man. In case y'all ain't never seen it, I
No,
came
this is
across this
good. This is
earlier.
good. I like
Yeah, it's
this.
good,
You
but
know
I'm
what I
saying, did
mean?
you finish reading the rest of the article, yo?
I read the
Tell
whole
the
thing.
truth.
I read the footnotes and everything. Come on now,
No,
brother.
this ain't the
Come
whole
on.
article. It's no.
No. I just read this right here. This was enough. This is what I needed. I didn't need nothing else
No, you need
besides
to
that.
read the whole thing, yo. You can't
Man,
do
this was
that.
like this was like compact. It had the Greek, Romans. It had everything I needed in it right there in
No,
one
yo, this is
paragraph.
one page of I
I
quit.
mean, you know,
I
you
mean,
do what you want to do with it. But hold on, look though. I put another
The
link in
Greeks
the
and the
bag though,
Romans
right?
caused further
oh
confusion in
hell
these days.
no.
Oh man, he
I
got too
mean,
many. Come on, bro. He
it
got
Hell
too
shows how
many.
no.
they transliterated the word from
You
Indus
gotta
to
read the whole
India
thing,
stuff.
yo.
Yeah,
You
but they
gotta read the
made it.
article.
They
I
took
mean,
it from the
I dropped it
region.
on y'all. Maybe we can have a conversation about it though. But look,
Hey,
I
Bro,
dropped
you
another
mean
link
tell
in
me,
the
hold
back
on,
though,
just be
right?
honest, yo. You didn't read the rest of that.
I only read that. I just told you I read this little right here.
come on, man. Hey, yo.
I was arguing with you earlier. I had time
Get
to. I
back
had to,
on
you
the.
know,
Let's
I
get
had to
back
hit the
on the
road, you know,
pottery,
fuck with
yo.
a couple hoes
Let's
and
get
there
back on
all
the
kind of
pottery,
shit.
yo.
Yeah.
You said
What,
what?
what Clyde Winters when you need him? He'll set
You
y'all
said
all
get back on
straight.
the powder.
Nah, man. I ain't mess with y'all, man. Y'all crazy, man. You
Man,
got me
Hold on, look
had a
though,
opinion.
look though,
source.
hold on,
I
look
had a
though.
source, bro. You interrupted with it.
I put the scientific link in the back though. I wanted you to read though,
Yo, you put
because
the
you say
scientific link on can read.
no for real though. This is something else though. I'm talking about as far as like the Americans
Oh man, yo,
and the
you cannot
people.
go through your yo, you gotta pay for it. Get the whole thing, then holler at it, yo. You can't do
I
this.
ain't talking about this little article. You can read it or not. I already
All right.
know
You
what's going
can't
on. You feel
cool.
me?
Hey man. Boy, that was funny. That was a good one. You made my
All
day.
right, cool. I mean, just peep
Definitely
it though.
made my
Just
day.
new information, man. You know, like
Hey,
you said earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I 100% right? No, I'm not. I admit that to
Thank
you,
you.
right?
Thank you.
But
You
I
said
damn
you
sure ain't
was. You
100%
changed it.
wrong either. I
You
damn sure
changed
ain't
it.
100% wrong either,
I
though.
ain't say you was, but I was just trying to. I was
All
trying to
right.
fit.
No. I was holding my nuts earlier, but look, peep this little shit in the back though,
Oh
man.
shit.
Is this a
Hold
real
on.
like credible science thing right here?
The Christian Science Monitor. I don't know about that, yo. I don't know
Will
about
you
the
click it
Christian
though?
Science
Will you
Monitor.
click it and
I
tell me what you
clicked it.
think? Because it's talking about the
Modern Native
people in it.
Americans closely resemble people in China, Korea, and Japan, but the oldest American skeletons do not.
Christian Science.
Keep going
Chatham
though.
said the earliest American skeletons have longer, narrow skulls than modern Native Americans and smaller, shorter faces. All in all, the earliest Americans more closely resemble modern people of Africa,
Yeah.
Australia, and Southern Pacific Rim.
How
This
you
has
like that
led to
shit?
speculations, hold on, that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from a different homeland and migrated from Asia at different stages in their evolution, Chatham says. Yeah, so a matter of fact, it's
I'm
the
just saying
article.
though, they said it looked like niggas.
No,
You
no,
know
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
saying?
The article they actually references.
Yeah, that's all
Hold
I'm
on.
saying.
No,
That's
no,
all I
listen.
needed. Good.
That's not all that's needed, brother.
I didn't get a chance
I
to
mean,
argue
shit.
with
Oh,
Is this
hell
hold on? Look, is
no.
it credible?
I
Is
feel
this
like
credible
I can't
source?
mess with you.
So
I'm gonna
so
let you
so
stay there, yo. Go ahead.
Man,
You can
No,
have it
no.
for the
Is
day.
this credible or no?
After
For real?
group is
No,
a
I can tell you where it came from
Christian
the
Science.
Paleo Indian article, yo. And they was talking about
I really don't
Nazia.
know. I
No,
stumbled
they were
across.
saying
I mean,
Nazia was
talking
a
about
Negro.
Naya.
Listen,
so
No,
listen.
no, it was called about Naya, something like that.
Not
so
yeah,
Nia so
Nazia.
Nia
Yeah.
not Luzia in
Nia.
But
Nia.
it said that the first
they say
Americans
shit had
looking
enough
like
confusion,
niggas.
yo. They
Listen,
saying
It
that
said
that's
looking
over. They
like
saying that's
Not
in
niggas.
the
no more,
paleo.
yo. They changed it right in the middle of the read. They changed
Nah,
it.
man. You know what? It's funny. It said because the Native Americans said they look like the Koreans and shit. Then they said like the real
so
Americans
can
look like niggas.
The
can I
Paleo, you talking about the Paleo Americans.
so
Yeah, it said it look like niggas from Africa.
Hell no,
Right,
you
yo,
can
you
smell
right, bro. They saying they
Garfield
look like
show. Now
East
they coming in
Asians, bro.
peace.
But they
See,
not
but
saying that no more.
I don't know if this is credible or not. Though that's why I'm asking y'all. Y'all the science majors,
Nah,
right?
yo. You ain't got no win with that, yo. Chill out with that.
So
All right.
Nia skull that was found in over there in Mexico, the
You
black
can read
cave,
it right here.
I
and
can barely hear you, G.
so Nia skull that was found in the black cave in Mexico in the water, and that's what they
Uh-huh.
call it here.
Yep.
In Luzia that was
Yep.
found in Brazil, the skull morphology fell in line with more what they labeled as Negroid or Australoid, right?
Correct.
But the problem with this is this: when they go to some tribes in the Amazon, they found some layers of DNA that was shared affinity with population groups that was close to Australoids already. So this
Yeah,
is
but you gotta dodge the hijack on that, don't you?
He
I
got
hear you.
dodged the hijack. What the hell kind of talk?
Yeah, man. Look, they went from Asian to nigga back to Asian.
No,
All
no, no,
right,
no,
come
no,
on
no.
now.
Listen,
I
bro.
mean, it depends on what y'all trying to stand on.
No, I'm
But
trying to
it's
say
all
something.
good.
Before these people, you
Let
had
him
different
speak,
ways.
bro.
You had different ways of people that crossed the land bridge at different times with different morphologies. For example, you start studying the early Americans that crossed the land bridge as early as 16,000 years ago.
You talking about the Asians?
They didn't look
No.
like listen. At this time, they did not look like the modern populations like the last wave of people that came. Like, for example, the Inuits of Alaska. They were the last population that came from that same direction. The earlier group, when you go back even towards the Kloviks before them, their morphology was slightly distinct. It's just like with Europeans, right?
What are you saying they look like though? I
So
hear
so
you
so so
talking,
We
but
gonna
so
get
so
to
at,
that.
so,
You gotta
so,
let him finish, bro.
so at this
I can
time,
barely hear him. I'm trying to make out what he's saying.
so at this time, morphologically, they were more robust and they fell in line. Like if you go back to
You saying they more fat?
no robust in
Robust.
morphology, right? Like if you go back to
Uh-huh.
that land bridge 26,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, they would have fell
Let's
in
stick
line.
to reality, man. 30, 40, 100 billion. Come on, now, let's stick to reality.
This is reality because Lucia was a population.
No.
No,
26,000 years ago, not reality.
listen,
You gotta stop inviting when you have your
Yeah,
personal
bro.
channel,
We got off subject. I was finna get into this pottery
free the
shit.
hard way
Some old
and
Evo
Gullah.
shit, bro.
go ahead, bro. Because I mean, it's hard to talk to them because he's playing. I think
I'm
he's
saying, hold on. You think evolution changes
so
the hair
so
texture of a
so
person?
Yeah,
so
of
when,
course.
of course it does through
Oh,
time.
so the hair and the skin change.
Everything.
Everything changed, huh?
Locus. Hold on. Listen, bro.
Oh, okay. That's a new one. Okay.
Gullah, I feel for
Bro,
you on
bro,
this.
we
I
don't know how
really
to have
feel
a
for you.
Let him
conversation, bro. You
finish.
just shut up, dog. Damn.
Why would the hair change though? I can
Bro,
understand the complexion
Look,
changing with the
this is what we're
weather, but
gonna
why
do.
would
We're
the
gonna
hair
table
change?
this.
Why won't he
Look,
let
we're
me
gonna
talk,
table
bro?
this. Listen, listen.
Eder,
Hold on, Gozi. We're gonna table this. Hey, bro, listen. I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate you bringing the source,
Wow.
though.
Ain't no thing.
All
Hey,
right.
peace of the
You
family,
tried
man.
your
Y'all do
hand.
your thing,
Listen. You tried your hand, yo. At least you came with a source, yo. One you didn't read
Shit, I came
because
with
you couldn't get the
two.
rest of
I
it.
came with two. Try to put
You
some on
did,
your
but then the other
brain.
one we can explain all that.
Yeah.
We ain't listen. I'm glad that you just got enough to bring a source, yo. I could definitely break that down and show you how they changed it, how they like just because something looks like I could show you a population look just like
Oh, this just the tip of the iceberg,
Negroes,
huh?
yo, and they ain't got nothing to do
I
with
got you.
Negroes at all.
You see,
So
that's why I say we ain't Africans. You see what I'm saying?
man,
yeah,
look,
You
bro.
know what?
I hear you.
I'm about to make you a winner. Don't even trip. I got you.
Oh, are you serious?
So you,
Bro,
so you,
No,
Yeah,
I ain't what you
he's
trying to say.
serious, Reggie.
so, so for the
I done
family, you
won this shit
basically agree
already,
with
Reggie.
Dan Calloway. You basically agree with Dan Calloway for the
Man, I'm
family.
trying to get it.
No. I'm my own man. I don't give a fuck about none of them niggas.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Hey,
What you
we
talking
on
about?
every Sunday. We're gonna do a special show for you.
Yeah, don't be trying to
All
compare
right.
me to no other nigga. The hell
I
you
ain't
I,
gonna
so
do
talking
you
about?
that. I ain't gonna
This
put you
shit
there.
finna
I
get
said
turned
you
to something
basically
else,
agree with
man.
Dan
It's
Calloway.
finna get turned to something else,
I
bro.
don't know
Because
about nothing about what you talking about as far as agreeing with him, but I'm bringing my own shit.
All
You can
right,
take
we
it or
got
leave it,
you.
No,
though.
We
you're
got
not
it.
bringing
Duly
your
noted.
own. What work have you read it?
Reggie, stop it. All right, man. Peace out.
All right, peace. All
Peace,
right, let's
bro.
go. All
and
right.
we definitely know about
Alright, bro.
we definitely know about the Locus mutation that's responsible for thick jet black straight hair and winter the rose. So we not like when he say things like that dude was I don't know. Well, we'll talk about that later.
No. He had a space where we
He's
all
still
start at.
searching.
At least he
He's
got a
still
source
searching,
though.
Ngozi.
Yeah, he's searching
Yeah,
hard. He thought he had us. He thought he had
But
us.
when I bring a
Hey, can I
source,
get it?
the doctor's source. Where's Gullah? I've
Hey,
been
can I
waiting
get it?
for Gullah.
Yeah, man. Can I get it
Yeah,
for the
you
source?
brought doctor sources. You did, Reg. You just cut and paste them together.
Gullah been
but
trying to get one off for the longest.
yeah,
Gullah, who was
Gullah been
this?
trying to
Ain't even
go.
no name on it, man. Who was this?
Yeah, who is that, Gullah? The hell is
This dude got a name. This Christopher Eric book,
All right, go ahead.
2023, ancient African history, y'all.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gullah.
I'm going to the pottery real quick. Just
Oh,
to
we
give an
4 hours
understanding.
in, yo. Really?
We up to 3 in the morning on this topic.
No, I cannot be that, yo. I gotta get up. No.
5 in the morning, yo. Reese here.
No, $30, yo. I done 4 hours. I can make $5 an hour, yo.
Could Gullah read this right quick? Could Gullah just read his source right quick?
Yeah, I hit that cash app, yo. The $5 an hour ain't gonna cut it. No,
No,
I'm
you should
not
have got
doing $5 an hour.
$25 for that. For him, for
I'm
you,
not
for
doing
him
it, yo.
expertly going over his source.
Gullah, read that, and I'm out $5 an hour, yo. 5, 10, 15, 20.
It's rough out here.
$7, yo. I can't even buy no coffee in the morning, yo.
Right
Yo, if I attempt to buy some coffee and a breakfast sandwich, yo, I'm broke. You know the body, how this is taxing my body to get up? No way. Come on, Gullah, get that out the way. Hurry up.
All right, I'm gonna get out.
No, sir.
You brought the brother in for your pet project.
No, Reggie, you took advantage. I say, Reggie, don't do no lecture. And you did a mini lecture. You did. I let you do it because you're my man. I know you got doctorate sources.
Look,
Hey, let the stream roll. We
I'm glad to have you on the channel, bro. So I let you do your thing, yo.
Hey,
Probably cut you off tomorrow when I look at it.
Gullah, go ahead, man. I've been waiting for Gullah all
look,
day.
all I'm gonna say, look, it's
We've
that-
been pushing Gullah. Hey, Gullah, we ran all the way to America on you, yo.
yeah, I know, bro.
Damn.
Man,
It's
right here,
patient
but
thing,
right
man.
here it say,
Christian Science.
but it was Africans who brought into being the third earliest invention of ceramics. Where did the development take place? People living in Western Africa, 12,000 kilometers distance from Yangtze region, because you know that the earliest pottery is in China, like East Asia. And it say independently created this technology by no later than 11,500 years ago, around 9,500 BCE. Africans living in what is today the country of Mali were fastening pottery. The geographical region of the invention lay in the areas south of the Great Bend of Niger River. And they say these lands fell within the areas where the Proto-Niger Congo languages would have been spoken, and thus where the Niger Congo language family originated. The earliest ceramic inventions of Africa, go down a little bit. You see the map right here. You see the Niger Congo people in the west, and the Nile Saharan early Nile Saharan people in the east. That's gonna be the other independent pottery. I'm gonna show you right here. And they say in the third, and right here they say in the third earliest inventors of the ceramic technology in the world spoke early languages, we believe, in that language family, which they talking about Niger Congo. And they say what is more, and not just third earliest, but also the fourth earliest invention of ceramic technology in the world took place in Africa. People living 300 kilometers east of Mali in the southern half of the Eastern Sahara began to fashion ceramic ware almost as early during the 9th and 8th millennium BCE. This second African creation of ceramic technology, as our knowledge now stands, is not attributed to diffusion from West African center of invention. Everywhere this second tradition occurs in regions where people have more have for millennia spoken not Niger Congo languages, but languages of the second major African language family, Nilo-Saharan. And see how the different independent pottery spread in different directions. So we got that wavy line pottery over here because it came from these regions and it spread in these different directions. It come from the Nilo-Saharan civilization, not the Niger Congo civilization. Two different formations of pottery. They even use it for different things. You know what I'm saying? Nilo-Saharan, Niger Congo people use their pottery to boil whole grains. You know what I'm saying? The wavy line pottery was kept for sorghum. And it say ceramic wares of this tradition share a common set of decorative motifs whose arrangements are distinct from those of the earliest pottery of the Niger Congo speaking. Further western areas of Sudan geographical belt. Overall, evidence indicates that the separate Nilo-Saharan ceramic technology spread from east westward into regions between modern day Sudan and Mali. So it went into the west from the east.
Wait, stop. What
Yeah,
went to
that's
the
an
west?
old, that's an old played out model right there, man.
Nah, not really, bro. The diffusion model is the old model, bro.
Yeah, it's 2000.
This
It's
this this, this
2000
book
and
came out
motherfucking
2023, my dude.
yeah,
How
it's
does pottery
2023.
spread east to west?
Because it
in this-
happened independently. The wavy line pottery, they talking about this pot,
Where
the
did
Nile
say wavy
area.
line
What do y'all
pottery,
have against the
Gullah?
west, bro? Like, what do y'all have against the west?
We
I don't
don't.
understand.
Did you
Well,
hear
where
what I
did it
just
say
said?
wavy line pottery?
I'm telling you.
I
Y'all
don't see
boys.
Hold on,
Y'all
listen,
boys.
listen.
Y'all
You
boys.
read on
Where
what I
does
just
it
said.
say wavy
I ain't gonna
line
lie, I've
pottery?
heard that. I've read that though.
It's gonna say
Where
wavy
does
line pot,
it say wavy line pottery?
bro. When they talking about
Wait,
Shit.
how come it doesn't say that?
you don't have this, bro. What wavy line? What pottery do you think they talking about?
No, I want the source to tell me.
Oh
I don't want
man.
you to tell me.
Blacktop. What is the blacktop pottery? What is it? Which pottery is it?
That's
Hey, this was a
Go
good
back
show.
up to where you
I'm glad
was, Gullah.
all
where
of us was
does
able.
it say wavy line? See,
Yeah, it
we're
was a
not
good
talking about
show.
the decorative. We're talking about we're talking about pottery itself. There's a
So let me get
difference.
another source. Let me get another error source where you say that. Because it
Well,
said in the
yeah,
same book too, just
that's
on a
the
different
source you
page.
should have used.
You made it up.
I didn't make it up, bro.
Got the overlay on.
Yeah, them things. That $30 been spent already, yo. Shit, I can't even get no jelly for my sandwich at this point. Dry
You got the overlay on. Goddamn show ending.
All right, well next show I'm gonna show you and prove that that's the wavy line pottery that he talking about.
Yeah, we stopped that Fayoum. Hold on, let's get our Burns here.
You need that east to west spread too.
So
No,
next
he
time,
said
Exactly.
so next, hey,
in
next,
that book, in this, did you hear me? I just read. He said it wasn't the result of the fusion from West Africa. The wavy line pottery that was in the east is independent.
No
Independent event.
pottery, but not wavy line. Your article didn't say
That
wavy
is,
line.
bro, the pottery that started in the Sudan by the Nilo-Saharan population speakers was wavy line pottery, bro.
You can yell all you want. Just show it to
Just
me.
saying, look at the dates. Look at the dates, what he's saying, and look at the dates of wavy line pottery. You got the book. He said in the same book, yo. He bring it up again. He bring it up again in the book. You got the book.
Last week that disagrees with this, and these were the individuals that actually named the pottery and casted the typology for the pottery. This was Isabella Kaniva and Elena Garcia.
What year that came out?
What with Kaniva?
Yeah, what year that source came out?
She's got sources all the way from the 90s to the 2000s. And she reiterates the same thing. And you got modern scholars.
This is 2000. This is from last year, bro.
Oh, let me hit y'all with ChatGPT. Get y'all out.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of Christopher Arrett work, bro. But he would be considered like on a lot of his theories. I'm not gonna even say he's an extremist on a lot of his theories, but he be off on a lot of stuff.
He on your side though.
Who, Christopher Arrett?
Yeah.
No, because he's still running with that aquatic theory. He's running with the full blown aquatic theory. That there was this east to west spread, and you don't see that, bro. You see it really.
It was, bro.
West to east spread. Then you see a back migration. And the thing is, they don't want to talk about that west to east spread.
Kind of all over the place with it, bro.
That's why I said, Ngozi, we got to do, even if we do a collaborative effort on it, because everybody has something to contribute to it. But we have to put out an article about this, bro. Whether it's through your university, Ngozi, and whomever, like, we got to do it, man, because they're not connecting these dots, man.
Yeah, you connecting dots. The experts ain't connecting. That's why I always
because a lot of
expert dots.
A lot of it is new, bro. They're not talking about body modifications when it comes
to
migrations.
Nah, man,
Hey, you know what's important though? I'm glad that the audience can see and hear that we all speak in different lanes and can have peace with each other without even feuding and fighting. We get our pseudos that come in, but we talking about stuff that people ain't never heard. Now we putting puzzles together, and I think this is amazing. I really appreciate This was a great show. This was very great. I really
As
enjoyed
long as you don't bring in the adder. As long as you don't bring in the adder.
I was about to say,
Look,
Reggie.
and
I was
look,
about to say.
look at the dates on the map. You
Now,
say
like, why?
800 to 600 BCE. Ain't that when wavy line pottery was around, y'all?
Yeah, but because
It
just
said
because
Sudan,
they do it a little,
Libya, and Chad, yo.
just because they do it a little bit differently in a different region, that has to do with the region, bro. You don't have the same
You just want
materials
one
and
pottery
products and
maker.
It's,
stones.
it's independent,
You're a
bro.
diffusionist, a
You
hyper
going off of
diffusionist.
you
It's
think it's
1,000
diffuse.
years later. It's 1,000 years later. There's
It
a
don't
lot of
matter,
things that
bro.
could
It's
at
independent
play
though.
in there, bro.
Bro, humans do things independently too, bro. You don't have to have diffusion.
I
all
agree
the time.
with that. But when you see the spread of certain things, though, you have to take that in consideration as well.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's
ideas move with people.
exactly. It's showing the spread on this map right here. It's showing the spread. You just spreading it the wrong way.
You put your spread on the wrong side of your bread,
Peanut
bro.
butter manifesto. The
I'm
peanut
gonna hit
butter.
you with the Wikipedia. Wiki. All right, let's see. Here you go. Dotted wavy line and wavy line pottery has been discovered in archaeological sites across North and Eastern Africa. These pieces are some of the oldest examples of pottery made by hunter-fisher gatherers between 5 to 10,000 years ago. The pieces of pottery are characterized by their namesake, solid wavy lines and dotted wavy lines. Background. In the late Holocene, fishers and hunter-gatherers in North Africa created pottery that was characterized by decorative, incised, and dotted wavy lines. These pieces were created between 10,000 to 5,000 years ago, making them some of the oldest known pieces of African pottery. These people lived during the African humid period in semi-permanent and permanent settlements around numerous bodies of water that existed in the now arid regions of North and East Africa. These settlements are characterized by the discovery of wavy line pottery found in conjunction with barbed bone points, which are adaptations of the aquatic lifestyle that is a lifestyle dependent on bodies of water. You said don't do it. That's 2017. That source right there, archaeology. Many pieces of wavy line and dotted line pottery were discovered in Khartoum Hospital and Shinib sites in the Nile Valley of Sudan. Khartoum was settled during the Mesolithic era. So yeah, Gullah is right though, bro. So I don't know what y'all got. Y'all
Really?
need to bring that to the table, yo.
Really?
Go get that. Yeah, go get that. Next week.
So
Go
he's
get
right
that.
about
Get
what?
that next week.
Wait a minute. What does he write about first?
Yeah.
He said it started in these areas that I just mentioned. It starts off with a look.
Pottery or wavy
I
line?
said pottery.
Wavy line pottery.
No,
Dotted,
I don't care about the
dotted
motive.
wavy line and wavy line pottery.
I don't care about the motives on the pottery.
The
The
what?
invention, the idea, the invention of pottery.
Now you changing it?
Pottery,
I never
bro,
changed it.
I
said
bro,
pottery.
pottery. The earliest pottery not even in Africa. The earliest pottery was in China, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna beat this up real quick.
About the pottery in Africa. We don't have to go to
But
China.
he trying to think it can't happen independently.
Gullah, this man
I don't know,
argues
I'm
you
gonna beat
down
it up.
about
You wanna
wavy
take
line
5
pottery,
seconds
yo.
to
I'm
beat
not
it
gonna sit on here. Put a one in the chat room
It only
if
take
these
5
guys
seconds
wasn't
to
talking
beat
about wavy line pottery, yo.
It happened independently in Mali, bro.
Put one in the chat. Since everybody forgot, if y'all heard us say wavy line pottery for the last hour.
Okay.
One group say they come from West Africa. Other groups say they come from East Africa, North and East Africa.
Yeah, the
If we
Malayan,
said wavy line pottery.
Never,
yeah,
I never said
the
wavy line.
Malayan pottery
Yes,
of
you did.
Njogo is
Put a
independent.
one in there if y'all heard him say it. A
on the
two in
wavy
there if
line.
I'm just crazy as hell tonight.
Earlier in the
See now.
show, before Reggie got on here, I said pottery spreads from 85 from Mali, from west to east. Earlier in the show, I never said wavy
Did
line.
say that.
Not wavy line. No, I did not.
Y'all did talk about wait.
Gullah started talking about wavy line. I never.
Why
I
you
never
mess with him
mentioned
then?
that.
So why would you dive into his conversation then?
Because
Why would y'all start arguing over
incorrect.
something?
I was just
Y'all
showing the
talking about two separate
independent. I'm
things.
just showing the
Because
independent
he's saying
pottery
it's independent. I
invention
don't
of
agree.
Africa.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
He think it happened through diffusion, bro. He's wrong.
So how you think it happened, yo?
The pyrotechnology pottery in West Africa is independent from the one that the wavy line pottery
That's
invention
crazy,
in
yo.
Sudan, yo. That's flat out. That's real archaeology. That's a consensus.
That's not a consensus.
Yeah, it really
Definitely
is.
not a consensus. I
The
just read a
third
source
Wavy
last
line
week.
is
That's not a consensus.
Afro-Asiatic. He made that
No,
up.
wavy line is not Nilo-Saharan.
Right, that's
You know what I'm saying?
retarded. Yeah, get out,
And you
knock
saying,
that off.
Gullah,
Only
who are
at school.
what group, Gullah, are you saying spreading this wavy line pottery into the Central Sahara? What group?
Nilo-Saharan populations, bro.
From where? Bro. You can't.
From
You can't
I
get
didn't
Sudan.
see now. You
They
probably
come
didn't
from
see. I told you.
from.
I told
Okay,
you.
he
so I'm
ain't all the way there, bro.
okay, hold on. I'm just trying to get. I'm trying to get your position on it. You say
Nigga,
from
you
the
know what his
Sudan.
position is because you
What
just argued it.
year?
I just
What
read
year?
the whole thing, bro. I just read the
Okay.
different language families, who made what made who. I just read it. Was y'all asleep?
So you saying at 7,000 BCE, a group is entering into the Central Sahara and they diffuse or bring the
Bro,
idea of wavy line.
different people were there, bro. They wasn't like the Smurfs.
You could be, man. We could be specific, man.
Niggas is
When you,
crazy,
it's
yo.
like a
I'm just
blanket.
saying,
It's a
you had Niger
generalization.
Congo people. They the earliest African pottery makers, bro. They dated in Mali. And they spread their pottery, you know what I'm saying? And then you had an independent pottery makers in Sudan, these Nilo-Saharan speakers, and their pottery spread in different directions. Some of them spread into the west, from east to west.
That's why we have confusion right now because when you
Because
Oh,
say
it's
really?
two
okay,
different independent inventions
are
of
Yeah,
we
power.
talking
yo.
about? Wait a minute. Are
And
we
they
talking about
distinct,
the
and they
same
very
group of
distinct
people?
too. They different distinct
Here
how
we
they move.
go. Here we
Are we
go.
talking about the same group of people? Is what I'm
Here we
asking.
go. Here we
No,
go.
I'm talking about a Niger Congo
Here we
population,
go.
and I'm talking about a Nilo-Saharan population. They two different distinct population groups, bro. I don't think you understand African populations or groups, do you?
We've been talking about it for like a month and a half.
I don't know. I
Why
don't think you
no?
really understand what Nilo-Saharan
Why
population
no? What
groups
group
are.
are you talking about? So
Gullah, you're
who's
being
bringing this
clear, bro.
pottery? Is it Wadi Halfa? Is it Jebel Sahaba? Is it Al Qaeda? Is it Tushka? Who is it? Why
Them ain't
can't you
people
never
groups
be
the same.
specific, bro? Who is it? Who is these people?
I just said Nilo-Saharan people, bro.
Who
If
are
you
you,
don't know who
bro?
that is,
What
Wow.
culture is spreading this pottery? Who?
you don't
You
understand.
ain't
He don't
showed the
understand,
day.
bro.
You ain't showed the
Because
source yet.
Blanche is saying that the pottery spreaders
Tartar
don't
Blanche.
show up in the Central Sahara
Blanche even say
until
Nilo-Saharan
7,000
Tartar
population
Blanche.
BCE.
This funny.
spread
You
it
blanched us
away
to
from line
death.
All
pottery.
right.
I
Blanched
got
us
Blanche.
to
I
death.
got all the Blanche work,
Next
yo.
week I'll come with the sources, bro. You're not specific, bro.
Yeah, we about to get it in on pottery.
You saying Nilo-Saharan, bro? That could mean anything.
No, it really don't. You
No,
got
Bro,
particular tribes that
Nilo-Saharan speakers range from the Central Sahara all the way back over to East Africa, bro. Who are they? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about an ancestral group, bro.
What
Before you even
culture
get to the
are
other
you
groups you
attaching
got
it to?
today.
What culture? What
I'm just
culture?
showing y'all pictures of pottery. You talking about this pottery,
I
right?
can name cultures, bro. I can name the Kithian. I can
Yeah, well,
name
go ahead
the
and name that.
Sumerian.
Name that. We talking about this
Bro,
right here,
yeah,
right?
some
We
of
ain't
them
talking about
came.
this.
Some of them, the Keithian was part of that migration too.
All I'm saying is name the group.
I'm talking about the
specific
ancestors of the Keithians, the ancestors of all them different Nilo-Saharan groups. It started in the Sudan, in the central, and they ancestral heartland. The Sudan, the Nilo-Saharan group start in the middle Nile region, bro, around Sudan.
Okay, so the Kithians is
That's where they
Ibero-Mauritians.
spread from.
You do know the Kithians is Ibero-Mauritians, right?
No, they're not. They're Nilotic people that mix with Ibero-Mauritians. They're not Ibero-Mauritians. Around Jabiro, they got mixed affinities. Even if you look at the reconstruction, they even mentioned the mixed affinities they had around Jabiro. But overall, the people were Nilo-Saharan populations, bro.
You said the mixed
Ladies and gentlemen,
affinities.
have a pottery argument.
You said they had mixed affinities.
I said we
Yes, the
definitely have a
reconstruction.
pottery
Yes,
argument.
I got me and Ngozi got the reconstructions of them people, bro. Some of them
We
around Jabiro had
definitely
mixed opinions.
got
Now,
a
the Iberian Maroons
pottery
and people in the Nile people,
argument
they met
on
up.
our
They met up
hands.
around lakes and refugium, bro. That's what I'm saying.
So,
That's what I'm
So
saying. The Green
so
Sahara
East. So
was
let me.
diverse, bro. It wasn't just one group of people. They
so
wasn't like
just for
Smurfs.
the record, so we denying sources now.
East
Now I put up the
Africans, man.
wavy.
East Africans are some bad boys, man. They can walk all over the continent, but nobody else can though. They some bad. They can do.
Hold
They can
on.
work magic.
I'm just making the point though. So we
They
ignoring
did.
the
I mean,
source I read on the
East
wavy line
Africans, man.
pottery.
Look,
different groups
you
did
see what
spread out of
East
East Africa,
Africans are
bro.
doing?
We
Wait,
talking
I'm
about
making sure.
motives
I'm just making
versus
sure that
pottery.
we are ignoring
Peace and love,
the
y'all.
source that I read.
Where you going,
I
Nazi?
want to make sure. I
Nice.
want to make sure we did that. We did that. We ignored the wavy line source by saying I want to talk about the wavy line after we argued for an hour over the wavy line.
I mean, the
Now
DNA
it's
say they
now.
most of them come from out the east.
Hold on, Gullah. I just want to make sure so I don't lose my mind. We argued for a complete hour over wavy line pottery, only to find out we wasn't talking about wavy line pottery, but you did say that the pottery spread from West Africa
Yeah.
to goddamn going East Africa, and I'm saying, well, damn, they had the black top pottery and the wavy line pottery in East Africa, Northeast Africa. What in the hell pottery was you talking about that migrated over there? Let's get that straight, bro. What was it exactly? What's the pottery? Give us a source, since you wasn't talking about wavy line pottery.
Okay, hold
You
on.
wasn't talking about the black top
show it to
pottery.
you.
What in the hell pottery was you talking about?
Okay,
I can show it to you. I
I'm
can
about to
show it
pull
to
it
you.
up right now. Hold on.
I'll do it
Let's let him
faster.
show it.
I'll do
Yeah,
it
whoever
faster.
got it
Here
faster.
go here. Here go right here. I do it faster.
There you go, right there. I got my PowerPoint up.
We're not doing another PowerPoint.
Oh
No.
man,
I'm saying you said pull up a source.
Where is that? Yeah, what pottery was you talking about?
You tell me pull up a
Hey,
source. Hold
hey,
on.
Nazi, if you don't fix that damn PowerPoint, yo,
Hold on, I'm about to fix it. Hold on, I'm just trying to get to it
you
first.
got red lines on the
Can you
what is
see it?
wrong? That's not a PowerPoint.
What are you
What
talking
happened,
about?
Reg?
Okay,
It's right.
so here, present. Is she
Hold on for a
presenting
minute.
or I'm presenting?
Both of y'all up there. Hold on. He got the wild Mickey Mouse PowerPoint. Fix that, yo. You cannot draw a red line and bring that on here. What the hell do red lines represent?
So the red line is just where I'm reading from. The red line. So this is
Doctor. You gonna say doctor like me. Everything is doctor.
Y'all docked it up. What is wrong with y'all
this
guys?
is the
Come on.
red line is just where I'm gonna read from, so I can know point of reference for me when I come back to this.
What are you
article.
about to read us, yo?
Okay, so this is the ceramics from Ardra, bowls, and surroundings, right? So
What year? What year is this?
this is 2016, I believe, somewhere around up in there.
Man, that's not how you. We gotta work with you on this PowerPoint because this ain't
Okay.
This is the Reggie.
I'm gonna skip right here. I'm gonna skip over here. Yeah, I'm gonna skip over here, right here, right? It says
Go ahead.
page 285 at the top, right? It says, apart from some differences in manufacturing techniques, their pottery is stylistically very similar in shapes and decorative motifs to contemporary 9th, 8th millennium BC millennium ceramics in the rest of the Sahara. Considering the practical synchronous chronology of the earliest ceramics in the eastern, central, and southern Sahara, production must have been independent, yet somehow connected. Responses to the new needs of groups in these zones in the early Holocene. Other regions to the east and west later adopted motives typical of Saharan pottery. During the 9th millennium before the present, the influence of Saharan pottery reached the Upper Nile Valley. Around the 7th millennium before the present, Saharan decorative styles underwent a future pulse of diffusion, with rocker, packed zigzags, and dotted wavy line appearing far to the west in the Malian Sahara. Also to the south in the Sahel, as Scythian groups had already mastered. I don't even want to go further than that, but it's showing you how it spread. So I'm talking about just the invention of pottery itself.
What year this source came out?
Let me go back and see. Hold on.
Source killed them.
Grab it for you.
Source killed them though. Died. Source.
Bro, you can't get away
says
from
independently, yo. Did you hear that word?
Independently, yet somehow connected.
I don't know. Okay, yes, somehow. Do you know what that's saying?
And and what did she say? The spread went to the Upper Nile.
Hey, Ngozi, somebody, please. Reggie, can you please translate what that just said? Come on, yo.
Reggie can simply read his source. Read his source.
My source. Here's my source.
All right. It said independently, yo, yet somehow, some way, we don't know how. That's what it said. So go with what the source say.
Okay, so can you put up my source?
All right, what you got?
Okay.
I got a Roger Blanc source that's showing the waveline party
Okay.
correlating with Nilo-Saharan
Dun,
speakers.
da, 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 dun, da, da, da. Wikipedia. Early Holocene, 9500 BC to 67
purple, nigga.
BC. At the onset of the Holocene, pottery appears early at Unjugo during the first half of the 10th millennium BC. The region was then confronted with the return of more humid conditions linked to the rapid return of the monsoons after the Younger Dryas and the development of open grassland Sahara at the Bandargara Plateau. In the context, populations made pottery characterized especially by small bowls and imprinted decors. The appearance of pottery at Onjugu is associated with small bifacial point lithic industry, right? So basically, there you go. You have in the Mali area, right? During the younger Dryas, you have pottery appearance at Unjugu, right? I'm not talking about wavy line dotted pottery. I'm talking about pottery. In the 10th millennium BC, Niger-Congo speakers developed pyrotechnology and employed subsistence strategy at Unjugu, Mali, prior to
this, independent. That happened independently on its own.
Say independently, yo. Don't it say independently? What it say?
What they said what I said already, yo.
What it say? Hold on, what it say? Hold on, Ghana, what it say? Did we hear the word independently, Reggie?
Yeah, in the 10th, but I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about you and y'all just did the same thing.
No, I'm not. We're not talking about. We could be talking about the same thing. I'm talking about the emergence of pottery itself.
Independently, though, bro.
I'm talking about the earliest
in Africa. Yeah,
I'm talking about the earliest in Africa.
This the earliest Africa, but the third, with the third earliest in the world.
Right, but I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where pottery was developed earliest in Africa was Mali.
Okay.
I said that independently.
We agree independently though. We agree to that.
And I said the second. And I said the second.
Where is it earlier than the 10th millennium BC?
No, listen. Hold on for a minute. Hold on, Gullah. We have to hang on the words that y'all read that said independently, because if we don't, you're gonna have people from Ghana farming in the Nile Valley. We just got to do it. Yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. Y'all gonna have West African farmers.
Yeah,
bringing their pots full of grains all the way there. Hey, Willie, pick me up and take me to the Nile Valley. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, I said the first independent one was in the Mali, in Jogo. I said that. And I said the second.
Yeah, you said all that. They wasn't listening. They didn't know their source was going to say independently.
We disagreeing on the spread of it. That's what.
Hey, Street Sufi, where are you? Where are you?
I'm right here, brother. Peace and love.
Can you please tell these brothers they keep reading the word independently, please? And that's all we were saying. Can somebody help me?
I understand.
Now they understand. Now they understand.
We disagreeing on the spread.
How's we disagreeing on that?
We disagreeing on the spread.
No. You didn't read the whole thing. You look for the word independent.
I didn't look for no word.
That means there's no diffusion going on, yo. Y'all, where
you at, man? Help me out. Get me out of here, 93.
Back up. I just want to get a snap in on the time, right? So we know that 12,000.
Wait, what happened to my source?
No, hey Reggie, go ahead. I'm gonna let Reggie play a source. I'm gonna let Reggie do a source first, and then
I want to show these people that they can't read well. Take the motive off. You're messing it up, so people can take the overlay off.
Yo, it's the pseudo overlay. No pseudo. Read that. That say no pseudo.
That's fine. Take it off.
No pseudo. Do not read that source and make it up.
No, I'm not.
Take it off. But if I swear, if you misread that, it's gonna go back up. Go ahead.
Unjugo is the name of a leaf found in the middle of an important complex of archaeological. Yes. Oh, I didn't want Ugugo. I wanted the pottery.
Oh, now you don't want that. Yeah, that's the one that's in Wishmacomb's book. In Christopher Eric's book.
I mentioned it from the Arab book.
I
mentioned
know. What you doing, man? What you doing?
The earliest known pottery from AI is in the Unjugu pottery,
Right.
which dates
Okay.
back before 9400 Cal BC. The pottery was discovered in ravines in Unjugu, Mali. The creators of Unjugu pottery later migrated with their pottery into Central Africa. Now what?
I said this though.
Okay, what is that? Do you know how far Central Africa is away from the Nile Valley? Yo? What is you trying to do right
Wait
now?
a minute, hold on. Let's be clear. That's not. It's Central Sahara. Central Sahara.
Yeah, they don't know how to read. It says
Sahara ain't Central Africa. Central
Let me
Sahara
pull it up.
ain't Central Africa.
There you go, right there. The earliest known pottery in Africa is Unjugu pottery, which dates back to before
We said this,
9400.
Reggie. Oh, you see now, bro?
The
We
pottery
said
was
this,
discovered in ravines in Mali. The creators
bro.
of Unjugu pottery later migrated with their
The
pottery to
Christopher
Central
Eric
Africa.
said
All right, hold
this,
on.
bro.
No.
You're missing
We can end this. We can end this. Somebody
You're
type
missing the
in
implications of that.
ChatGPT. Did the West African pottery migrate to the Nile Valley? Can we say that from Unjugu? Hold on. Let's do that. Let's do the Unjugu. Here we go. Unjugu. Hold
Or
on.
was it too independent?
You want to spell it? You want to misspell
Yeah,
it?
spell it. Oh, what?
Unjugou.
G-O-U.
Eric mentioned it in his other book too. The African civilization.
I got it.
G-O-U.
Got it. Hold on.
What do we know what
Time
his origin
period.
was? Why are we?
It only took a couple years for crack to spread from Oakland to New York.
That's a
They
fact.
got cars. They didn't even have a. You talking about people who don't even have camels? They only got camels. Yeah.
That was terrible.
Talking about people who don't even have camels yet. Yeah.
Hey, what does what
Oh, no, yo. Hell no.
I thought we was using cocaine in New York before Cali. y'all introduced crack. We had cocaine in New York.
Oh, no doubt. Everybody had that, but to rock it up, you know.
Hey, what does the chat GPT say?
No, we bought it rocked up. You people made some shake and bake with something called crack. We had it from the
That was New York, wasn't it?
No, Oakland made the shaking fake.
It's shaking fake.
Yeah, we had the beige, we had the pink. We ain't had no white. White is fake.
Here we go. So Unjugu archaeological site located.
Put it on the screen so everybody can see you messing up.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna do
You
this
want
for
to shake
y'all.
and bake it.
My little two.
You said everything you said already.
All of a sudden, you forgot how to share screen, huh?
I'm just trying to say, man, y'all out there, man. Y'all too. Okay, Unjugu archaeological site located in present-day Mali in West Africa is known for some of the oldest evidence of pottery in Africa, dating back to around 9,400 BCE. This discovery is significant for understanding the origins and spread of early pottery making in Africa, particularly as it provides an early example of ceramic technology in West Africa. It said, however, I like that word, there is currently, not unless you talk to Reggie and Nazia, no direct evidence that the pottery tradition from Unjugu spread to the Nile Valley. Pottery found in Unjugu appears to have developed independently. See, there's that word again, reflecting the broader emergence of early ceramic traditions across Africa during the Holocene. Okay, both West Africa and the Nile Valley had distinct pottery cultures. The Unjugu linked to early West African hunter-gatherer societies, and the Nile Valley pottery tradition, such as wavy line pottery, associated with early Mesolithic and Neolithic societies in Sudan and Egypt. It says in both regions, pottery is believed to have developed as part of the local adaptation to increasingly sedimentary lifestyles during the African human period. But the current archaeological consensus, this is what we do on this show, is that these traditions developed in parallel rather than as direct cultural transmission between West and Nile Valley. Here's your sources. Boom.
Didn't
I've
Eric
looked
say
at
that?
that. I had
Didn't
that
that what Eric
already.
said, y'all?
You
So
got
in
the
Jugo, it's hunter gatherer.
same sequence of central sequence in the central Sahara pottery traditions and social dynamic. We got enough Waveline pottery and Springer again. So yeah, y'all died at y'all source.
No,
I
we
ain't
did
gonna
not
call you.
die.
No, that's not true because the source
Did
actually
y'all hear
helps.
that?
The source
y'all hear
actually
that, y'all?
helps.
You just don't
No,
know how
it
to
don't,
read.
bro.
Now,
That
I don't
source
know how to
actually
read.
helps.
This is
It said the
bananas. Can I
same
get some
exact
help on
thing
this?
Eric said with the source I
Can I,
read, bro.
where we at?
This
Hold on,
source,
what people? Where we at?
this source
93.
actually
We
helps.
at 93. 93. Come off of mute.
Bro,
93.
it said the same
What's
thing
up,
that Eric
dog?
said, bro.
So you heard us read that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
It
clearly
said
said it was two separate things, did it not?
Yeah, the hunter gatherers and the Jugo, they're different.
Thank you. Well, why can't they see that? Y'all
No,
must
Yeah,
got
I don't know.
your
I don't know
eyes.
what everybody trying to do. I ain't coming against nobody. I'm just sitting here learning.
no.
No,
Okay, so
they
those
sitting there
facts,
saying that the
there's
potty
no
from West
direct.
Africa spread to the Nile
Okay,
Valley.
first
That
of
ain't
all, I
what
want
that
to ask you a
source say.
question. I want to ask you a question. Let me
No,
ask
you
you a
don't.
question.
I'm
this
asking
Where is the
93 a
first
source
point.
say the
pottery?
same. This source say the
No,
same thing
Where
that
90.
is
Eric
the
Hold on,
first
man.
saying,
pottery
bro.
If
form?
everybody talk, we will never come to agree.
That's why I want to ask you a question.
No, I don't want to. I want to get this straight. 93.
No, I want to ask you a
You got two
question
people
on
on this
this show
panel
just
saying,
because you
hold
got
on.
somebody agreeing
You
with
got
you.
two people on the panel saying, I ain't gonna tell you the people. That way you ain't gonna come against nobody. You got two people saying that the party that was in the Jugu, which is in West Africa, migrated over time to the Nile Valley. You got two people in this motherfucker say, yo, the potty industries in Northeast Africa and in West Africa developed independently,
Okay.
parallel. Okay? That's so. Which one
Okay.
did that source agree with?
Okay.
93.
No. Here's
Come
the
on, I'm talking to
problem.
93.
No, I'm talking to me, Unc.
I'm talking to 93. He don't want to come against nobody.
No, it
No,
doesn't
no,
Right?
matter. It
I'm just
doesn't.
being cool, man. You know, Reggie is that's my dog, man. You know.
So you gonna sit there and let your dog die, yo?
Nah, I ain't gonna let my dog die. I'm reading what you reading. It's clear as day what it said. I
Okay.
did have a question about
So
those
why are they
people.
arguing with us
And,
then if it's clear as day?
I had a
My
question.
question is this.
Look at him. Watch him 93. Here they go. Look. Go ahead.
No, what I'm
Okay, my
saying is
question
that
is,
early Mesolithic Nubians, right? That's what they're talking about. Associated with earlier Mesolithic Nubians, correct?
They ain't say nothing about none of that in that source, yo.
Okay, so who we talking about then?
Just societies in Sudan and Egypt, yo. Don't
Well,
get it
Yeah, cause
complicated.
Mesolithic, hey, bro, some of the Mesolithic Sudan, you gotta stop thinking people just one people, bro. When they talking about Mesolithic Sudanians, they talking about not just Metroids, dog. They talking about Nilo-Sahareans too.
okay,
I'm
and
saying no
Ngozi,
that.
can you delineate those people? Because the people who was the hunter gatherers, that's just a lifestyle. They might have been living with populations that later migrated in
Well,
the further
but
in the
they're
West.
migrating
at this
people. That's the point.
at this
They
time,
just don't have any direct evidence. But
Let him
the
tell. Let us look. He finna tell us, Reggie. He finna tell us.
I mean, they probably don't want to hear what I'm saying, but at this time, they are all hunter gatherers. We're talking about the Mesolithic populations of Sudan.
That's
You had
right.
different groups of people there. So at this time, they were
Exactly.
all hunter gatherers. They wasn't
Exactly.
pastoralists yet, and they wasn't farmers yet. So even
Was
when you go back in ancient earlier times, a little bit before them, when see what Brother Nazi is leading to is the population group that led to Jebel Sahaba, right? And the population group of Jebel Sahaba, you hear about the description of how they say those skeletons look in Jebel Sahaba. This Ankh, brother Ankh, is the pseudo information back in the day when they said it was a so-called race war or whatever. Even though now we know that's debunked. But when you look at those skeletons, the population that they use as a proxy that those skeletons was close to is population groups in West Africa. That's when they talk about them. So that Brother Nazi is trying to lead to the point of these pottery people, pottery itself. We see it happening. Like Brother Gullah said, I'm listening to everybody. There's two places in the world where you find pottery. Outside of Africa, it's in China, and the second place, the oldest in the world, is in Mali. But like you guys are saying, it was used for different reasons and it was independent. And that's one thing that you got to pay attention to. The independence of what they used it for in Mali 12 to 11,000 years ago is distinct from what it was used for in Sudan. But when we go into Sudan and we look at these Nilo-Saharan people or these people in Sudan 9,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago, who were they? What did they look like? Where did they come from?
What a proto Niger Congo and Unjugu with them, with the hunter gatherers?
I'm gonna let Gullah go into that, and then we can all go further.
I
Yeah, they
don't
was.
care.
And then
I
how
don't
does
care
this
what
play
they
in
are.
with the spread
They
of
was at that point.
sickle
They
cell
was at that
into
point
the
because
Nile
you
Valley?
had the West. Hold on, bro. Let me talk. You had West African hunter gatherers. You had the ancestors of proto Niger Congo people in that region at that time point in Mali.
If
I don't
if
care
we
what
don't
they
try to
look
get some
like.
clarity, man, on what groups are in the Central
Bro,
Sahara.
look up the wiki article prehistoric West
I didn't
Africa.
even
They got
finish,
all the
bro.
sources.
I'm not even talking about you. I'm not even directing my what I was gonna say wasn't directed towards you. I
Hey,
was saying
93, where you been? You
I
ain't
was saying if
called
we
me.
don't get some clarity on who's in the
I got
Central
you, Reggie.
Sahara, because that first source that Reggie read, it said that they migrated from Mali to the Central Sahara or Southern Sahara. I forget what you said either or, but so it migrated further into like Niger area, right? Along the Sahel, Southern Sahara area, Central Sahara, okay. And then the source I read, it said that it also spread from west to east. With the initial independency, you also
Or
had
east though.
connections because you
You
had
ain't
those
read
radio
that.
links.
There you
So
go with that.
my question is
Now
this.
go get that source and read that again since you said that. Now it's
Okay,
fresh on our
I
minds.
can pull it up, but my
It
question
ain't
is this:
spread nowhere.
okay, let's just go with Reggie's source, right? It
Okay,
said that they
thank you.
migrated from Mali
Feeling better.
eastward, right? It said they went to the Central Southern Sahara, right? So
It
my
spread.
question is
It
this:
spread. It spread
all of these,
to Niger. It spread in like east. Like talking about Niger regions though.
yeah,
They ain't talking about like east.
that's
Always.
that's
They ain't, bro.
Geography.
yeah, that's what I
Geography.
just
Tell
said.
us.
Now,
Geography.
when we're in the Central Saharan, if you go and look at all the Egyptian surveys, they clearly say that all the populations that went into the Western Desert and parts of Nubia came from the Southern Sahara.
Mhm.
That's the
Huh?
only point I'm trying to make. So when you get to Jebel Sahaba, a group like Jebel
No.
Sahaba,
Who
it's
said
saying that they
Who
come
said
from an
that, yo?
earlier
Who
group
say that,
from
bro?
the Sudan that comes out of the Southern Sahara.
Nah,
That's
dog.
the point I'm eventually trying to get to. That's my premise where I'm ultimately going with this.
So let's go back further in time. We know, brother, me and Gullah spoke on this earlier. Pre-Niger Congo, or a layer of what's labeled as Onanians, and pre-Nilo-Saharan, or Nilo-Saharan people, they diverged around 23 to 26,000 years ago in the Sahel belt.
We're talking about pottery. We're not
No,
talking about
I know.
people.
But hold on.
Yeah,
God
but
damn.
Reggie, you gotta identify who's in the Southern Sahara,
Nah,
though.
y'all done switched it up. That's what I'm getting at.
No,
Y'all
Reggie,
done
hold on.
switched it up.
No,
Just like
Reggie, we
Christopher
trying to
Aaron in that source did. He
Reggie, we trying
identified the Waveline pottery with Nile
right. Hey,
Saharan groups.
Reggie,
He identified the Malayan or
Yo,
Jugger with Niger
yo,
Congo group.
Ngozi, not to cut you off, just throw in there for me if that got anything to do with the
No,
spread of sickle
it does.
cell into the Nile.
No, it does. I'm trying to hold on.
Yeah, nigga.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to it.
It
That's what
all
I'm trying to
plays
tell
a part.
Reggie. So it all plays a part in it. Listen, the divergence of these groups in Reggie, it is important who they were. They had a divergence at a specific time period. These so-called Nilo-Saharans and these early Niger Congo speakers diverge in the Sahel belt. Those people that pushed through the eastern part of the Sahel, that made it through the central portion of the Sahara before going into the Nile, they came from somewhere. They came from somewhere. Just like on the other side of the Nile, when you look at Jebel Sahaba, the other group, Jebel Ramallah, at the same time, look totally distinct from what they find, like they said in the earlier article, 200 miles away, further south. Certain people in Sudan look totally distinct in the Jebel Sahaba group. So there are different people groups in this region. But what layer of these people came from whatever region? A specific group came from the eastern part of the Sahel. That's a fact. They had to at this time. It's going back 13, 14,000 years. Now, when it comes to the pottery, that's when it gets tactical. They did it independently. But the earliest people to deal with pottery based off what we have, dealing with pottery for their own unique reason, it was found in Mali first, on the continent of Africa. It was found in Mali first. Later on, you start to find it in Sudan, but they're doing it for different regions. Different reasons. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
I understand.
They were making fish soup, and they were also boiling plants. Depending on the phase they were in at the
They'll
time.
keep it. They will keep it. They like the Niger Congo people were using the pots to boil whole grains like fonio and rices and
Oh,
stuff. You know what I'm
okay,
saying? They
that's
boil
fine.
whole
Okay.
grain.
Let me say this. I can show you, and I thought I showed it, I just didn't. I can show you pots
You read
in
it.
Sahara.
Bro,
Stop running interference. Stop running interference. The Green Sahara is the conduit. It's the conduit. So you have lots of populations in the Green Sahara. So it don't have to go east. It don't have to go like you think it goes east to west. It's happening in the Green Sahara. That's where it's happening at.
We said that though. It's doing
Ask
that.
Chat GPT that. Does it spread?
It's doing it. It's doing the green phase at the pottery. The pottery.
They don't have direct evidence, but it's happening. It happened in Mali.
Falling asleep. I'm not doing this.
Okay. So, okay. I mean, we could continue. I think we should continue this at another time.
Yep, next Sunday.
But yeah, I agree with that.
Late
so I
night.
say no more words. But I just think that there's some comprehension problems. It was first developed.
I cannot believe y'all. We comprehension problem. You know, the last time I miscomprehended the source, it was in the damn second grade, yo. When I learned how not to do that.
Well, you
miscomprehending nothing. Y'all tripping.
Hey,
now y'all switches the way, yo.
They miscomprehending the source because this says exactly what Eric said. This is exactly what Eric said, yo.
On purpose.
Right, Sonic. Pottery and people are related, Sonic. That's the ultimate point. But
no, that's not true. Pottery does not.
Don't be mentioning no Sonic. He never did no presentation.
No problem.
Pottery does not.
Never seen no presentation from myself.
We get off. No problem. All right, I'll take it back. No problem. But look,
Sonic is a good guy. He knows his information. He's from back.
No, he's Arab. He Arab. He Muslim.
He ain't Arab. He's Somali, yo.
That's why I ain't seen no goddamn presentation from some Sonic.
Hey, fellas, listen. Hey,
yo, man, he said he Arab. Y'all made him
Is he a good Arab? Is he a good Arab?
He's Somali, yo. Hold on.
Hey, real quick before we get off here.
I co-sign.
Somalian, yo. Hold on. Put some respect on his culture, yo. He's Somalian, yo.
Yeah, yo, he know me.
Arab, convert.
No.
What? Man, you know Africa, they can practice several religions, man. You know the culture, man.
Hey, look, before we get off here, fellas, real quick. Listen, the Sahara is turning back green, right? I'm pretty sure y'all done probably
we're gonna bring some pots in the motherfucker too while we at it.
Hey, look, the Sahara is turning back green right now, right? Y'all know that, right?
Is it?
Man, a couple thousand years.
I brought that up already, yo.
It is?
Yeah.
In a couple thousand years, yo. Stop it. Not by tomorrow.
Well, let's go back.
My only point in saying that is to say this, right? Like our climate is having a huge effect on our planet right now, right? For whatever the reason, but we know every few.
So who you voting for then, yo? Who you voting for?
Things happen. So
me and Reggie voting for Trump.
Hold on, wait.
What?
So as we study these ancient cultures, you know, we looking for strategies by which these individuals survive, because we're gonna go through similar things, right? We getting ready to go
in our lifetime, bro.
Bro, you got people getting flooded out in areas that never seen flood inland before like this, bro.
I know.
Their whole lifestyle homes is wiped away right now. You got weather. I'm in Michigan, bro. I'm in Michigan. It's warmer a lot more than it used to be, bro. We barely get winters here anymore. So everything is changing. I only say that.
Ain't no ice on Lake Michigan.
As we study these ancient cultures,
ain't no ice on Lake Michigan no more.
It's still ice. It's not totally gone. I said it's
you just
warmer.
Can't walk on
it's
it, huh?
warmer, bro. It'll be January here in Michigan, and it'll be warm when it used to be cold to like damn near June. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I think you messed that up, but I'm
now,
let you.
All I'm saying is this: is that as we study these ancient cultures and we talk about the Green Sahara, let's look at how they survived and take these different strategies. At least that's what I do. The sorghum, the millets, the fava beans.
What they got to do with what we was talking about? It's like you're trying to throw a flare up and throw us off your case.
We're talking about the Green Sahara.
Yeah, but you said you talking about Nilo-Saharan groups, but you don't even know you talking about Nilo-Saharan groups. We talking about sorghum and millet, things of that nature.
Huh?
Yeah, you talking
bro. I'm talking about 2024 when I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that.
You talking about climate change, global warming.
Exactly. And you could call it, everybody got different names. Some people don't like that.
Hey man, look, hit the Cash App going out the door. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm out of here, man. Ain't nowhere in the world.
Listen, stock your food up, get your crypto together, get your digital assets together, get your food together. Because we talking about the Green Sahara, bro. These people adapted and survived. So
now you got the conspiracy theories.
Listen, the Sahara is turning back green, bro.
Yo, it's gonna be 1,000 years before it get green again, yo.
It's gonna take a long time.
Come on, yo.
A long time, bro. You
not tomorrow, yo.
Okay,
Hey,
it's
bro,
gonna take a long time.
when we be
America
reading
might
these
not even
periods,
be around by the time it turn green. Come on,
yeah,
yo.
bro.
Yahweh,
You
Yahweh
gotta
will be back
stop
before
it.
then.
This from the
Bro,
guy that
when we be
appreciates
reading,
science. This
when we be reading these time periods like 60,000 years, bro, you can't, bro. 1,000 years is a long time, bro.
Yeah, come on, yo.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop that, man.
It ain't
Not with
like, you
him.
know what I'm saying. When we talking about human migrations from 5,000 to 6,000 years, bro, that's a long time, bro. That ain't like the next week they migrated. Like,
All
Yo
right.
said, get your food. Get your.
Good night. Good night. Good night, family.
Hey, Reggie, he
food
said,
together,
get your
get your
food.
get your assets together, all that, bro.
Reggie,
It's changing though. It's
Reggie,
changing though.
Oh,
I want to say to Reggie, assalamu alaikum, my brother. Peace, peace, peace with you.
Oh man.
yeah.
Yeah, I said Aslam Teslam to you. Surrender and be saved. Surrender to surrender. And do me a favor, find the Prophet Muhammad on a coin.
Oh no,
Hey,
no, no.
Reggie,
Oh,
me
man.
and Ngozi gonna bring you the O block.
They will.
Oh yeah,
You're gonna
okay.
love Islam. Wallahi, you will. The whole
Yeah,
Oblak
that
converted
because
to Islam. They took
you're
their
forcing
shahada.
me to surrender
they
on my
take him
knees.
to take him to Stony Island, yo.
So let me read this to you. Hey,
Okay.
I like to close the show with this to show you who's close to the line of being pseudo. Now, we was told to get your canned goods, get your food. The Sahara's turning green. It says today the Sahara is not expected to turn green in the immediate future, but climate models suggest that changes in the Earth's orbit could potentially lead to another green phase in about 10 to 20,000 years. However, anthropogenic climate change, human caused global warming, might affect the timing and intensity of future climate patterns in the Sahara. They say potentially, the short-term greening could be influenced by increasing rainfall patterns in some parts of the Sahara and Sahel region. But these are more localized and effects and do not represent the full-scale greening of the desert. Additionally, large-scale efforts to counter desertification, such as the Green Wall, I use that in the debate initiative, aim to plant trees to restore land across the Sahel region. These efforts could help mitigate some of the desert's expansion, but do not equal the natural cycle of greening. So, while some localized greening events might occur, a complete return to the conditions seen during the African humid period is likely thousands of years away. So by the time you buy any damn canned food, this shit'll be old and rusted by then. Knock it off. Let's calm it down and let's continue to do our thing. Man, appreciate y'all for diving in. Appreciate all the guests on the panel, man. Man, Street Sufi. Yeah, I'm saying. I see you, Reggie. Gullah, yeah, I mean. Three the hard way, man. Appreciate everybody that came through, man. Nazi and all that. And yeah, man, y'all know what it is. Y'all know how we do it around here, man. We standing up on this thing, man. We're gonna see you next Sunday, man. We got a lot of topics, man. And it is what it is, yo. So, with that, man, hey, y'all know what it is.
Bobby Banger from the block, seen it all raw tough. Streets of Baltimore where survivors always rough. Joined the Marines fighting for a life he could save. But back in the hood, he felt like a runaway slave. Started an army, not of guns but of wisdom. I'm a rock squad, truth the anthem, we ain't just a God killer. Bobby Banger on his path for the truth. Empower the people, give them wisdom as the proof. Black power rising, knowledge shines like a light. He's fighting for the future, ready to ignite. Selling drugs on the corner just to put food on plates, but deep in his heart, he knew he had greater fates. From the traps to the lab, he fights ignorance raw, teaching evolution while shaking up the law. The real black atheist is changing the game, waking up minds, never the same. God killer Bobby Banger on his path for the truth, empower the people.
I'm your host, Bobby Banger. With that, We out. Big up to them Ravens, man. Big up.